Zuoyu must have escaped from here. It'll be difficult to return here if I chase after him. Duanling Tian looked at the entrance of the stone staircase before him that was shrouded in a faint light shield. The expression on his face was terrifying. The light shield before him was created by a unique inscription formation. It did not matter who it was, it would remember one's aura as long as one crossed over it. As a result, one would not be able to cross over again in reverse direction. Due to the fact that this inscription formation was created by a martial monarch powerhouse, only a martial monarch powerhouse would be able to forcibly remove it. Otherwise, one would have to abide by its rules. If Duanling Tian crossed over the light shield created by the inscription formation now and entered the entrance of the stone staircase, it was uncertain if he could catch up to Zuoyu. Even if he managed to catch up, it was likely he would not be able to return to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace and continue on to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace to search for Martial Emperor Qingfeng's remains and obtain the 3 profundity fragments. According to Duanling Tian's estimation, Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body should be at the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace if he was not mistaken. I might not be able to return if I chase after him. Moreover, it's not certain I'll be able to catch Zuoyu and kill him. However, Zuoyu will definitely survive in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure if I don't go after him. Duanling Tian muttered. His face turned somber. If Zuoyu managed to leave the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, 3 of the second-rate forces, Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect will find out that I killed Su Qing, Lei Zhong, and Lei Jun. Su Qing was the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect, and he was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. The people from North Nether sect won't let me go once they find out I killed him. As for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, they were the strongest among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Lei Zhong was the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, whereas Lei Jun was the sect leader's direct disciple. It's inevitable for me to be on opposing sides with Izumo sect. I might not have offended Anika sect directly, but once they learn I'm the only one left at the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, they'll assume I've entered the 5th level and obtained the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. At that time, they definitely wouldn't let me go as well. Duanling Tian could not help but smile bitterly at the thought. The 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert would find out about him due to Zuoyu's departure, and he would have enemies everywhere. In addition to the group of Void Peak powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces, he would also have to face at least 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the second-rate forces. After all, the 3 second-rate forces had at least 1 martial monarch powerhouse in their respective sect. Duanling Tian immediately felt extremely pressured. Should I try my luck and go after him? Maybe I'll catch up with Zuoyu. However, I might not be able to find him even if I do that. At that time, not only would I have given up on obtaining the 3 profundity fragments inside Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, all 3 of the second-rate forces would find out about me. Thoughts were spinning in Duanling Tian's mind. He gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. So be it. There's not much of difference to me whether I've offended 1 or 3 second-rate forces. There'll always be a solution to a problem. Before entering Qingfeng Palace, he had admitted to killing Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Subsequently, he killed Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Due to that, he knew Izumo sect would be offended unless he managed to kill all the eyewitnesses. Otherwise, Izumo sect would discover, sooner or later, that he was the one who killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. If I'm not afraid of Izumo sect, why should I be afraid of North Nether sect and Anika sect that's equally as famous as Izumo sect? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought about this. At this moment, he exuded a strong sense of confidence that spoke of fearlessness. Since Duanling Tian managed to sort his thoughts out, he dismissed all thoughts of Zuoyu's escape. The 3 largest second-rate forces? So what? Duanling Tian was not afraid. Duanling Tian, who was filled with confidence, turned back to the bumpy road. He easily passed through the bumpy road and entered the central area of Qingfeng Palace's 4th level again. In the central area of the 4th level, a body lay there quietly. It was Su Qing's body. Close to his body, a green vine extended from the ground and lifted up one of the floorboards. A stone platform stood in another place. There was a small exquisite box on it. It was the box he suspected contained the gold key. It can be said that you saved my life. Duanling Tian moved and vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was standing before the tiny box on top of the stone platform. He quickly reached out and picked the small box up. When Duanling Tian opened the small box, a crescent-shaped gold key appeared before his eyes. Apart from the color, the gold key was similar to the silver key and copper key he possessed. 3 keys. I finally collected them all. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he retrieved the other 2 keys and stacked them together. When the gold, silver, and copper crescent-shaped keys were combined, Duanling Tian could clearly sense the fluctuation of an inscription formation's aura from the keys. These 3 keys have an inscription formation on it? The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. When the 3 keys were combined, he realized he had activated the inscription formation on it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following that, loud noises came from above Duanling Tian and caught his attention. Duanling Tian looked up and he could clearly see the ceiling of the 4th level's central area slowly moving as it opened. It revealed a door to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Boom! Duanling Tian's eyes landed on a huge box that fell in front of him after the door to the 5th level opened. It was an extremely ordinary-looking black box, but it brought an extraordinary feeling to Duanling Tian. This is the ink steel? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he saw the box. He said with a shocked expression on his face, "Isn't this a little too extravagant? The entire box is made of ink steel." Extravagant. Too extravagant. Ink steel was a type of crafting material that Duanling Tian found out about through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. If it was not for the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he would not have recognized the ink steel. Ink steel was a type of crafting material that could craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon or even a royal grade spirit weapon. It was extremely durable. If it was crafted by a grade 1 weapon craftsman, the ink steel must be burned by a grade 1 weapon flame for a full month for it to soften. 3 months was needed to liquefy the ink steel. It was apparent how durable the ink steel was. It's impossible to try and break this ink steel with my current strength. Duanling Tian shook his head as he carefully sized up the box before him that was made out of ink steel. The box was shut tightly, and 3 similar keyholes were arranged in a row outside. These are the keyholes for these 3 keys? Duanling Tian could not help but look at the keys in his hands when he saw the keyholes on the box. His breathing immediately quickened. He had expended a lot of effort to obtain these 3 keys, particularly at the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace where he was almost killed by Su Qing and Zui Yu. Could be said that he risked his life to obtain the gold key. In addition to the extravagance of being made of ink steel, it needs 3 keys to open. I wonder what treasure it contains. Duanling Tian was filled with excitement as he inserted the 3 keys in his hands into the keyholes accordingly. Pa! A soft noise sounded as the box opened under Duanling Tian's watchful stare. Everything inside immediately appeared before his eyes. A fiery red flexible sword as thin as a cicada's wings lay quietly in the box. It was different from the usual 3-foot-long sword. The fiery red flexible sword was 5 foot long with faint red light shimmering on it. One could tell it was not ordinary the moment one laid eyes on it. This sword. After a glance, Duanling Tian felt that the fiery red flexible sword before his eyes was familiar. However, he was absolutely certain this was the first time he had seen the sword. Unless it's not me but the Rebirth Martial Emperor who was familiar with it? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Duanling Tian began to search the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Soon after, he found the answers he needed. It turns out this fiery red flexible sword is a spirit weapon personally crafted by the Rebirth Martial Emperor back then. It's also a quasi-royal grade spirit sword like mine. After Duanling Tian discovered the origin of the fiery red flexible sword before his eyes, he felt a little disappointed. Meanwhile, the polyphony formation inside the box activated, and a voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. "Young man, congratulations on collecting all 3 keys. You managed to obtain the weapon I acquired by chance. This weapon is superior to a grade 1 spirit weapon. It can increase one's power by 2-folds. It was a message from Martial Emperor Qingfeng. His voice held a hint of nobility. Based on Martial Emperor Qingfeng's tone, one could tell he really cherished the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. That Martial Emperor Qingfeng couldn't have imagined, after so many years, the one who obtained the sword does not care for it at all. Duanling Tian sighed as he looked at the fiery red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing inside the box. He already had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Another one would not benefit him at all. In my eyes, this box is more valuable than the sword inside it. Ink steel was extremely valuable. It was a necessary ingredient to craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and a royal grade spirit weapon. Back then, the rebirth Martial Emperor painstakingly obtained a limited amount of ink steel to craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and a royal grade spirit weapon. The amount of ink steel then was not even enough to forge 1% of the ink steel box before his eyes. This sword. Duanling Tian lifted his arm and took the fiery red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings from the box. He held it in his hand and swung it lightly. Oing! The 5-foot-long fiery red flexible sword instantly quivered as a melodious and clear sound of sword cry resonated. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit after all. Duanling Tian quickly put the sword away, and he did not forget to put the box that was made of ink steel away too. In his opinion, the box was the real treasure. It would be essential when he needed to craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and a royal grade spirit weapon in the future. It was obvious that Duanling Tian was farsighted. 3 keys to open the door to Qingfeng Palace's 5th level and to open a box that contains a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duanling Tian shook his head as he looked at Qingfeng Palace's 5th level. He did not go up but sat cross-legged on the ground instead. Cultivate. Heal his injuries. That was what Duanling Tian intended to do. In his opinion, Qingfeng Palace's 5th level should be the resting place of Martial Emperor Qingfeng barring any surprises. According to the test set by Martial Emperor Qingfeng for all 4 levels so far, it was not hard to deduce that Qingfeng Palace's 5th level would have a test that would be even more difficult. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to search for Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. I'm currently injured. Moreover, I still have to absorb the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy. I should continue cultivating and heal my injuries before I enter the 5th level. After Duanling Tian made his decision, he focused on his cultivation and the recovery of his injuries. Time passed quietly. Duanling Tian did not know how much time had passed when he realized the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy that was flowing with his origin energy in his body's meridians had completely disappeared. Currently, his cultivation had reached the bottleneck that led to the 6th level void transformation. It can be considered good that it even lasted this long. Moreover, the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy had also given Duanling Tian a pleasant surprise. Although the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy is gone, the rebirth pill's potent medicinal efficacy is still driving the origin energy in my body to circulate swiftly. Let's get this done with one vigorous effort and break through the bottleneck to progress to the 6th level void transformation. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply and continued cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roving Dragon Form. Although Duanling Tian was cultivating, he did not forget about healing his injuries and comprehending concepts by holding 2 concept fragments in his hands. The wind concept fragment was naturally indispensable. Currently, any improvement he made with the wind concept improved the fire concept as well. That was why he would not waste this opportunity to improve his wind concept. As for the other 3 concepts, he spent more time comprehending the earth concept. The reason was simple. The earth concept could communicate with the earth and draw support from earth energy. If he reached a plateau when comprehending the earth concept, he would comprehend the thunder concept out of the 2 remaining concepts. That was because the thunder concept had a higher level than the sword concept. He continued cultivating as he comprehended the concepts. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's injuries were rapidly recovering due to the life recovery pill's medicinal efficacy. He was quickly healed and restored to peak condition. It was as though he was not injured at all. Duanling Tian, who sat cross-legged, suddenly trembled slightly. Soon after, he opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. At the same time, his face was filled with surprise. 6th level void transformation. I've finally broken through. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy has also returned to my dantian. he muttered in surprise. A milky white flame rose from his body and caused the heaven and earth energy above him to stir. The heaven and earth energy word and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. They looked lifelike as they slowly descended. 400, 500, 600. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes kept increasing until it reached 800 before it stopped. When the 6th level void transformation's origin energy was fully exerted, it was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragon's strength. There's also the concepts. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as the earth concept appeared and merged with the origin energy before it transformed into khaki energy that surrounded him. When the earth concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above him increased to 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It's really too bad that I can't draw support from the earth energy here due to the bumpy roads effect on Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. Otherwise, I would have another 50 ancient horned dragon strength. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he looked at the 900 ancient horned dragon's silhouette at the space above him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian regained his composure. In just an instant, the khaki energy trembled and exuded a swift and piercing aura. It was the sword concept. The 9th level intermediate sword concept appeared. The heaven and earth phenomenon above changed again. There was currently 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouette. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled as purple lightning entwined and surrounded the khaki energy. 1st level advanced thunder concept. It was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength. There were changes to the heaven and earth phenomenon above again as it increased to 1,200 ancient horned dragon silhouette. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's purple robe began to flutter as a gust of green wind rose up. Another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared instantly at the space above Duan Ling Tian. Hua! Along with the appearance of the green wind, a vast flame that encompassed the sky resulted in the appearance of another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was the 3rd level advanced wind concept and the 3rd level advanced fire concept that came from it. Currently, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Ling Tian had a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was breathtakingly impressive. However, it was not the end. The flames soared even higher as the green wind merged with the flames. The wind concept was fueling the fire concept. Another 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes instantly appeared. The fire concept's amplified strength was the result of the wind concept fueling the fire concept. 2,200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes hovered at the space above Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword? A sword appeared in his hand as soon as the thought formed in his mind. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword he had been using all this while. The heaven and earth phenomenon above stirred when Duan Ling Tian's force entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 800 ancient horned dragons silhouette materialized out of thin air. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation. That meant his origin energy, when fully exerted, would amount to 800 ancient horned dragon's strength. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword granted a 1-fold increase, which meant he had an additional 800 ancient horned dragon's strength. 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered at the space above Duan Ling Tian. He was shocked to the core when he saw that. It was a feast for the eyes. The sword in my hands currently possessed the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian gripped the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and stared at the concepts and origin energy that was intertwined with it. His face was filled with excitement. If I can draw support from the earth energy, my full strength would be equivalent to 3,050 ancient horned dragon strength. Duan Ling Tian became even more excited when he thought about it. Who? Duan Ling Tian suddenly stood up with his sword by his side. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His body exuded an aura of confidence. A martial artist at the 9th level void transformation has the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons if he fully exerts his strength without using a spirit weapon. I don't have to be afraid if I have to confront a martial artist in that scenario. However, I'm no match for them if they use spirit weapons. even if it's grade 2 spirit weapons. There was no doubt the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand was of a high grade since it could double his strength. Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation. His origin energy increased by twofold, only amounted to 800 ancient horned dragon's strength. On the other hand, a 9th level void transformation martial artist had the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons when he fully exerted his strength. Even if they used a mere grade 2 spirit weapon that amplifies 78% of their strength, the increase would grant them over 930 ancient horned dragons' strength. Their amplified strength would defeat Duanling Tian. I didn't expect to have a breakthrough in one go at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. Originally, my full strength was only equivalent to 1,600 ancient horned dragons' strength. I can now exert 3,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. That's almost double the original amount. Duanling Tian was excited, and it took a long time for him to calm down. After a while, he looked at the door that led to Qingfeng Palace's 5th level. It's time to go up there and find out. No matter what test Martial Emperor Qingfeng set up, I'll break through it one at a time and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed. He flew up and stepped in the air as he entered Qingfeng Palace's 5th and final level. On the other hand, Zuiyu had left Qingfeng Palace. Not only did he leave Qingfeng Palace, he had left the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and returned to the entrance he came from. After he entered the entrance that belonged to him, Zuiyu entered the illusory formation again. He headed back in the direction he previously came from. Duanling Tian, I want to see how you're going to escape the hunt from the 3 largest sects. A sneer appeared on Zuiyu's face, and coldness gleamed in his eyes as he flew out. In the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, 2 silhouettes walked side by side as they searched every nook and cranny in Qingfeng Palace's 2nd level. I can't believe there's nothing at the 2nd level. Don't you think the Martial Emperor's too stingy? A red-clad young man rebuked as he frowned. In comparison to the red-clad young man, the blue-clad young man next to him remained calm. His eyes were cold, and it seemed like he was not even listening to the red-clad young man. If there were other people here, they would be shocked to see the 2 young men since they looked identical. It was obvious they were the Nangong twins from 5 Element sect, Nangong Qin and Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came from above. Nangong Yi's expression immediately changed while Nangong Chun extended his hand at lightning speed toward the source of the sound and grabbed something. What the hell is that? Nangong Yi's response was slower, so he could only look curiously at Nangong Chun. Nangong Chen's usually calm face and cold eyes changed drastically when he opened his hands to reveal the object that fell from above. His face was filled with joy and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Profundity fragment? Nangong Yi was stunned. He gulped when he saw the 2 fragments in Nangong Chen's hand. One of the 2 fragments in Nangong Chen's hand was surrounded by purple energy, while the other one was surrounded by khaki energy. Thunder Profundity Fragment. Earth Profundity Fragment. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the Nangong twins' ears before they could snap out of their surprise. Congratulations, lucky young men. Somebody activated the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace, but didn't manage to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from my body in time. Therefore, the inscription formation I left behind was automatically activated and expelled the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments from my body. The fragments were sent to one of the drop-off points that was activated at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. I've set up many drop-off points with inscription formations at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. The drop-off points and inscription formations would activate as long as someone walks by. The Nangong twins were familiar with the voice that entered their ears. They recognized the voice of the Martial Emperor who left this Martial Emperor's secret treasure behind. Even the palace they were currently in was left behind by that Martial Emperor. After they listened to the Martial Emperor's message, Nangong Qin and Nangong Yi could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It works like that? There are drop-off points with inscription formations at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level that was set up by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, and everyone on that level can activate them? The 2 monarch stage profundity fragments appeared in a drop-off point chosen randomly by an inscription formation, and we just so happened to be at the chosen drop-off point? Isn't our luck a little too good? Nangong-yi snapped back to reality and gulped. His breath quickened, and it took a bit of effort to say that out loud.
Yes. Nangong-chen nodded and agreed with Nangong-yi, which was a rare occurrence. But why aren't they water profundity fragments? Nangong-yi said, frustrated.
The 2 monarch stage profundity fragments, the earth profundity fragment and the thunder profundity fragment, were not suitable for him. However, the earth profundity fragment was useful to Nangong-chun. They would have to give the thunder profundity fragment to the sect. I wonder who's that unlucky person. He failed to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body in time after activating the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Nangong-chun realized it was useless to cry over spilled milk and cast his frustration aside, as he mocked the person Martial Emperor Qingfeng mentioned. If luck's on his side, the 2 profundity fragments would be his and not ours. It was rare for Nangong-chun to speak so much. Compared to the Nangong twins' excitement, Duanling Tian, who had arrived at the 5th level from the 4th level, was annoyed. He was extremely annoyed. The source of his annoyance was none other than the message Martial Emperor Qingfeng had left. Young man, although you've arrived at Qingfeng Palace's 5th level, you took too long to arrive here after activating the 5th level. Therefore, the inscription formation I left behind has expelled the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments in my body to Qingfeng Palace's 4th level to search for their new master. Duanling Tian was so angry he almost vomited blood when he heard what Martial Emperor Qingfeng said.
I took too much time to come up here after activating Qingfeng Palace's 5th level? He took his time on the 4th level because he was worried Qingfeng Palace's 5th level might be dangerous. He decided to go up only after he had healed his injuries and broken through his cultivation base.
I wouldn't have taken so long to come up here if I knew there are no tests on the 5th level.
Duanling Tian felt angry when he looked at the green-clad skeleton near him. Just because he arrived a little late, the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body disappeared just like that.
As soon as he arrived, he realized Martial Emperor Qingfeng did not set any test on Qingfeng Palace's 5th level.
A skeleton that sat with its legs crossed was the only thing there. It was obvious that it was Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. Although Martial Emperor Qingfeng had been dead for many years, his skeleton was well preserved. He still remained sitting cross-legged in a cultivation pose. The entire scene gave off a morbid aura. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he retrieved the remaining profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body.
It was different from a monarch stage profundity fragment. Energy did not sparkle around this profundity fragment. Duanling Tian held the profundity fragment in his hand, as a dark green energy that surrounded it released waves of terrifying aura. Duanling Tian felt a wave of suppression when he came in contact with the aura. Shock was written on his face, and he could not help but stagger a few steps back. This is an Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and looked at the profundity fragment in his hand closely. He began to browse through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, and soon after, he found the answer.
The profundity fragment he held in his hand was the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment.
According to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, this profundity fragment should be a 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Duanling Tian found the answer after browsing through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment.
Duanling Tian's breath instantly quickened.
With this 2nd-level Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll be able to comprehend the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity after comprehending the 9th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity in the future. Duanling Tian could not hold back his excitement. It took him a while to calm down, but his face was still filled with endless excitement and joy.
At this moment, he had completely forgotten about the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments that he missed out on. It was as if his world was focused solely on the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment.
Zoop! After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian shook a little when he put the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment away in his spatial ring. He finally managed to regain his composure. This is Qingfeng Palace's 5th level. There should be other treasures here. Duan Ling Tian then continued to explore Qing Feng Palace's 5th level, but his effort was in vain. Apart from that Emperor Stage Profundity fragment, there was nothing else here.
I'm too greedy. The Emperor's Stage Profundity fragment is as good as the total value of all the other treasures Martial Emperor Qing Feng left behind. Duan Ling Tian smiled when he thought about the Emperor's Stage Profundity fragment. I wonder who obtained the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity fragments. Well, I should leave now since I've gotten my hands on the Emperor's Stage Profundity fragment, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He left Qing Feng Palace's 5th level and returned to the 4th level. He went back to the stone staircase that Zuiyu exited from. I wonder if I'll bump into Zuiyu again. I'll definitely kill him if I see him. A cold killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. After he walked down the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived at Qing Feng Palace's 1st level. He finally snapped out of his own thoughts when he entered the illusory formation again. Under Martial Emperor Qing Feng's guidance, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the illusory formation and left Qing Feng Palace. As soon as he left Qing Feng Palace, Duan Ling Tian heard a familiar voice. Duan Ling Tian. He lifted his head and saw Huang Daniu waiting outside. He did not know how long Huang Daniu had waited, but his eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian walked out. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized there was a young man hovering in the air next to Huang Daniu. He looked extremely uncomfortable. The young man's body began to shudder like a piteous beast just as Huang Daniu greeted Duan Ling Tian. He's a 5-element sex disciple. Duan Ling Tian recognized the young man after a while. I think he's a Fire Peak's disciple. He was familiar with Fire Peak. Hu Fei, whom he had killed when he had just entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, was a Fire Peak's disciple from the 5-element sect too. He was the Fire Peak Master's direct disciple. What? Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Dania and asked curiously. Hee. Duan Ling Tian, how are you going to thank me this time? Huang Dania smirked. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard that and asked doubtfully, thank you? Thank you for what? What if I tell you? I found the one who spread the rumor of you obtaining the profundity fragment to set you up. The smile on Huang Daniu's face became wider and wider. You found that person? He must admit what Huang Dania had said shocked him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something and immediately shifted his focus. He looked at the Fire Peak's disciple who looked extremely uncomfortable as his body trembled uncontrollably. It's you. All of a sudden, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was as though he wanted to devour the person before him. The Fire Peak's disciple's fear soared to its peak. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and decided to bite the bullet. He gritted his teeth as he said, yes, it's me. As the saying went, dead pigs were not afraid of boiling water. I don't think I know you. Why did you do it? Duan Ling Tian's face became solemn after the Fire Peak disciple admitted his wrongdoing. There was a hint of coldness as he narrowed his eyes. I owe my life to senior brother Hu Fei, the Fire Peak's disciple said in a deep voice. Hu Fei. Duan Ling Tian was stunned at first, but he finally figured out what was going on. The Fire Peak's disciple before him was taking revenge on behalf of Hu Fei whom he had killed. Hu Fei actually saved someone's life. Duan Ling Tian found that unbelievable. I didn't expect there would be someone who owes his life to Hu Fei. Huang Dania said mockingly before Duan Ling Tian could speak. Hu Fei was the Fire Peak Master's direct disciple, and he was also once a traitor to Wood Peak. In order to succeed, Hu Fei did not only betray Wood Peak that helped him achieve what he had. He even betrayed his own master who saved his life. Due to that, he had a bad reputation in the 5-element sect. If anyone else heard a bastard like Hu Fei actually saved someone's life, they would find it surprising as well. However, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dania did not know the real reason Hu Fei saved this Fire Peak's disciple's life. His intention was not pure, and it was more for his own benefit. The Hu Fei that Duan Ling Tian knew was like a cold-blooded animal. He did not possess even a shred of kindness. Everything he did was for his own benefit. Selfish was his middle name. If that's the case, you can return your life to him. Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly as he lifted his hand with lightning speed and formed a sword glow. It was so fast that even Huang Daniu could not keep up with what was happening.
let alone the Fire Peak's disciple. Poof!
A faint noise sounded as a bloody arrow pierced through the Fire Peak's disciple's throat. The blood splattered like red roses in bloom. The Fire Peak's disciple's body fell on the ground like a block of meat. Duanling Tian had always been decisive and merciless whenever he attacked. That's really fast. Huang Dania narrowed his eyes. Everything played out before his eyes in just a few seconds. He did not even have time to respond.
The only thing he saw was Duanling Tian lifting his arm, and in just a blink of an eye, the Fire Peak's disciple was dead.
He did not manage to see how Duanling Tian attacked from the beginning until the end. It seems like Duanling Tian had some interesting encounters in there. Otherwise, it's impossible for his progress to be this big. Huang Dania looked at Duanling Tian in envy as he thought about this. Killing the Fire Peak's disciple was an insignificant matter to Duanling Tian.
Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Huang Daniu with curiosity written on his face. Daniu, how did you find out it was him?
Hee. Naturally, Huang Dania knew what Duanling Tian was asking.
He smirked before he said, I met him in there. It so happened I heard him spreading the rumor. He was trying to set you up by telling the others you had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Huang Daniu disclosed everything to Duanling Tian in one breath.
Duanling Tian was stunned and looked at Huang Daniu with gratitude. No matter what, I must thank you for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found out who was trying to secretly frame me.
Although the Fire Peak's disciple spread the rumor at the outer ring of the martial emperors earlier, his evil plan did not end the way he wanted it to. What he had done undoubtedly created a knot in Duanling Tian's heart.
Previously, Duanling Tian was eager to find out who was secretly framing him. Before he found the culprit, he would feel ill at ease whenever he thought about this. The fact that the person who had framed him was alive and well in the world was undoubtedly a hidden threat to him. It's nothing. Moreover, you've given me a grade 1 spirit weapon earlier and helped me when we were in there. You can consider it as me returning the favor, Huang Dania said generously as he waved his hand.
Duanling Tian nodded and did not dwell on the topic. Instead, he asked curiously, Daniu, how long have you been out here? About half an hour, Huang Daniu replied after thinking about it for a moment. Whoosh!
As Duanling Tian and Huang Dania were chatting, another silhouette flew out of the palace.
It's a disciple from a second-rate force.
Duanling Tian, do you want to kill him so he won't be able to spread nonsense when he leaves entrance number 1? Huang Dania stared at the silhouette in the distance as a hint of ferocity gleamed in his eyes.
No need. Duanling Tian shook his head. The Anika sect's disciple had fear written all over his face when he heard what Huang Daniu had said from afar.
When Duanling Tian was heading out of the illusory formation, he had already figured out that Zuoyu had most probably left Qingfeng Palace and the martial emperor's secret treasure.
It would not take long for him to get to Izumo sect from entrance number 2 and spread the news about him killing the two brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. It was very likely that Zuoyu would also tell North Nether sect about Duanling Tian killing Su Qing. Moreover, Zuoyu would definitely tell Anika sect that he belonged to, about the Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment Duanling Tian possessed, and also the likelihood of him obtaining the 3 Profundity Fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body.
At that time, not only would he have to face revenge from Izumo sect and North Nether sect, he would also have to face Anika sect since they coveted the Profundity Fragments he possessed.
That would mean he would be targeted by the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert.
That thought alone gave Duanling Tian goosebumps. The 3 second-rate forces were like monsters to him. The Anika sect's disciple was relieved when he saw Duanling Tian did not have the intention to attack him. He looked at Duanling Tian thankfully and left immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
More people continued to leave.
Apart from the few surviving disciples from the second-rate forces, the survivors from the third-rate forces were also leaving Qingfeng Palace one by one. Soon after, a familiar silhouette appeared before Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could not help but smile when he saw the young man before him and took the initiative to greet him, Xianbei.
Duanling Tian. Xianbei felt a little embarrassed when he saw Duanling Tian. Back when he was at Skywolf Fort, he did not realize the person he had challenged possessed an ability that far exceeded his. Currently, he had completely lost his courage when he faced Duanling Tian.
I'll make a move first. Perhaps Xianbei felt suppressed by Duan Lingtian. He left immediately after bidding him goodbye. He completely disregarded all the Empyrean Temple's disciples who might have survived in Qingfeng Palace.
Haha, Duan Lingtian, that bald donkey's afraid of you. Huang Daniu could not help but laugh out loud when he recalled how Xianbei challenged Duan Lingtian when they first entered the palace.
Back then, Xianbei was in high spirits and was filled with confidence.
However, he could only run away now when he encountered Duan Lingtian. In comparison to Huang Daniu's maniacal laugh, Duan Lingtian did not have much of a change in his emotions. Now that his ability had elevated, his mentality had also changed. He no longer considered Xianbei, the Empyrean Temple's disciple, as his opponent.
With his current ability, there were only a few people in the Empyrean Temple who were worthy to be his opponent.
Zhang Yan came out shortly after Xianbei left.
Zhang Yan saw Duan Lingtian as soon as he came out, and he left after he greeted Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Yan until he left his sight before he snapped back to reality.
Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yan came from the same kingdom, the Darkhan dynasty. Perhaps that was why he felt a sense of kinship whenever he encountered Zhang Yan. Both of them came from Darkhan dynasty, and they were also the most powerful young men in the current third-rate forces in the northern desert. This came as a surprise to most people. Moreover, both of them did not only come from Darkhan dynasty, they specifically came from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in Darkstone Empire that was under the Darkhan dynasty. Silhouettes dashed out of Qingfeng Palace and left one after another.
Big Brother Zheng. A while later, a silhouette that flew out of Qingfeng Palace caught Duan Lingtian's attention. It was Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu.
Whoosh! An extremely familiar red silhouette dashed out of Qingfeng Palace half an hour after Zhang Shouyong came out of the palace. It was as though a fire elf had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Big Brother Duan. A soft and sweet voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears.
The fire elf who stood next to Duan Lingtian had a graceful and seductive body. Her gorgeous face could make grown men fall to their knees before her.
Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian wore a gentle smile on his face and looked at her with a hint of affection in his eyes. Where's Su Li? Why is he not out yet? Huang Daniu could not help but frown after seeing Feng Tianwu had also come out.
Let's just wait, Duan Lingtian said. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not see Su Li even after people stopped coming out from Qingfeng Palace.
Could something have happened to Su Li? Huang Daniu mumbled solemnly. Don't you dare jinx it. Maybe Su Li came out earlier than you did. Maybe he left on his own because he wasn't sure if we've left yet. Duan Lingtian rebuked and voiced his opinion, although he said that he secretly felt like he did not make any sense. Then let's get out of here, Zhang Shouyong suggested.
All right. Duan Lingtian and the others did not object. The four of them departed and left the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure.
Once they left the central area, the four of them parted ways since they needed to exit from the entrance they came from. Duan Lingtian found the entrance he entered from in a spacious cave by following the route he remembered from his journey in the outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. The entrance was also the exit. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian dashed out and passed through the entrance.
A flash appeared before his eyes, and he realized he had entered the boundless grassland in the illusory formation again.
He felt at peace when he looked at the boundless grassland before him.
With my current speed, leaving should take less than half the time I took when I came in. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in his ability that had recently improved.
Soon after, Martial Emperor Qingfeng's voice came from the polyphony formation in the illusory formation and entered Duan Lingtian's ears to guide him out. Duan Lingtian would have lost his way if Martial Emperor Qingfeng did not guide him out.
The illusory formation was unpredictable. Although he appeared in the grassland just like before, there were some substantive changes. It was completely different from the grassland he traveled through previously.
Moreover, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the air, soon realized a problem.
When I first came in, I was attacked by a lot of offensive-type inscription formations that were placed in the illusory formations. However, I don't see any of those inscription formations now. Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as he continued on his journey.
Duan Lingtian and the group of young men continued on their journey through the illusory formation. Meanwhile, everything was peaceful at Crosscut Mountain Range that was located at the intersection of the Northern District and the central zone of the Northern Desert. In a valley within the Crosscut Mountain Range, 3 old men sat in the air with their legs crossed. They were deep in cultivation mode, and it seemed like they did not have a care in the world. The 3 old men sat in a cross-legged pose as though they had merged with heaven and earth, and there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the wind whistled faintly from the bottom of the valley. The faint sound of wind whistling sounded like an explosion when it entered the 3 old men's ears. Their eyes gleamed when they opened their eyes. They shifted their attention to the valley, and their gazes eventually landed on a young man who was coming out of a gray light shield. Zuoyu, an old man with white hair and eyebrows who looked like a sage, could not help but frown when he saw the young man. The young man who came out of the gray light shield was none other than the most powerful young man in the current Anika sect. Zuoyu. Zuoyu looked over when he heard somebody calling out to him. He was alert the entire time as he bowed and greeted respectfully. Master. The man before him was his master. He was Bai Yuhai, the only martial monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. What happened, Zuoyu? Why are you the first one out? Bai Yuhai asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, the longer a person stayed in the martial emperor's secret treasure, the higher the chances he had of obtaining the profundity fragments Anika sect needed. However, his direct disciple ended up being the first person to leave the martial emperor's secret treasure. A strong old man who stood nearby laughed and said, "Haha, old Bai, it seems like your direct disciple's not that impressive." I think so too. He left the martial emperor's secret treasure so early. I'm sure he didn't obtain any of the profundity fragments. An old man clad in gray said calmly. His tone was teasing. Bai Yuhai's face turned solemn, and his expression did not look too good when he heard the 2 men's insulting words. The way he looked at Zuoyu contained a hint of displeasure as he asked again in his deep voice. Zuoyu, did you obtain any profundity fragments? Zuoyu's expression turned strange when he heard the 2 men's words. However, he quickly regained his senses when he heard his master talking to him. He did not dare to delay and immediately replied, No. I told you so. It's impossible for him to possess the profundity fragments since he came out so early, the gray-clad old man said again. Old Bai, I always hear you boasting about how outstanding your direct disciple is in the past. It seems like he's not that impressive. He's nothing like my useless disciple, Lei Zhong, the strong old man said to Bai Yuhai with a smile. Bai Yuhai's expression grew worse as he listened to the 2 old men's constant mockery. He glared at Zuoyu fiercely as though he had failed him. Zuoyu could only force a smile on his face when Bai Yuhai stared at him. However, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes when he looked at the 2 old men. He spoke directly, Seniors. The reason I rushed out is to pass you some news. Although Zuoyu looked outwardly humble when he spoke to the 2 old men, there was ridicule deep in his eyes. How dare these 2 old fellows mock my master and call him useless? He was curious to find out what kind of expression they would make when they found out their most outstanding disciples from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively were killed. News. The 2 old men were stunned when they heard Zuoyu's words. Even Bai Yuhai had doubts written on his face when he looked at Zuoyu. He was curious about the news Zuoyu had for the 2 old fellows. In the meantime, he could not help but stare at Zuoyu again. To him, nothing was more important than the profundity fragments. Zuoyu had exited the martial emperor's secret treasure because of what happened to Izumo sect and North Nether sect. He was undoubtedly treating Anika sect's future as a joke. Yes, Zuoyu responded simply as he faced the 2 skeptical old men before him. Humph. Zuoyu, you better be straightforward. Tell us what you want to say. The strong old man scoffed. Zuoyu, since you rushed out of the martial emperor's secret treasure, it can't be that you're trying to tell us our sect's disciples have obtained the profundity fragments, right? The gray-clad old man asked calmly as he looked at Zuoyu. Haha. Indeed, that's highly possible. The strong old man could not help but laugh out loud when he heard what the gray-clad old man said. Bai Yuhai, who was at the side, looked even worse now. Seniors, I hope you'll mentally prepare yourselves before I disclose what happened to the both of you. Although Zuoyu maintained an expression of humility on his face, There was a hint of gloating in his eyes. Mentally prepared? For obtaining the profundity fragments? You don't have to worry about that. Zuiyu. I've been ready since the beginning, the strong old man said as he smiled. He did not notice the hint of gloating in the depth of Zuiyu's eyes. However, the gray-clad old man noticed it. He frowned as a bad premonition rose in his heart, and he asked in his deep voice, "What is it exactly you're trying to tell us?" "My condolences to the both of you," Zuiyu said directly without further delay. Condolences? Bai Yuhai was stunned as soon as Zuiyu said that. Meanwhile, the other old men's expressions changed. "Zuiyu, what do you mean by that?" At that moment, the strong old man and the gray-clad old men were not as laid back as they were earlier. Their expressions turned grave and the atmosphere became tense. Senior Tongshan. Zuiyu looked at the strong old man who was the Izumo sect's martial monarch powerhouse and said slowly, "Your direct disciple, Lei Zhong." Tongshan's expression changed drastically before Zuiyu even had a chance to finish his words. Zuiyu was interrupted by an imposing aura that was sweeping toward him. He was suppressed and immediately staggered a few steps back when the terrifying and imposing aura landed on him. All of a sudden, Zuiyu felt tremors in his organs as his lifeblood surged. There was a gurgling noise coming from his throat. Fwa! Zuiyu, whose face was flushed due to the imposing aura from Tongshan, the martial monarch powerhouse, spat out a mouthful of blood from the suppression. When a martial monarch powerhouse became enraged, his imposing aura alone could make a fourth-level void transformation martial artist vomit blood. One could imagine how terrifying a martial monarch powerhouse was. Tongshan. Bai Yuhai's expression changed when he saw Tongshan suppressing his direct disciple with his imposing aura. Fwa! He released a wave of imposing aura and smashed the imposing aura that Tongshan released. However, Tongshan could not care less at this moment. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zuiyu and asked in a deep voice, "Zuiyu, what happened to Lei Zhong?" Zuiyu took a deep breath. Although he was inwardly angry, he completely lost his courage when he looked at Tongshan. A martial monarch powerhouse was like a giant mountain that was impossible for him to scale. "Senior Tongshan, your direct disciple Lei Zhong. He's been killed," Zuiyu said. Bang! What Zuiyu said was like a lightning strike to Tongshan, whose expression changed again. Who killed him? Tongshan moved and arrived before Zuiyu in the next second. He extended his hand in an attempt to grab Zuiyu's shoulder. It was as though he was interrogating Zuiyu, whom he thought had killed his disciple. At this moment, Tongshan had completely lost the imposing manner a martial monarch powerhouse should have. Currently, he was just like an ordinary old man. An ordinary old man who became enraged after hearing his direct disciple, whom he had treated as his own grandchild, was killed. Bai Yuhai was stunned by Zuiyu's words. He immediately regained his senses when he saw Tongshan dashing towards Zuiyu, and he quickly shouted, "Tongshan!" In just a blink of an eye, he completely blocked Tongshan's way. "Get out of my way!" Tongshan was angered when he saw Bai Yuhai had the intention of stopping him from finding out who killed his direct disciple. He had lost his mind and did not care who was blocking him. He attacked as fast as lightning as he lifted his arm. The sound of air explosion reverberated in the air around them. Tongshan was a martial monarch. His power was obviously not limited to just air explosion. Gusts of majestic and strong wind swept through the entire valley. The flowers and trees in the valley shook from his attack. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated when Bai Yuhai and Tongshan's palms met. The energies collided and create a deafening explosion that shocked one to the core. A terrifying energy swept out from the two martial monarch powerhouses' attacks. In the next second, a gust of invincible airwaves swept in every direction with the force of their collision in the center. The airwaves transformed into gusts of magnificent and strong wind. All the flowers and trees in the valley were uprooted, and it was in a state of disarray. The two martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Tongshan, remained unmoved. Their abilities were at the same level and neither one of them was willing to take a step back. Tongshan. At this moment, the gray-clad old man spoke. "You should let Zuiyu finish what he was going to say. What's the point of you acting up now? Are you able to avenge your direct disciple by acting like this?" Tong Shan heard what he said and suppressed his rage. At the same time, he stepped away from Bai Yu Hai. Zuiyu, you may speak. Tong Shan took a deep breath before he spoke to Zuiyu, who was being shielded by Bai Yu Hai. Zuiyu was relieved when saw Tong Shan no longer had the intention to attack him. He then recounted his story, including the deaths of the brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. Tong Shan became even angrier when he found out from Zuiyu that Lei Jun was dead as well. Apart from being his direct disciple, Lei Zhong's younger brother by blood, Lei Jun was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Tong Shan was the one who brought Lei Jun here. Now that he was killed in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, how could he explain this to the sect leader when he returned to Izumo sect? Although the sect leader of Izumo sect would have to give him some semblance of respect due to his high position in the sect, and the sect leader would not blame him for Lei Jun's death, he could not forgive himself for this.
They were killed by the same person, Zuiyu said firmly just when Tong Shan's rage reached its peak.
Who is it? When Tong Shan heard what Zuiyu said, his eyes narrowed. He was so angry, it felt like his eye sockets were going to explode. His voice was so cold as though it came from a thaw hole. Su Qing was also killed by that person. Zuiyu did not answer Tong Shan's question. Instead, he looked at the gray-clad old man who stood at the side. He was Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse of North Nether sect.
Feng Tong could no longer maintain his calm after he heard what Zuiyu said. His expression changed and his rage burned. Who's that person?
Although Su Qing was not his direct disciple, he was a disciple of his direct disciple. His direct disciple was the current sect leader of North Nether sect, and Su Qing was his grand disciple.
And now he was told his grand disciple had been killed?
His name's Duan Ling Tian. Zuiyu enunciated every word carefully. His eyes gleamed coldly. He had successfully provoked the two martial monarch powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian, you'll still die even if you come out of the martial emperor's secret treasure alive, Zuiyu thought to himself angrily. In Zuiyu's opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive now that he was targeted by two martial monarch powerhouses.
He entered the martial emperor's secret treasure from the other entrance.
He's a disciple from a third-rate force, the Five-Element sect, in the eastern district of the northern desert. Zuiyu revealed everything he knew, but he withheld Duan Ling Tian's public announcement of his departure from Five-Element sect. Five-Element sect? Bai Yu Hai, who stood at the side, was shocked when he heard Zuiyu's words. There was a monstrously talented young powerhouse who had appeared in the Five-Element sect many years ago. That was how he knew about the Five-Element sect.
As soon as he found out the two most outstanding young disciples from Izumo sect and North Nether sect were killed, he no longer blamed his direct disciple Zuiyu for not obtaining any profundity fragments for Inika sect.
Based on what Zuiyu had said, he was lucky that he was still alive. At this moment, even Bai Yu Hai, who was a martial monarch powerhouse, could not help but feel fortunate on behalf of his disciple. Duan Ling Tian? Five-Element sect? I, Tong Shan, will destroy that sect for killing my direct disciple. Tong Shan lifted his head suddenly and shouted loudly at the sky. Tong Shan's voice reverberated, and a sound wave swept up to the sky. It killed a couple of unlucky birds that happened to fly by. The birds' carcasses fell from the sky.
Although Feng Tong did not shout from the bottom of his lungs like Tong Shan did, there was cold gleam sparkling in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour anyone he saw. His hatred towards that Five-Element sect's disciple Duan Ling Tian, whom he had never met before, was not any lesser than Tong Shan.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was oblivious to what was happening outside entrance number 1. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he was currently targeted by two martial monarch powerhouses. Both of them wanted to take his life. Soon, Duan Ling Tian returned to the spacious platform under entrance number 2 at the end of the stone staircase. There were illusory formations hidden in the black mist surrounding the platform.
Duan Ling Tian stood on the platform and ignored all the disciples from Blade sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing sect around him who were leaving one after another. He would only smile whenever he saw Five-Element sect's disciples passing by.
Senior Brother Ling Tian. Senior Brother Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had announced his departure from the Five-Element sect, The disciples of the sect still treated him as their senior brother and idol. The idol who single-handedly killed the most powerful young man from a second-rate force. There was never such a monster in the Five-Element sect's history. Duan Tian waited quietly. Finally, the person he had been waiting for appeared. A silhouette that looked like a fire elf appeared before his eyes. Big Brother Duan.
Tian Wu, Duan Tian responded. He smiled when he saw her. That person was Feng Tian Wu.
Her current ability far exceeded Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong. That was why Duan Tian was not surprised she was the first one who arrived.
Soon, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong walked out of the illusory formation one after another. They then gathered around Duan Tian and Feng Tian Wu.
Let's go. Since everyone had arrived, Duan Tian and the others did not stay there any longer. They walked up the stone staircase and flew toward the highest platform like bolts of lightning.
Soon after, they arrived at the top of the platform.
Whoosh! 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 Duan Tian and the others used the platform as leverage and flew out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure one by one. They finally appeared in the vast valley outside of entrance number 2.
Duan Tian and the 3 others caught everyone's attention as soon as they appeared, particularly Duan Tian. More than 90% of the people present were looking at him.
Duan Tian's out. From what I know, Duan Tian's the only one who obtained the profundity fragment out of everyone who entered from entrance number 2. 5-element sects in luck this time. Apart from 5-element sects disciples, a group of disciples from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect could not help but mutter to each other when they looked at Duan Tian. Although there was envy in their voices, none of them were jealous because they knew Duan Tian depended on his powerful ability to obtain and hold on to the profundity fragment. If that was not the case, Duan Tian would not have been able to hold on to the profundity fragment even if he was lucky enough to obtain it. Sect Leader, Peak Master. Duan Tian left as soon as they exited. He arrived before the sect leader of 5-element sect, Guochong, and Peak Master of Wood Peak, Chiyu. A fragment sparkling with purple energy appeared as he lifted his arm.
It was the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment.
Duan Tian had previously obtained the Thunder Profundity Fragment from the Sword Monarch treasure. Ever since he traded the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment with Peng Bao, this piece of profundity fragment had become dispensable to him. He had decided to give this to the 5-element sect, and it could be considered as him returning the favor for the training the sect had given him throughout the years. Great, great! Guochong took the concept fragment. Duan Tian passed him as senior officials from the other sects looked on with fire in their eyes. He laughed sincerely and joyfully. As a peak void powerhouse, he had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts, and one of them was the thunder concept. That meant he could use the thunder profundity fragment Duan Tian had given him. With the help of the thunder profundity fragment, he would be able to successfully comprehend the thunder profundity soon. It would allow him to break through to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Congratulations, Sect Leader. Chi Feng was the first to congratulate Guochong. Congratulations, Sect Leader. At this moment, the other 3 Peak Masters, including Cha by the Fire Peak Master, congratulated Guochong one after another. Congratulations, Sect Leader. The group of 5-element sect's disciples who had survived was next to congratulate Guochong.
Soon after, Guochong put the precious Thunder Profundity Fragment away. He looked at Duan Tian and asked solemnly, Duan Tian, are you serious about leaving the 5-element sect?
The others were reminded by the announcement Duan Tian had earlier. Duan Tian had invited a disaster of catastrophic proportion to the third-rate force they were in when he obtained the profundity fragment in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Duan Tian killed the 2 most powerful disciples from Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert.
The 2 young Izumo sect's disciples were undoubtedly the future pillar of support for their sect, but they were killed by Duan Tian. How could Izumo sect not be angry?
Yes. Duan Tian responded after he nodded. He did not deny it when faced with Guochong's questioning.
When he admitted to killing Lei Jun and when he killed Lei Zhong, every young powerhouse present undoubtedly witnessed it. Duan Tian, will you reconsider your decision? Perhaps we can think of a solution, Guochong said as he frowned. He could not easily let go of a great hero who made a significant contribution to the sect, such as obtaining a profundity fragment for the sect. Qi Feng, who was standing at the side, said calmly, I've got an idea. When everyone's attention was on Qi Feng, Duan Tian said determinedly, Sect leader, peak master. I've made up my mind. Let's just leave the matter as it is. Duan Tian made his determination apparent with the words he had spoken. He could not stay in the Five-Element sect forever after all. When he joined Five-Element sect in the past, his objective was the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Meanwhile, it was for other reason he gathered Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong together. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no reason for him to stay in the Five-Element sect any longer. What happened this time presented him with the best opportunity to leave. Qi Yu's eyes flashed when he heard what Duan Tian said and saw the determination in his eyes. He nodded and said in response to Duan Tian's words, everybody has their own ambitions. Since you insist on leaving, it's pointless for us to ask you to stay. But remember this, you, Duan Tian, will forever be our Five-Element sect's disciple. The Five-Element sect's door will forever be open to you, Guochong solemnly said to Duan Tian. His words were sincere and came from his heart. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Tian immediately showed his gratitude after he heard what Guochong said. At the same time, he looked at Qi Yu and said through voice transmission, Peak Master, I won't be returning to Five-Element sect with all of you. Please take care of Yixian. If you can, Peak Master, please take Yixian as your direct disciple. Of course, don't do it for my sake but for Yixian's talent and intellect. I believe Peak Master definitely won't allow a talent to go to waste. Since he was ready to leave Five-Element sect, it was only natural for Duan Tian to make the necessary arrangement. Previously, Yixian had followed him to Wood Peak in Five-Element sect. Now that he was going to leave without bidding her goodbye, he was reluctant to leave without giving her an explanation. The least he could do was give her somebody to depend on in the Five-Element sect so that she would not be bullied. Naturally, he believed that, given time, Yixian would definitely be a rising star in the Five-Element sect and stand out among all the young disciples in the sect. I'll take that into consideration. If she's really as outstanding as you said. Qi Yu's reply was simple and direct. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Tian was relieved to hear Qi Yu's promise. He was confident in Yixian's talent and intellect. After that, Duan Tian looked at Huang Daniu. His expression did not look too good, and it was obvious he did not want to see him leave. Duan Tian smiled faintly at him and said, Daniu, we'll definitely meet again one day. You don't have to behave like this. When you return this time, please say goodbye to Xiaoxian on my behalf. Tell her I'll visit her when I have the time. Huang Daniu nodded. I'll take good care of Xiaoxian, and I won't let anyone bully her. Duan Tian did not take what Huang Daniu said to heart, because he knew with Yixian's talent and intellect, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, would definitely take her as his direct disciple. Once Yixian was inducted into Qi Yu's peak and become his direct disciple, who would dare bully her? Qi Yu's current position was different from before. Ever since he displayed his peak void ability, his position in the Five-Element sect was destined to rise and catch up to sect leader Guochong. After that, Duan Tian bade goodbye to the Peak Master of Water Peak, Yu Fang, and the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tian Gu, before leaving. He completely ignored the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai. Duan Tian. After holding back for so long, Cha Bai finally said, You're the Five-Element sect's great hero. I Cha Bai acknowledge that, but why do you have to kill my direct disciple, Hu Fei? I don't think Hu Fei has provoked you ever since the both of you left Five-Element sect. It was obvious Cha Bai had already learned about Duan Tian killing his direct disciple, Hu Fei, from a few Five-Element sect disciples, and he wanted to find out what had happened. However, Duan Tian ignored Cha Bai as though he did not hear Cha Bai's words to him. He was too lazy to explain. Hu Fei didn't provoke me. That thought itself was funny to Duan Tian. Before entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Hu Fei even used voice transmission to tell the Sun Moon sect Master Changfeng that his ability was far above the Sun Moon sect's disciple,
Lu Kai, and advised Cheng Feng to reject the bet with Duanling Tian. It was fortunate Cheng Feng did not believe what he said. Otherwise, Duanling Tian definitely would not be able to obtain the 2 9th-level concept fragments. Due to that reason, he killed Hu Fei shortly after they had entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. In his opinion, it was just a matter of time before Hu Fei turned into a threat if he did not die. Zishan was a fine example. He did not want to see another Zishang in this world. Naturally, it was not that he was afraid, but he did not want to waste time and effort dealing with all the hidden schemes. Cha Bai's face turned grim when he saw Duanling Tian had completely ignored him. Although he did not treat Duanling Tian as an enemy previously, that was before he killed his direct disciple Hu Fei. After he found out Duanling Tian had killed Hu Fei, there was no doubt he wanted to kill Duanling Tian to avenge Hu Fei. He only had a direct disciple all his life and had treated him like family. In the end, his direct disciple and heir were killed by Duanling Tian. Sect leader. Cha Bai took a deep breath and looked at Guochong with his bloodshot eyes. He wanted justice for his direct disciple from the sect leader of 5-element sect. However, when he noticed Guochong had also pretty much ignored him, he knew Guochong did not intend to take charge of the matter. It made sense when one thought about it. No matter what, Duanling Tian was the 5-element sect's hero after he obtained the profundity fragment for the sect. His direct disciple, Hu Fei's life was not worth mentioning when compared to the profundity fragment. Cha Bai immediately swallowed what he was going to say. He shifted his focus to Duanling Tian once again. His gaze was cruel and cold. Duanling Tian noticed the cruelty in Cha Bai's eyes and could not help but frown as he thought to himself, this Cha Bai is just like his direct disciple, Hu Fei. It's just a matter of time before he brings disasters to me if he's alive. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to kill him now. Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in 5-element sect. He possessed a strength that Duanling Tian could not fight against. Even if Duanling Tian was stronger than Cha Bai, Guochong would not let it go if Duanling Tian killed Cha Bai. There was no valid reason for him to kill Cha Bai unless he did something to endanger Duanling Tian's life. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. His identity, position, and influence were nothing his direct disciple Hu Fei could compare to. In the meantime, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong from Blade Sect returned their spatial rings to the senior officials for inspection. Although Feng Tianwu obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, the Profundity Fragment had merged with her body. The Blade Sect's senior officials remained oblivious to that matter. Even if they found out, there was nothing they could do to recover the 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment for their own usage. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not obtain any profundity fragments. The Blade Sect's senior officials were a little disappointed after their inspection. Especially the sect master of Sword Sect, there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the vice sect master of Blade Sect's House of Saber. Saber 5 stared fixedly at the 5 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters and said through gritted teeth, "It's the Skywolf Fort's fault. If not for them, Duanling Tian would be a Blade Sect's disciple, and the profundity fragment he obtained would belong to Blade Sect instead of 5-element sect. I curse the 20 disciples in Skywolf Fort to die," Saber 5 added. When they heard what Saber 5 said, the group of Blade Sect's disciples, including Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who survived, had an odd expression on their faces. Among the 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples, one of them who had attempted to kill Duanling Tian fell into a bottomless abyss. The remaining 19 were all killed by Duanling Tian because they attacked him when they entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure for the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duanling Tian's hands. Sect Masters, I'm planning to leave with Brother Ling Tian to return to our hometown, the Darkhan Dynasty. Zhang Shouyong took the lead to say to the Sect Masters of Blade Sect. Duanling Tian had told him about returning to their hometown before they came out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. All right. Both of the Sect Masters of Blade Sect nodded in assent. Initially, Zhang Shouyong with his mediocre talent and intellect was insignificant in their eyes. However, Zhang Shouyong had entered Blade Sect together with Feng Tianwu. That was how they found out Zhang Shouyong came from Darkhan Dynasty and had a family there. Sect Master. I'll leave with Big Brother Duan as well, Feng Tianwu said. She then looked at the Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, Sword 13, and said, Vice Sect Master, please inform my father on my behalf that I'm leaving with Big Brother Duan to Darkhan Dynasty. Sword 13 nodded. Both of us old fellows don't have any opinions on you returning to your hometown. It's just that we're worried about the three of you for having to travel so far. The Sect Master of Sword Sect frowned. Why don't I let 13 go with all of you? The 13 the Sect Master of Sword Sect mentioned was naturally Sword 13, the Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also Su Li's master. It was clear Feng Tianwu had an important place in the Sect Master of Sword Sect's heart since he was willing to let Sword 13, the Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, personally escort them. Thank you so much for your kindness, Sect Master, but I don't want to trouble Vice Sect Master. Feng Tianwu politely rejected the Sect Master of Sword Sect's kindness. Before she left the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, she worried about this as well when she decided to return to Darkhan Dynasty with Duan Lingtian. With my current ability, it's enough to protect all of you on our journey back to Darkhan Dynasty. That was what Duan Lingtian said to her and Zhang Shouyong at that time. She could hear the confidence that came from his bones in Duan Lingtian's voice. Feng Tianwu had trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally ever since she knew him. Just like how it had always been, she did not once doubt Duan Lingtian's words, neither did she doubt Duan Lingtian's ability to protect them during their journey to Darkhan Dynasty. In her eyes, her big brother Duan was the most outstanding man in this world, and nobody could compare to him. Let's go. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong before they flew away, as many who were present watched them leave. Everyone in the Five-Element sect under sect leader Guichong watched Duan Lingtian leave before their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Shiyu looked at the purple silhouette far away and muttered, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see you again. If we meet again, how much would you grow by then? Shiyu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he muttered to himself. He believed if he had the opportunity to see Duan Lingtian once again, Duan Lingtian would definitely give him a huge surprise. He was confident about that since he had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's talent and intellect. I hope you'll live well. Shiyu's heart thumped when he thought about the conflict Duan Lingtian had with the Northern Desert's second-rate force, Izumo sect. However, the tightness in his heart eased after a while. Duan Lingtian's wise. Since he dared to kill the most powerful young man in the current Izumo sect, Lei Zhong, I believe he has a plan. As long as he hides and distances himself from the Northern Desert, that Izumo sect might not be able to find him. Chiyu thought to himself. Chiyu might not be so optimistic if he knew it was not only the Izumo sect that was targeting Duan Lingtian. There were also two second-rate forces in the Northern Desert, Anika sect and North Nether sect, that were after him too. Duan Lingtian. The Peak Master of Fire Peak's face was grim as he watched Duan Lingtian leave before his eyes. There was hatred in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour anyone who approached him. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong had caught up with Duan Lingtian and flew far away. They soon vanished before everyone's eyes. As time went by, two silhouettes flew out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Its senior brother Chan and Yi. Some of the Five-Element sect's disciples immediately recognized the duo. They were Nangong Qin and Nangong Yi, the sect leader of Five-Element sect's two direct disciples. Initially, when they noticed the two silhouettes flying out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, the senior officials from the Skywolf Fort and Sun Moon sect were a little excited before they realized who they were. However, they were greatly disappointed after seeing both of their faces. What happened? What, aren't any of our Skywolf Fort's disciples coming out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? Where's Zishang? The five Vice Fort Masters of the Skywolf Fort could not keep their composure. They could vaguely feel that something was wrong. All the senior officials from Sun Moon's sect under sect leader Chen Feng did not look too good. None of the 19 disciples from the Sun Moon sect who had entered had come out. At this moment, they had an inkling that something had happened in there. The Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort are still waiting for their disciples to come out? The five Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters' change in expression alerted many disciples from the Five-Element sect,
Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. They could not help but display a strange expression on their faces.
It seems like none of them knows that all 20 of Skywolf Fort's disciples who went in are all dead. It's not strange they're unaware of it if none of us takes the initiative to tell them.
The disciples from the other 4 forces whispered among each other. Their voices were not loud, but it entered the 5 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters' ears clearly, and their expressions changed dramatically. All of their Skywolf Fort's disciples were dead after entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure?
What happened exactly? The 5 of them suddenly looked terrifying. When they found out what had happened from some of the disciples from the 4 forces, there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes apart from the gloomy expression on their faces.
It was a sure death for Zishang, who failed to kill Duan Ling Tian and fell into the bottomless abyss.
Meanwhile, the remaining 19 disciples were eyeing the 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Ling Tian's hands and worked with disciples from the Sun Moon Sect and Emotion Severing Sect to attack Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to kill him and obtain the treasure. Who would have thought the result of the 48 of them going against Duan Ling Tian would be so dramatic? With one sword, Duan Ling Tian killed most of the disciples from the 3 forces. Those who were not killed were severely injured.
With another swing of his sword, all of them were killed.
Duan Ling Tian. Why him? If it was somebody else, the 5 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters would definitely hunt the person down and kill him.
However, why was it Duan Ling Tian?
He was the brother Ling Tian the little devil spoke of. Unless they could come up with a seamless plan where they could kill Duan Ling Tian without leaving any trails behind, none of them would be able to bear the consequences.
Although they were all infuriated, they could only swallow their rage.
However, the 5 Skywolf Fort Vice Fort Masters' abilities to endure did not apply to the Sun Moon Sect's senior officials. When they heard 17 of their Sun Moon Sect's disciples were killed by Duan Ling Tian, their expressions changed drastically as their eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though they would devour anyone who approached them.
Duan Ling Tian,
you killed my Sun Moon Sect's disciples. I want you dead, Chun Feng shouted. He was prepared to lead the Sun Moon Sect's senior officials to chase after Duan Ling Tian and kill him to avenge the 17 disciples. Sect leader Chun Feng, if you dare to leave, the 2 most powerful young men from your Sun Moon Sect will definitely die when they come out. A cold voice came out from the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, Guochang's mouth. His words were dripping with indifference.
The 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples are the top young men in Sun Moon Sect, and they might have obtained profundity fragments, Chiyu added calmly as he stood aside and watched the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect. What Chiyu meant was simple. If all of you dare to go after Duan Ling Tian when the 2 most outstanding disciples from your Sun Moon Sect come out, we 5 Element Sect will not only kill them, we'll also take away the profundity fragments they might have obtained.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
One had to admit Guochong and Chi Yu's threat was effective. As soon as they were done speaking, all of the Sun Moon Sect's senior officials under sect leader Chun Feng had a change in their expressions.
At the same time, they glared at Guochong and Chi Yu in rage, but they did not dare to make a move.
Although they were infuriated that 17 of their Sun Moon Sect's disciples were killed, these 17 disciples' lives were not as precious as the 2 remaining disciples. The 2 disciples were their Sun Moon Sect's future pillar of support.
Moreover, just like Chi Yu said, there was a high possibility they had obtained profundity fragments from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, since they were the 2 most outstanding disciples in Sun Moon Sect. Guochong, you're good, Chun Feng said through clenched teeth as he glared at Guochong.
Stop praising me, sect leader Chun Feng. Guochong smiled lightly.
The corner of Zhang Yan's lips twitched when he saw the Sun Moon Sect's senior officials did not dare to give chase to Duan Ling Tian due to Guochong and Chi Yu's threat. Among everyone present, he was perhaps the only one who knew the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples were dead in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure.
He knew that because he was the one who killed them.
Naturally, he was not dumb enough to tell the truth.
Although he did not think the Emotion-Severing Sect supporting him would be afraid of Sun Moon Sect, he did not want to bring trouble to himself as well as affect the sect that had trained him and gave him the ability he had today.
Humph! The 5 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters scoffed and were getting ready to return to Skywolf Fort as they hovered in the air. However, they were stopped by a ghostly silhouette as soon as they moved. It was the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, Guochong.
Sect leader Gua, what do you think you're doing? The leader of the 5 Sky Wolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters, Luo Fu's face became somber when he saw Guochong stopping them.
Fort Master Luo Fu. I'm not doing anything. I just want to remind all of you that if you dare do anything to Duan Ling Tian, the day when I become a martial monarch will be the day I end your Skywolf Fort. Guochong's voice was firm and determined. You! Luo Fu's expression changed drastically. The same happened to the other 4 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters as well. They knew very well that Guochong was not joking with them.
Since Guochong had obtained the Thunder Profundity Fragment, it would not take him long to break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, the 5-Element Sect would be elevated and become the new second-rate force in the Northern Desert.
As soon as Guochong achieved martial monarch stage, even the second-rate force, Izumo Sect, would have to think twice if they wanted to make a move on them.
Sect leader Gua, don't worry. We're just returning to Skywolf Fort. We don't intend to do anything to Duan Ling Tian. About the useless disciples from our Skywolf Fort, it's their fault that they're dead.
How dare they attempt to kill and take the treasure when they don't have the ability to? After Luo Fu spoke in his deep voice, he did not plan to speak further with Guochong and led the other 4 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters to fly toward the ancient desert city where Skywolf Fort was located.
In reality, they did not dare to do anything to Duan Ling Tian even without Guochong's threat. Even their Fort Master of Skywolf Fort was fearful of the little devil to the extent where they willingly obeyed her. One could imagine how terrifying her background was.
Sect leader Chen Feng, I believe you're a wise man. Guochong looked at the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect Chen Feng. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of threat and killing intent hidden in it. Chen Feng's expression changed when he heard his words. He was angry, but he did not dare to say anything.
Duan Ling Tian, who had left much earlier, was naturally unaware of what was happening outside the Martial Emperor's secret treasures entrance number 2.
Big brother Zhang, when we return, perhaps I'll be able to heal your wife's Dantian. Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile as he looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was next to him. Bang!
What Duan Ling Tian said struck Zhang Shouyong like a bolt of lightning. He instantly stopped moving in the air as his expression changed. Brother Ling Tian. Are you serious? Zhang Shouyong asked in excitement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had also stopped moving.
Of course I mean it. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and lifted his arm to retrieve the immortal spirit herb he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He plucked a leaf from the immortal spirit herb and put it into Zhang Shouyong's hands. What's this? Zhang Shouyong wore a doubtful expression on his face when he looked at the odd leaf sparkling with a green glow that Duan Ling Tian gave him. Although he figured the leaf might help his wife, Wang Qiong, fix her Dantian, there was a hint of disbelief in him. This was because it was too unbelievable.
Just one of the 3 leaves on the strange herb could help his wife fix her Dantian? Was that possible? This will help your wife fix her Dantian, Duan Ling Tian said as he smiled. Big brother Zhang, don't underestimate this leaf. One leaf's powerful enough to revive a dead person and grow flesh on bones.
Even a person with disabilities will grow limbs if they consume this leaf. What? Zhang Shouyong's expression changed drastically when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. There were shock and disbelief in his eyes when he looked at the leaf that was sparkling with a green glow in his hand.
Could this leaf revive a dead person and grow flesh on bones? Could people with disabilities grow limbs after consuming it? At this moment, even Feng Tian Wu, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was shocked. She could not help the change of expression on her beautiful face. Although her big brother Duan had always been a miracle maker to her, she still felt shocked after she heard about the terrifying medicinal efficacy of the leaf in Zhang Shouyong's hands.
Zhang Shouyong's chest heaved as his breathing quickened. He regained his senses after a while, and asked Duan Ling Tian with a burning desire in his eyes. Brother Ling Tian, what kind of herb is this?
Zhang Shouyong had full confidence in Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he could not help but feel shocked. What kind of herb had such a powerful and terrifying medicinal efficacy?
It's called the Immortal Spirit Herb. It's considered a legend in the Cloud Continent. I didn't expect to find it in Qingfeng Palace, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Immortal Spirit Herb? Zhang Shouyong and Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up when they heard his words. Just the magical name of the herb showed it was not an ordinary herb. You even found a legendary herb. Your luck is just crazy, Zhang Shouyong exclaimed. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of Zhang Shouyong's eyes. For years, his wife, Wang Qiong, could not cultivate due to her dantian. It had always been a concern of his. Now that there was a chance for his wife to heal her dantian and began cultivating again, he felt an excitement from the bottom of his heart. He could finally erase the concern he had for years. Thank you, Brother Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong sincerely thanked Duan Ling Tian. The gratitude came from the bottom of his heart because Duan Ling Tian gave him such a precious herb. Big Brother Zhang, do we need to be so polite to each other? If it wasn't for you back in the ancient city of Everlast of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I would have been dead years ago. I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I achieved today, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Brother Duan Ling, that's all in the past. It's a small matter and not worth mentioning, Zhang Shouyong said. Big Brother Zhang, perhaps it's a small matter to you, but to me you saved my life. I need to return the favor by many folds. Even more so because you saved my life. Doesn't that make sense? Duan Ling Tian solemnly said. If Zhang Shouyong did not save his life back then, he would have died, let alone achieved all that he had. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Shouyong changed the topic when he saw Duan Ling Tian turning serious. Brother Ling Tian, are you going to heal Xianxia's dantian by using the immortal spirit herb when you return to Darhan Dynasty? Zhang Shouyong clearly remembered Xianxia was the middle-aged man who was by Duan Ling Tian's side back then. Back then, his dantian was broken by someone at the Eternal Jade restaurant that the couple established. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes gleamed. Back then, his dantian was broken because of me. It's my responsibility. Healing his dantian can be considered as me returning the favor. He could not forgive himself for what happened to Xianxia. Brother Ling Tian, don't overthink things. I could see Xianxia did not blame you. Moreover, Xianxia's open-minded. I believe he's been living well all these years even without origin energy. Zhang Shouyong comforted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He hoped things were like what Zhang Shouyong said. Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm and put the immortal spirit herb away in his spatial ring. The immortal spirit herb he had in his hand originally had 3 leaves. Now that he gave Zhang Shouyong 1, he was only left with 2 leaves. After Zhang Shouyong put the immortal spirit herb's leaf that he treated like a treasure away in his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 continued on their journey to Darkhan Dynasty. They were traveling at lightning speed. Brother Ling Tian, which level of Qing Feng Palace did you obtain the immortal spirit herb from? Zhang Shouyong asked inquisitively while they were traveling. He was very curious about where Duan Ling Tian obtained such a legendary herb. Feng Tianwu heard Zhang Shouyong and looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously as well. The first level, Duan Ling Tian said. When I arrived at the first level, I appeared at the back of a corridor. There were many stone rooms you could enter along the way. However, the sculptures outside would attack once you enter. And if you leave the stone room, the sculptures would return to where they were and cease their attacks. Duan Ling Tian found out about the second part from Huang Daniu. At the Qing Feng Palace's first level, each and every one of the sculptures that attacked him after he entered the stone rooms were destroyed by him. Therefore, he had no idea the sculptures would return to their position if he had left the room. We had the same experience, Zhang Shouyong said. Feng Tianwu nodded. Her experience was similar too. I found the immortal spirit herb at the end of the corridor at Qing Feng Palace's first level that was connected to the central stone room at the second level. As long as you're able to defeat the 3 young powerhouses who were arranged to fight you, you would be able to enter and continue on to Qing Feng Palace's second level, Duan Ling Tian said. He still remembered the stone room was called the 1 in 4 stone room. I didn't manage to get there. I was arranged to fight with a North Nether disciple. Zhang Shouyong forced a smile on his face. Perhaps his talent and ability could be considered good in a third-rate force, but he was just mediocre in a second-rate force like North Nether sect. Almost all the North Nether disciples who had entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure were the outstanding ones in the current North Nether sect. He was far behind compared to them. I went into that stone room, but I didn't see the immortal spirit herb. I only obtained a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives an 89% boost, Feng Tianwu said. A grade 1 spirit weapon with 89% boost was the best of the best among grade 1 spirit weapons. It was just slightly lesser than the grade 1 spirit weapons Duanling Tian could refine. Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard what Feng Tianwu said. The immortal spirit herb was a legendary medicinal herb after all. It was impossible for it to appear in every single 1 in 4 stone room. He had figured it out earlier. It was due to sheer luck he was able to obtain the immortal spirit herb. Tianwu, what did you go through when you were at the 2nd level? Duanling Tian continued to ask. Soon after, he learned about Feng Tianwu's journey in Qingfeng Palace from the bottom level and all the way up. However, there was nothing about the giant wooden figure on the 2nd level. In other words, Feng Tianwu did not encounter the mysterious inscription formation that combined the broken wood in the corridor into a giant wooden figure or the odd stone platform on the 2nd level. Seems like it's similar to the immortal spirit herb. The odd stone platforms 1 in a million. Of course, it's possible Tianwu did not activate the inscription formation on the stone platform at the 2nd level, Duanling Tian speculated on his own. The rest are similar. At the 4th level, Tianwu could only retreat since she did not force herself to perform the fire profundity when she encountered the earth energy that was equivalent to 1,500 ancient horn dragon's strength on the bumpy road. Everything was similar to his speculation. Bang! 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 Loud explosions came from somewhere as Duanling Tian and the other two continued on their journey to the Darkhan dynasty. Within a remote mountain range in Darkhan dynasty, loud explosions suddenly sounded from a dark mountain cave. The mountain range shook intensely as though heaven and earth were falling apart. After the tremors, an old man with black fog emitting out of his body flew out of the mountain cave. The old man's eyes were bloodshot and emotionless. Ah! Suddenly, the old man lifted his arms and held his head. He began to scream as he bent over in pain. The old man's voice was heartrending. It was as though he was being tortured. I'm Zhao Ming. I'm Zhao Ming. Yes, I'm Zhao Ming. 7-star sword sect. Azure Forest Trisect. Duanling Tian. Yes, it's Duanling Tian. He's my enemy. He's my enemy. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Finally, the old man stopped screaming as he stood upright again. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent as he looked around, seemingly lost. Where's this place? The old man frowned and tried his best to remember. However, he discovered he could not remember anything. Duanling Tian, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Soon. The old man quit thinking and shouted from his lungs with a somber face. There was hatred and violence in the old man's voice when he screamed. As the old man was shouting, the black fog surrounding his body was roiling like boiling water. All of a sudden, the air current began to compress and the sound of air explosion reverberated. Moreover, a gust of invisible airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of majestic and strong winds that blew in every direction when the air explosion sounded. The plants and trees in the forest shook with the old man at the center. Birds that perched on the trees flew away one after another from the shock and disappeared into the sky. Whoosh! It was unknown when a black silhouette appeared in the air above the mountain range. This semi-finished product doesn't look too bad, but he's still clinging on to old grudges. I'll need to work on him a little bit more in order to completely control him. The black silhouette muttered to himself. It seemed like he was dissatisfied. The only thing I can do now is to allow him to take his revenge. As soon as he's done with that, his will is bound to disappear. At that time, I'll be able to completely control his mind and turn him into a real walking dead. However, his mind is muddled due to his condition. I'm afraid it'll take some time before he finds his enemy. Whoosh! The black silhouette that appeared out of nowhere vanished again like it was never there. Meanwhile, the old man named Zhao Ming was completely stunned as he stood in the air. At this moment, his head was raised as he looked at the sky above his head. He was stunned and a hint of disbelief filled his eyes. How's this possible? The heaven and earth energy rumbled before a heaven and earth phenomenon formed in the sky. Ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared one after another. Zhao Ming was stunned as they descended majestically before his eyes. With just a glance, he could see there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the heaven and earth phenomenon before his eyes. 7,000 to 8,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. This is my strength. At this very moment, Zhao Ming felt the majestic strength lingering in his body as shock filled his eyes. He could not help but smile. The strength he currently possessed was a few hundred more than what he had previously.
No, my strength doesn't seem to come from origin energy. Moreover, I can't seem to establish a connection with my concepts. What happened exactly? Soon after, a wave of energy as black as ink appeared in Zhao Ming's hand when lifted his arms. The black energy was rolling and sparkling continuously in the surroundings. This energy, it isn't origin energy nor is it concept, but it seems to be even more powerful than origin energy and concept. What kind of energy is this? Zhao Ming mumbled to himself as he casually pushed his palm out. All of a sudden, the energy, that was as black as ink, in his hand turned into a gigantic palm surrounded with black fog and immediately shot out before it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as gravels flew all over the place. A gigantic and bottomless hole was created when Zhao Ming slammed his palm on the mountain wall nearby. Zhao Ming stared at his palm for a long time. Even he was taken aback by the force of his palm. Is this my strength? Am I still me? Zhao Ming was completely stunned. No. I remember my cultivation base was damaged by Duanling Tian and he destroyed my limbs as well. What exactly happened to me? Zhao Ming looked lost as he continued to shake his head. He could not figure out what had happened. Perhaps this is just a dream? If it's a dream, why does it feel so real? How did I end up here? How did I come to possess such odd strength? Zhao Ming could not figure out anything at all even as he tried to recall them. Ah! Soon after, a piercing pain appeared inside Zhao Ming's head. Perhaps it was due to his effort in trying to remember. He screamed from his lungs again. All of a sudden, the screaming stopped. At this moment, Zhao Ming's bloodshot eyes were dimmed. It was as though they had lost their color. Zhao Ming was like a completely different person at the moment. His eyes were lifeless, and his body emitted an extremely chilly aura. He was like a real walking dead. Whoosh! Zhao Ming moved and flew out of the remote mountain range. He was flying aimlessly as though he had nowhere to be. 3 silhouettes flying in the sky came to a halt outside of the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. Brother Ling Tian, Miss Tian Wu, both of you are really not coming over to my house? Zhang Shou-yong asked as he looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad lady before him. They were Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu who had followed Zhang Shou-yong back to the Darkhan Dynasty. Although Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had to follow Zhang Shou-yong's speed, it did not take them too long to arrive in Darkhan Dynasty. Big brother Zhang, you should go back and be with your wife. You don't have to worry about us. Are you worried that we'll encounter danger in Darkhan Dynasty? Duanling Tian smiled as he shook his head. That's not it. It's just that I feel Qiong and I should thank you properly no matter what since you're helping her fix her dantian. Zhang Shou-yong said earnestly. Big brother Zhang, it's really kind of you to say this, but we're going to make a move now. Duanling Tian left as soon as he finished speaking. A red silhouette similar to a fire elf trailed after Duanling Tian like his shadow. Zhang Shou-yong smiled wryly, and he shook his head as he watched both of them disappear before his eyes. Brother Ling Tian and Miss Tianwu are a match made in heaven, since they're both like wind and fire. Zhang Shou-yong shook his head and smiled before flying up into the sky toward the capital. He landed when he arrived above a spacious estate. His movement was as smooth as flowing water. Zhang Clan Estate. Qiong. When Zhang Shou-yong landed, he ignored the servant's judgmental eyes and rushed excitedly into a compound. It was the residence he used to live in with his wife, Wang Qiong. Big brother Duan, are you going to look for Xiong Quan? Feng Tianwu, who was next to Duanling Tian, asked curiously. Let's not rush into visiting Xiong Quan. We'll follow the proximity principle. Let's drop by Clarity City first.
Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes gleamed. Clarity City? Feng Tianwu nodded. Although she had no idea why Duan Ling Tian wanted to go there, she was considerate and did not probe any further since she knew Duan Ling Tian had his reason for wanting to go there. It was just like what Feng Tianwu had thought. Duan Ling Tian indeed had his own reason for going there. He was going to Clarity City to look for a person.
That person was Hu Li. The name Hu Li was a little unfamiliar to the current Duan Ling Tian.
However, he would never forget this name.
He remembered not long after he entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, he encountered a small team from Seven-Star Sword sect when he was testing out the quake energy in the primeval forest behind the sect.
There was a total of 3 people in the small team. They were Hu Li, Shilan, and Xiao Fei.
Xiao Fei was the vicious one. He tried to sabotage Duan Ling Tian many times while they were in the primeval forest. However, his plan failed. Instead, things took a turn in the other direction and Duan Ling Tian had severely injured and almost killed him. If Hu Li and Shilan did not beg for mercy on behalf of Xiao Fei, he would have surely killed Xiao Fei.
However, that was just the beginning of the disaster. Later on, Xiao Fei got his brother to avenge him. Due to that, Shilan died when she fell off a cliff, and Hu Li's leg was severed.
Although he killed both Xiao Fei and his brother to avenge Shilan and Hu Li, it was impossible to restore Shilan's life and Hu Li's severed leg.
However, he could heal Hu Li's leg now that he possessed the immortal spirit herb. He still remembered Hu Li had someone tell Duan Ling Tian that his home was the Hu clan estate in the Clarity City before he left. Clarity City was a medium-sized city. After asking around, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu finally arrived in this unfamiliar city. Clarity City was just a small city to them since they had left Darkhan Dynasty and had seen the world outside of the foreign lands.
When they arrived in Clarity City, Duan Ling Tian asked for the direction to the Hu clan estate and brought Feng Tianwu along with him.
Hu Li?
Do you mean Surly?
Is too bad. But Surly returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect a couple of months ago when he found out the sect was being rebuilt. He wanted to contribute to the sect. At the Hu clan estate's entrance, Duan Ling Tian learned of Hu Li's whereabouts from a Hu clan member. He did not expect Hu Li would return to the Seven-Star Sword sect.
Since both of you know Surly, are both of you Surly's friends? The Hu clan member asked.
That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Since both of you are Surly's friends, you can stay at our Hu clan estate for a few days. When I inform the Patriarch about this, he'll get someone to inform Surly at the Seven-Star Sword sect, the Hu clan member said again. It's all right. We'll look for him at the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and left Clarity City with Feng Tianwu in tow as they headed toward the Seven-Star Sword sect. He was surprised by what he saw when they arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect.
Compared to that time when he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, there were major changes in the sect. It had flourished. This MOU fellow did a great job. Duan Ling Tian could not help but compliment inwardly.
Duan Ling Tian did not notify anyone about his trip.
After he informed Feng Tianwu, he changed into the Seven-Star Sword sect's inner court disciples' clothes he used to wear, and he entered the main peak of the sect, Dubhe Peak. Hi there, senior brother. Do you know where senior brother Hu Li is? Duan Ling Tian asked an inner court disciple, who looked like he was approximately 30 years old after he entered Dubhe Peak. I bet you've only just joined our Seven-Star Sword sect, right? The inner court disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a fool.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to the Seven-Star Sword sect's inner court disciple's question.
No wonder. Senior brother Hu Li's usually in Fecta Hall. He's currently the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword sect's Fecta Peak. The inner court disciple said.
Fecta Peak?
Substitute peak master.
Duan Ling Tian was stunned since he did not expect something like that to happen.
He has become the Fecta Peak's substitute peak master. Hu Li's current ability should be at least at the Void Initiation. Duan Ling Tian was inwardly surprised and thought it was a little unbelievable. He was aware of Hu Li's talent. Although it was good, it was quite difficult to be able to break through to Void Initiation in just a few years.
Perhaps Hu Li had some encounters as well in this few years, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was filled with curiosity as he approached Fecta Hall. He could see many seven-star sword sect's inner disciples standing around as they looked in Fekta Hall's direction from afar. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Ling Tian drew closer to Fekta Hall, he could faintly hear the sound of wind whistling. He then realized the sound came from a silhouette that was continuously changing its form at a lightning speed. Senior brother, who Li's so powerful? Of course. If he's not powerful, how could he become our seven-star sword sect's Fekta Peak's substitute peak master? I heard senior brother, who Li severed his leg in our seven-star sword sect. Really? That's right. Back then, it was senior brother Duan Ling Tian who personally avenged senior brother, who Li when his leg was severed at our seven-star sword sect. I heard about this from a few senior brothers and senior sisters. What? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Isn't he a legend in our seven-star sword sect? He's not even 30 years old, but he's the most powerful person in our seven-star sword sect. A group of seven-star sword sect's inner court disciples standing near Fekta Hall discussed among themselves. They were discussing Hu Li when the topic changed to Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of admiration in their tone. One would wonder how they would react if they knew the legend they were discussing was near them. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on the lightning-fast silhouette, and he completely ignored the seven-star sword sect's discussion. The silhouette gave him a sense of familiarity as though he knew this person. It was a young man who was just above 30 years old with a determined expression on his face. Although many years had passed, Duan Ling Tian could still see the familiarity in his features. He recognized the young man with just a glance. It was Hu Li. Although Hu Li's leg was severed, the speed of movement of his single leg was not any slower than those who possessed two legs. In fact, he was faster than them. All of a sudden, Hu Li accelerated as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Whoosh! Hu Li looked like he was about to fall when his body tilted in the direction of his one remaining leg. However, he began to move just when it seemed like he was falling to the ground. Bang! Bang! He extended both his arms that were intertwined with origin energy and waves of green energy and slammed them on the ground. It created two deafening sound of explosions. In the next second, Hu Li used the ground as leverage, and his body shot out like an arrow toward a wall on the side. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Hu Li's remaining leg that was intertwined with purple origin energy shot out like a cannon and landed hard on the wall. All of a sudden, numerous cracks appeared around his leg that was at the center. The cracks were spreading in every direction as though it was forming a giant spider web. The rumbling heaven and earth energy above the sky finally formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared and descended. They looked extremely lifelike. Void initiation? 4th level elementary wind concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked to see this. Although he had already guessed Hu Li's cultivation base had broken through to void initiation, he was still shocked when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Whoosh! Soon after, Hu Li returned to the outside of Fekta Hall. Although his rather muscular body was only left with one leg to support him, he was as stable as Mount Tai. Duan Ling Tian frowned and subsequently walked toward Hu Li. The seven-star sword sect's inner court disciples in the surroundings were stunned as they watched Duan Ling Tian leave. What is this fellow trying to do? Doesn't he know senior brother usually hates it when people disturb him when he's cultivating? The seven-star sword sect's inner court disciples looked at each other. Many of them thought Duan Ling Tian was just a fool who wanted to ask Hu Li for advice. There was a hint of mockery on their faces. It was as though they could already see Duan Ling Tian being rebuked by Hu Li. However, the mockery on their faces soon vanished and was replaced by disbelief. Although Hu Li was quite a distance away, they could clearly see the excitement on Hu Li's face when he saw this inner court disciple. Soon after, Hu Li nodded seemingly without any reason and walked into Fekta Hall together with the inner court disciple after he looked at the other inner court disciples. They vanished just like that before everyone's eyes. Who's that person? I've no idea. Is there such a person in our seven-star sword sect? Senior brother Hu Li seemed excited. Could it be senior brother Hu Li's relative? Could be.
The group of 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples could not help but speculate among themselves. Two silhouettes had just arrived in Fekta Hall.
Haha. Duanling Tian, it's been a while? Huli gave Duanling Tian a bear hug with excitement written all over his face.
Duanling Tian returned the bear hug with a charming smile on his face. Yes, it's been a while. Although we haven't seen each other for years, your name has spread all over Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
No, it should be the entire Darhan dynasty, Huli said as he smiled.
It was obvious he knew about Duanling Tian winning first place in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition and becoming the most powerful young man in the current Darkhan dynasty. You found out about this real quick. Duanling Tian smiled as he shook his head. Throughout the years, I thought I would be able to catch up to you if I immersed myself in cultivation at home. In the end, I realized there's no way I could compare to you. Everything you do is considered earth-shaking. Huli sighed. In the past, he had always considered Duanling Tian as his goal. That was the reason he was diligent in his cultivation, and how he achieved what he had today.
However, he did not expect just when he thought he was catching up to Duanling Tian, shocking news arrived at Clarity City one after another. It arrived at the Hu clan estate and entered his ears.
Duanling Tian single-handedly defeated the senior officials from Azure Forest Trisect and avenged the 7-star sword sect. Subsequently, he helped 7-star sword sect's new sect leader, MOU, in rebuilding the 7-star sword sect. When I heard about the fall of 7-star sword sect back then, I tried asking around about you, but I didn't find anything. I didn't expect you to quietly surprise me like this, Huli exclaimed.
I returned to the sect after I found out you destroyed Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt 7-star sword sect, hoping to contribute to the sect. Unfortunately, you've left when I returned. Huli smiled sincerely as he said, but it's not too late for you to return now. Today you must drink with me until you're drunk. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, there's no rush. My visit to the 7-star sword sect this time is mainly because you, Duanling Tian said while he looked at Huli's severed leg. You're here for me? Huli was stunned. How did you know I'm here? You've been to Clarity City. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. I went to your Hu clan estate and found out you've returned to the 7-star sword sect, so I came here immediately. I came back only for you. I don't plan on letting anyone else know about this.
No wonder you wouldn't let me call out your name in public earlier. Huli was stunned. Huli, take this. Duanling Tian lifted his arm, and an herb sparkling with a green glow appeared in his hand. He casually plucked a leaf and passed it to Huli. What's this? It was Huli's first time seeing a glowing herb. He could not help but widen his eyes in surprise when he saw it. Although he had no idea what that thing was, his instinct told him it was not something ordinary.
This is an herb that will help your severed leg grow back, Duanling Tian said as he smiled.
The way Duanling Tian spoke was casual, but it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck Huli's ears when he heard it. He could not let go of Duanling Tian's words until it was proven to be true. This leaf can grow my leg back? There was shock written on Huli's face. Although he did not doubt Duanling Tian's words, it was just too unbelievable. Naturally, Duanling Tian saw the disbelief on Huli's face, so he said, let's give it a try. First, you remove the scar on your severed leg and consume this leaf from the immortal spirit herb. You'll find out whether what I said is true or not. Huli took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. As he lifted his arm, the surrounding green origin energy transformed into a blade. He instantly removed the scar on his severed leg. Humph! Huli groaned in pain and sweat dripped from his forehead as fresh blood spurted out. Subsequently, he shoved the leaf sparkling with a green glow into his mouth and swallowed after chewing it. Soon after, Huli's body suddenly emitted a green glow. The green glow surrounded his body as though it was alive. After a while, the green glow on his body began to gather around his severed leg before it converged at his wound. How are you feeling? Duanling Tian asked when he saw that. It's a little itchy. When the green glow gathered at his wound, Huli felt the pain fading away, replaced by a numb and itching sensation that came from the wound. It was as though there were hundreds of thousands of ants crawling around. He could barely endure it. Although Duanling Tian knew how amazing the immortal spirit herb's medicinal efficacy was, he only knew about it through the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Even the rebirth martial emperor had never seen the real immortal spirit herb before, let alone witnessed the immortal spirit herb's excellent medicinal efficacy. What he knew were all limited to legends he had heard. Chi, chi, chi. Suddenly, a faint but clear sound entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and caught his attention. Duan Ling Tian was surprised to discover bone, flesh, and skin were speedily growing out from Hu Li's wound on his severed leg, wherever the green glow converged. The bone, flesh, and skin appeared out of nowhere as though they grew naturally from Hu Li's body and was no different from the real thing. Whoa, Hu Li was completely stunned. Oh my! His leg was really growing. His leg was not a sapling nor a seedling but real human flesh, bone, and skin. They were regenerating rapidly before his eyes. His thigh grew first before his knee. After his knee had grown, his calf followed. After his calf was completely formed, the green glow dimmed slightly and the regeneration rate of his foot slowed down. Hu Li could not help but hold his breath as he looked at it. He was truly worried the green glow would vanish. He had somewhat figured out the green glow converging on his severed leg was the immortal spirit herb's medicinal efficacy. His severed leg would stop regenerating as soon as it vanished. This is too magical. In less than half an hour, Duan Ling Tian witnessed a miracle. It was the complete regeneration of a severed leg. Duan Ling Tian's breath quickened when he watched Hu Li's foot grow. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, although the royal grade resurrection pill he refined in his peak was described as having the ability to revive a dead person and grow flesh on bones, there was a limitation to that. First of all, reviving a dead person, in this case, refers to those who are only near death. That means those who have yet to completely lose their lives. It's definitely impossible for the royal grade resurrection pill to revive a person who has completely lost his life. Second, growing flesh on bones. It refers to cases where one's body part is missing a piece of flesh due to injuries. It'll be difficult to grow back a severed leg in Hu Li's case. Although the royal grade resurrection pill was the top healing medicinal pill in Cloud Continent according to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, its medicinal efficacy was not enough to grow bones. However, Duan Ling Tian witnessed everything with his own eyes. Although the rebirth martial emperor lived 2 lives, he had many regrets in his lives. Not being able to see the legendary immortal spirit herb and witness the legendary immortal spirit herb's medicinal efficacy was his biggest regrets in his lives. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. He knew the rebirth martial emperor's regrets in his 2 lives like the back of his hand since he inherited his memory. Chi, chi, chi. The bone continued growing as flesh and skin appeared wherever the green glow passed. Soon after, Hu Li's foot was completely formed. At the same time, the clear and crisp sound stopped abruptly as the green glow faded and vanished. Naturally, the only flaw of Hu Li's new leg was that it was too fair. Instead of calling it fair, it should be described as tender. His skin was like a baby's skin. It was fair, smooth, and fragile. Haha, Hu Li, the skin on your leg is even fairer than those little ladies. Duan Ling Tian laughed out loud as he teased Hu Li. Hu Li began to blush when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, but there was excitement in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hu Li stomped hard with both his legs and flew around Fekta Hall. He flew to the left and sometimes to the right. His speed was as quick as lightning. After testing it out, Hu Li discovered his new leg exceeded the leg he usually trained with when it came to strength and explosive power. Ha ha! I, Hu Li, am no longer a cripple. I'm no longer a cripple. Hu Li laughed heartily as he halted his movement. As he laughed, tears began to fill his eyes. Those were tears of joy. Throughout the years, he had lived his life trying to be strong and even set an extremely strict goal for himself, which was to surpass Duan Ling Tian one day. On the surface, it seemed like he did not really seem to care about losing a leg. However, how could he not care deep in his heart? If one had a choice, who would be willing to be a cripple who lost his leg? The emotions he had suppressed earlier had been accumulating in his chest. Now that he could finally stop the suppressing it, it was unstoppable. Took him a long time before he finally calmed down. Duan Ling Tian wore a smile on his face as he looked at Hu Li's newly regenerated leg. He was happy for Hu Li. Eventually, Hu Li tamped down the excitement within him after laughing for a while. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and thanked him earnestly.
If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, he would be a cripple his entire life.
However, Duan Ling Tian allowed him to be an ordinary person once again. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. From today onward, he no longer had to endure judgmental looks from people.
He, Hu Li, could finally stand up like a real man. There's no need for formalities between you and me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He seemed to recall something and could not help but sigh. Unfortunately, Shirlan. Although the immortal spirit herb I have is magical, it can't save Shirlan's life. It's my fault back then for asking you to spare Xiaofei's life. Otherwise, Shirlan wouldn't be dead. A silhouette appeared in Hu Li's mind when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He did not know when, but there were tears dripping from his eyes. He seemed agitated.
If he had helped Duan Ling Tian kill Xiaofei back then, whatever happened could have been avoided. Shirlan would not have died, and his leg would not be severed.
All these years, he only had one thought whenever he looked at his severed leg. It's my fault that my leg is severed.
It's all in the past now. Don't blame yourself. Furthermore, who would have thought Xiaofei would bite the hand that fed him and turned around to harm both his lifesavers? Duan Ling Tian comforted. Hu Li nodded. It took him a while to calm down. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you visit the sect leader? He talks about you all the time. Hu Li asked Duan Ling Tian after he calmed down. The sect leader he was talking about was Mou, the 7-star sword sect's current sect leader. The lowly position of the outer court disciple in 7-star sword sect, who had disguised himself as a horsekeeper, had skyrocketed, and he had unwittingly become the 7-star sword sect's new sect leader.
There's no need for that. I'll be back when I have the time in the future. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and left Fekta Hall after bidding farewell to Hu Li. He came quickly and left just as quickly.
Hu Li, who had followed Duan Ling Tian out of Fekta Hall, could not help but feel stunned as he witnessed him disappear before his eyes. How powerful is Duan Ling Tian's current ability? Hu Li inhaled a cold breath as shock filled his eyes. I, Hu Li, have lived a good life for knowing a monster like Duan Ling Tian. The shock in Hu Li's eyes faded away and was replaced with a gleam. A hint of a smile could be seen on his face. After leaving Fekta Hall, Duan Ling Tian did not meet Feng Tianwu right away. Since I'm here, I should visit Peak Master Xianxia and ask if she knows which force Du Ku-er and Little Fei belong to in the foreign lands. Two silhouettes appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. They were his two fiancées, Ku-er and Li Fei.
Back then, Ku-er and Li Fei followed Xianxia to the foreign lands force that her big sister was in to celebrate her birthday. Ever since then, Ku-er and Li Fei had stayed at the foreign lands force and did not return.
Naturally, it was impossible he did not miss the two ladies at all. Peak Master Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian entered Alcade Hall directly without further delay and found Xianxia.
Xianxia happened to be sitting at Alcade Hall's pavilion and drinking tea. She was initially surprised when she saw the uninvited guest who appeared before her eyes, but it turned to relief when she saw who it was.
However, there was still a hint of shock left in her eyes. Seems like your ability has progressed a lot since you participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in foreign lands. Xianxia exclaimed as she solemnly looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said directly, Peak Master Xianxia,
I know what you're going to ask, Xianxia said directly. You want to ask me which foreign lands force Ku-er and Li Fei are in, am I right?
That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Please don't laugh at what I'm going to tell you. Although I've been to the foreign lands force my big sister is in, I've no idea which force it is. Xianxia smiled wryly.
One must say Duan Ling Tian did not expect such an answer from Xianxia.
He thought it was unbelievable. Didn't Xianxia go to the foreign lands force? How could she not know which force it is? I really don't know which force it is. The only thing I know is the force is located in a snow peak. Almost all the disciples are female, and they wear white, Xianxia said. Female sect? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a raised eyebrow.
Not exactly. Apart from the snow peak, there's also a majestic volcano in the force.
When I was celebrating my big sister's birthday, the people from the volcano were there as well. They were a group of fiery red-clad male martial artists. It seems like people from the volcano and Snow Peak belong to the same force, Xianxia added. Snow Peak? Volcano? Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he heard what she said. Meanwhile, he was browsing through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, but he did not get anything. There was no such sect in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. It's been 10,000 years since the Rebirth Martial Emperor lived his second life, a force that lasted for 10,000 years. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, there seemed to be only 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian speculated as he browsed through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's 2 lives' worth of memory. Based on the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, his first and second life was 10,000 years apart. Time would bring great changes to the world, even more so when it had been 10,000 years. During his second life, only the 2 ancients clans were left among the many forces in Cloud Continent from his first life after 10,000 years. Almost all of the forces he knew in his first life ceased to exist and became history in his second life. Even if it still existed, it was in a state of decline and barely surviving. So, the force Ku Er and Little Fei are in should be a force that only appeared after the Rebirth Martial Emperor reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique. Duan Ling Tian was completely certain about that point. Although Qin Xiang did not know the name of the foreign lands force Ku Er and Li Fei were in, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain an important clue from what she said. Snow Peak and volcano? There should not be many forces that had both a snow peak and a volcano. When I go to the foreign lands in the future, I'll use the clue and ask around. As long as the sect isn't an unrated sect, I should be able to discover something about it, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian could not help but show a charming smile on his face when he thought of meeting his fiancées, Ku Er and Little Fei, again. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiang, Duan Ling Tian left Alcade Hall and looked for Feng Tianwu. He was planning to look for Xiong Quan to fix his dantian after meeting Feng Tianwu. When Duan Ling Tian was looking for Feng Tianwu, a couple of uninvited guests from the foreign lands visited the 5-element sect in the eastern zone of the northern desert. 5-element sect, hand over Duan Ling Tian. A loud voice came like an explosion and shook the clouds above the sky. The voice loudly and clearly reached the 5-element sect's 5 peaks. It seemed the senior officials and disciples from the 5-element sect's 5 peaks had encountered an enemy. Who's that? Someone's asking for senior brother Ling Tian. He must be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed 2 of the most outstanding young men in Izumo sect. It's expected they would look for trouble with our 5-element sect. Soon after, many senior officials and disciples of the 5-element sect discovered the person's identity. Reality proved they were right. Whoosh! 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 Silhouettes flew into the sky from the 5-element sect's 5 peaks one after another. They were the 3 leaders of the 5-element sect's senior officials. They arrived in the sky and immediately faced the intruders. There was a total of 4 uninvited guests. The leader of the team was a strong old man who exuded an aura of nobility. He stood there silently. His intense aura seemed to be integrated with heaven and earth. The 5-element sect's senior officials' expressions turned sober. All they felt was an invisible aura coming from the old man that shrouded them, and it caused them to feel a little overwhelmed. Martial Monarch Powerhouse? At this moment, the 5-element sect's senior officials' hearts palpitated when this thought occurred to them. Unless the person was a Martial Monarch Powerhouse, even a Peak Void Powerhouse who had comprehended 3 or 4 9th-level Void transformation concepts could not make them feel like this. Tong Shan. They instantly discovered the strong old man's identity. He was Izumo sect's only Martial Monarch Powerhouse, Tong Shan. As the senior officials from a third-rate force in the northern desert, they had a certain understanding of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The Izumo sect and the Martial Monarch Powerhouse from the sect were within their knowledge. The 3 leaders of the 5-element sect's senior officials were the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Water Peak, Yu Fong, and the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tiangu. May I know if you're Senior Tong Shan from Izumo sect? Tiangu asked respectfully as he looked at the strong old man. You actually recognized me, not bad. However, I don't think you're the sect leader of 5-element sect, are you? Tong Shan asked as he glanced at Tiangu. I'm the peak master of 5-element sect's Earth Peak. Tiangu. Tiangu responded with a smile. Humph. In your 5-element sect, nobody's worthy to speak to me apart from your sect leader. Get the sect leader of 5-element sect to speak to me and hand over Duanling Tian. Otherwise, I'll turn the 5-element sect upside down today. Tong Shan scoffed and coldness filled his tone as he rudely said, Since all of you know me, you should know my ability, and you should also know that I'm capable of making that happen. Senior, we know you have the capability to do that. Faced with Tong Shan's threat, Tiangu solemnly nodded. However, there was no fear on his face at all. In fact, he seemed fearless.
Since you know what I'm capable of, why don't you get the sect leader of 5-element sect to see me right away? Tong Shan asked with disdain. He thought Tiangu had agreed to what he had said. Senior Tong Shan, I'm so sorry. Both our sect leader and the peak master of Wood Peak are not at the 5-element sect for the time being, Tiangu said slowly. Then hand over Duanling Tian. Killing intent shot out of Tong Shan's eyes. When he mentioned Duanling Tian, his martial monarch's imposing manner swept out once again. It caused the 5-element sect's senior officials' expressions to change. I'll give all of you the duration of 30 breaths. If you don't hand over Duanling Tian after 30 breaths, your 5-element sect will no longer exist. Tong Shan's tone was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. At the same time, ruthlessness and violence filled his eyes as though he was about to devour anyone who dared approach him. Senior Tong Shan, perhaps you're unaware of this. Duanling Tian had announced his departure from our 5-element sect when he was in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He's no longer one of us. You're still targeting our 5-element sect even under such circumstances. Is your Izumo sect not afraid of being a laughingstock in the northern desert? Tiangu said calmly. There was a hint of mockery and teasing in his tone as he continued to speak. You don't have to worry about that. I'm standing my ground. Either you hand over Duanling Tian, or it's the end of the 5-element sect. Tong Shan's voice turned cold as he spoke. Senior Tong Shan, I've already told you Duanling Tian has left our 5-element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our 5-element sect. Even we have no idea where he went, Tiangu said again. Do you think I'll believe you? Tong Shan smirked. No matter if Senior Tong Shan believes me or not. It's the truth. Also, our sect leader of 5-element sect and peak master of Wood Peak aren't in the sect because they're currently deep in cultivation and in the process of breaking through. However, they left this message before they left. During the time of their absence, if anyone from Izumo sect dares to touch even a strand of hair on any of the 5-element sect's people, they'll visit Izumo sect when they've broken through to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu said slowly as he grinned. Threat. It's a blatant threat. In a twist of events, Tiangu was the one currently threatening Tong Shan. Tong Shan's face immediately turned grave. Martial monarch stage. One must admit what Tiangu said held a certain level of threat. No matter if it were the people Tong Shan brought or even Tong Shan himself. Their expression changed after they heard Tiangu's threat. Martial monarch stage? Do you think it's easy to break through to the martial monarch stage? Tong Shan smirked at Tiangu's words. Among those present, he was the only one who had the right to speak since he was a powerhouse who had broken through to the martial monarch stage. Our sect leader had comprehended the 9th-level advanced wind concept and 9th-level advanced thunder concept, with the help of the wind profundity fragment and thunder profundity fragment. It's not difficult to break through to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu ignored Tong Shan's smirk. As for our peak master of Wood Peak, he had comprehended the 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level fire advanced concept, since he's able to comprehend 2 opposing 9th-level void transformation concepts. It's just a matter of time before he breaks through to the martial monarch stage. Tong Shan's expression changed again after hearing Tiangu's words. Even the expression of the other 3 who came with Tong Shan changed. The 5-element sect obtained 2 profundity fragments. Moreover, the profundity fragments seemed to have been taken by the sect leader of 5-element sect for cultivation. It was logical he would immediately isolate himself somewhere to comprehend the profundities and break through to the martial monarch stage.
Moreover, the peak master of 5-element sects would peak had comprehended the 9th-level void transformation water and fire concepts. It was not difficult for such a peak void powerhouse to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. It was just a matter of time.
With that said, the 5-element sect would soon have 2 martial monarch powerhouses in the near future.
At that time, it would be as easy as cutting grass for them to kill everyone in Izumo sect, even if the 2 of them could not fight Tongshan.
Tongshan's face turned pale. Only another martial monarch powerhouse had the capability to make a martial monarch powerhouse like him reveal such an expression.
"Let's go," Tongshan said to the 3 people behind him and prepared to leave. One had to say Tongshan really did not dare to do anything to the 5-element sect after discovering the sect's trump card. Unless he managed to discover the sect leader of 5-element sect and the peak master of would peak and kill them before they broke through to the martial monarch stage to avoid trouble in the future, he dared not take the risk. "Senior Tongshan, I know where Duanling Tian is." Just when Tongshan was getting ready to leave, a deep voice entered his ears. It was a voice transmission. The 5-element sect's senior officials' faces, including Tiangu and Yufeng, turned solemn when they saw Tongshan glaring fiercely at them. Only the peak master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai's face was calm as his eyes gleamed coldly. "Senior Tongshan, Duanling Tian didn't return to our 5-element sect after leaving the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He must have returned to his hometown, the Darkhan dynasty." The person who cast the voice transmission on Tongshan was Cha Bai. At this moment, Cha Bai continued to use voice transmission to speak to Tongshan. "Senior, if you need the direction to Darkhan dynasty, you can go to Blade sect in the southern zone of the northern desert to ask for its location. I think the Blade sect will be able to provide you with a satisfactory answer." Cha Bai revealed everything in a go. Tongshan looked at Cha Bai discreetly. "You're good. I, Tongshan, will owe you a favor when I kill Duanling Tian in the future."
Cha Bai's eyes lit up when he heard that.
A martial monarch powerhouse promised him a favor?
All of a sudden, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. His hatred toward Duanling Tian due to his direct disciple's death seemed to have been forgotten at the moment. If it was not for his concern that the 5-element sect's senior officials might discover what he had done, he would have cheered out loud in excitement.
"Thank you, Senior." Cha Bai thanked Tongshan through voice transmission. Cha Bai inhaled deeply while he tried to maintain the calm on his face. Tongshan coldly glanced at the 5-element sect's senior officials again before he left with the other 3 people in tow. They then vanished before the 5-element sect's senior officials' eyes. Whoosh! 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 The element sect's senior officials who were tense felt relieved after they saw Tongshan had left with his men. "He's a martial monarch powerhouse, all right. The oppressive aura he subconsciously released was suffocating me," Tiangu exclaimed. "That's right. Martial monarch powerhouses are too powerful." Yufeng agreed and subsequently mumbled with anticipation on her face. "I wonder if I'll ever have the opportunity to break through to the martial monarch stage while I'm still alive. Our 5-element sect will have 2 martial monarch powerhouses when the sect leader and peak master Chi Yu return. At that time, our 5-element sect will be the 4th second-rate force in the northern desert." It was unknown who said that, but it caused the 5-element sect's senior officials, excluding Cha Bai, eyes to brighten as anticipation filled their eyes. "Duanling Tian, you'll definitely die this time." A cold gleam flashed through Cha Bai's eyes. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the incident at 5-element sect. He was also unaware that Tongshan, under Cha Bai's advice, had made his way to Blade sect at the southern zone of the northern desert to ask for the location of Darkhan dynasty. In the meantime, Duanling Tian had just left the 7-star sword sect and met up with a red silhouette above the sect. "Big brother Duan, did you manage to find him?" The red silhouette belonged to a red-clad lady whose body was graceful and face was extremely beautiful. Her smile seemed as though it was able to make grown men fall head over heels for her. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. He was still thinking about the foreign lands force that his 2 fiancées were currently in. Snow Peak. Volcano. That was the only clue he had right now. "Tian Wu, let's go. Let's look for Xiong Quan." Duanling Tian said to the lady and took the lead to fly away once he regained his senses. Feng Tian Wu elf-like figure trailed after him like his shadow.
Duanling Tian was moving like a bolt of lightning. However, he frowned just as he was about to increase his speed. He seemed to have noticed something when he was looking at the sky obscured by the clouds.
Someone's there. Soon after, Feng Tianwu heard a quick sound of wind whistling that flew toward them. This target was the 7-star sword sect behind them. Whoosh! The clouds before them spread out as a lightning-like silhouette appeared before Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. The lightning-like silhouette came to a halt when it arrived near Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Ah! When the person looked at Duanling Tian, his bloodshot eyes gleamed. He then held his head with his hands as he shrieked in pain.
How's this possible? Duanling Tian did not move when the person stopped before them. Disbelief filled his face when he looked at the person whose body was shrouded with black fog. He did not expect he would see this person here.
At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who followed Duanling Tian, also came to halt. She happened to see the shock and disbelief on his face. She asked inquisitively, "Big brother Duan, do you know him?" However, Duanling Tian did not answer her. All he did was stare at the old man whose eyes were red, and his body was covered in black fog. Duanling Tian lost control of his breathing as it quickened. The person before him had truly shocked him.
Shouldn't he be suffering in that inscription formation?
Didn't I sever his dantian? And also his limbs. They should have been severed by me as well. Questions flashed in Duanling Tian's heart one after another.
The person who appeared before him was none other than Zhao Ming.
Zhao Ming was one of the 2 7-star sword sect's guardian elders. Everybody used to address him as Elder Ming. Previously, when 7-star sword sect was declining, he betrayed the sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect. He then became the Azure Forest Trisect's guardian elder. Later on, he attempted to kill Duanling Tian many times, but Duanling Tian tricked him into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire, and he was trapped inside ever since. After the dynasty martial competition ended, Duanling Tian's ability had a significant boost and it surpassed Zhao Ming by many folds.
When he entered the inscription formation, he severed Zhao Ming's dantian and all of his limbs after killing the other Azure Forest Trisect's guardian elder.
At that time, when he left the inscription formation, he thought Zhao Ming would spend the rest of his life in fear and agony to the point where he would wish for death. However, he did not think he would encounter Zhao Ming here today. Furthermore, the current Zhao Ming seemed to be completely different from before. The current him exuded a dangerous vibe. Shouldn't this Zhao Ming be a cripple?
How's it possible that he's here?
Also, he seems to have a powerful ability now. Duanling Tian's expression did not look too good as he extended his spirit energy out in an attempt to probe Zhao Ming's cultivation base. However, he soon realized when his spiritual energy got close to Zhao Ming's body that was surrounded by black fog, it completely disappeared as though it had sunk into a bale of cotton. There was no way for him to probe Zhao Ming's cultivation base at all.
My current spiritual energy can even detect a 9th-level void transformation martial artist's cultivation base.
I can't believe my spiritual energy can't detect Zhao Ming's cultivation base. Duanling Tian's expression turned uglier. At the same time, a bad premonition rose within him. Maybe he's not Zhao Ming?
Maybe he's just someone who looks identical to Zhao Ming. Soon after, a strange thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. However, the old man near him completely destroyed his theory as soon as the thought appeared. The old man's initially lifeless and bloodshot eyes instantly brightened. He stared at Duanling Tian with clenched teeth before he shouted, "Duan. Duanling Tian. I remember now. You're Duanling Tian.
You're Duanling Tian."
It's really Zhao Ming. Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the hatred and ferocity on his face. Duanling Tian's face immediately turned grim.
Ha ha ha. Duanling Tian. I finally found you. Apart from killing you today, I'm also going to destroy the 7-star sword sect that you rebuilt. Zhao Ming, who had regained his senses, laughed maniacally as he looked at Duanling Tian. Zhao Ming, I didn't expect you'll still be alive. Duanling Tian said in his deep voice as his eyes coldly gleamed. Of course you'll hope for me to be dead. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to kill me.
You didn't kill me back then, but I'll kill you today. Remember this while you're on the road to death, nip it in the bud. Zhao Ming looked ferocious as he informed Duan Tian. I managed to destroy you back then. I'll definitely be able to kill you today, Duan Tian said coldly. Duan Tian had full confidence in his current ability. Although he could not see through Zhao Ming's cultivation base at the moment, he figured it could not have surpassed his. After all, Zhao Ming was only a void initiation martial artist when Duan Tian severed his dantian and limbs. It had been more than a year since Duan Tian destroyed Zhao Ming. In Duan Tian's opinion, it was impossible for Zhao Ming to surpass him no matter what Zhao Ming did or encountered, given that it had only been over a year since that incident. Are you sure? Zhao Ming began to laugh when he heard what Duan Tian said. There was a hint of viciousness in his laughter. Duan Tian, I'll take my time killing you today. I'll do exactly as you did to me. I'll give you a taste of despair. As he laughed maniacally, the black fog surrounding Zhao Ming's body roiled as it exuded a terrifying aura. Bang! 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 When black fog roiled around Zhao Ming's body, the air current began to compress. The sound of air explosion was petrifying. Such powerful strength. Duan Tian's expression changed. Feng Tianwu, who stood next to him, had a slight change of expression on her beautiful face as well. Fwa! Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy rumbled in the sky above Zhao Ming's head and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu one after another. The number did not stop growing. 100. 200, 300, 1,000. The number was still going up. 3,000 ancient horned dragons' strength? When Duan Tian saw the 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above Zhao Ming's head, his expression changed completely. When Duan Tian saw the scene before his eyes, his face immediately turned pale. His full strength was only around 3,000 ancient horned dragons, even with the aid from his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. However, Zhao Ming had yet to use his spirit weapon at the moment, and he had already displayed such powerful strength. His strength is still increasing? Duan Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. Lord, what did he just witness? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhao Ming's head. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes kept increasing. It was as though there was no end to it. 4,000 silhouettes, 5,000 silhouettes, 6,000 silhouettes. In the end, Duan Tian went numb from the shock. He was struck dumb when he looked at the over 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that finally stopped increasing. Feng Tianwu, who was standing by Duan Tian's side, instantly turned pale. A martial monarch powerhouse? From what Feng Tianwu could see, a person who could mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather a heaven and earth phenomenon like that could only be a powerhouse that was at least at the martial monarch stage. Even a powerhouse who was already at the void peak and had comprehended 5 9th level void transformation concepts could not display such an exaggerated heaven and earth phenomenon without any spirit weapon, even if he exerted his full strength. A martial artist would be considered to be at the void peak when he or she became a 9th level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended at least 2 9th level void transformation concepts. When the full strength of a 9th level void transformation martial artist was unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. A 9th level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. A powerhouse at the void peak who had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts had the strength of 6,200 ancient horned dragons without the use of any spirit weapon. Such strength was not even worth mentioning before the elder in front of him. What exactly did this Zhao Ming go through? How could he possess such powerful strength? After the initial shock, Duan Tian regained his senses. His gaze that was focused on Zhao Ming was filled with astonishment. It did not cross his mind that Zhao Ming's strength would be this powerful. After just a year, the strength Zhao Ming possessed was more than enough to be compared to a martial monarch powerhouse. It was far from what he could compare to. The strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. What kind of freaking level was that?
His strength would not even amount to half of Zhao Ming's strength, even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and exerted his full strength. Zhao Ming could easily destroy him with just one blow. Duan Ling Tian, didn't you say you can easily kill and cripple me like before? I can't wait to see how you're going to kill me now. Zhao Ming did not miss the changes on Duan Ling Tian's face from the beginning until the very end. A fierce and smug smile instantly appeared on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian's pale face. Zhao Ming, it looks like you encountered a windfall. Just a short span of 1 year. And you actually possess such mighty strength now. Duan Ling Tian solemnly said to Zhao Ming after he took a deep breath. What? Are you scared now? Zhao Ming smiled sinisterly. This feeling of having decisive power in his own hands made his blood boiled with excitement. Scared? Of you. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're still as stubborn as always even when death is approaching. Today, I'll repay whatever you did to me previously without any mistake. However, I'll watch you suffer for 3 days and 3 nights after I destroy your dantian and sever your 4 limbs before I kill you. Zhao Ming snorted. His face turned cold as his eyes gleamed with malice. As the saying went, tear the weeds out by the roots so that it can never grow again. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not kill him, and for this reason he was able to recover and even possessed such powerful strength now. There was no doubt he was a perfect living example of the saying. Due to this reason, Zhao Ming would not make the same mistake Duan Ling Tian made even if he still could not recall what he had gone through. From what he could remember, he had passed out when Duan Ling Tian left after crippling his dantian and severing his 4 limbs. The moment he regained his consciousness, he found himself in the mountain range and had already possessed the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. This new strength of his was several hundred times more than the strength he had previously possessed. My current strength is equivalent to a martial monarch powerhouse. Although Zhao Ming was only a citizen of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he still had a certain understanding about martial monarch powerhouses. It was because of this he knew the strength he currently possessed was equivalent to a martial monarch powerhouse. Destroy my dantian and 4 limbs? Watch me suffer for 3 days and 3 nights before you kill me. Duan Ling Tian had to admit he felt chills creeping up from the bottom of his heart after he listened to Zhao Ming's vicious words. At this moment, just like what Zhao Ming had thought, Duan Ling Tian really regretted not destroying the root completely. Previously, he hated Zhao Ming to the core for betraying the 7-star sword sect and joining forces with the Azure Forest Trisect to kill Elder Ming and the former sect leader, Linghu Jinhong from the 7-star sword sect. For this reason, he did not kill Zhao Ming directly. He wanted to let Zhao Ming live his remaining life in despair in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart. It did not cross his mind that after more than a year, not only did Zhao Ming's damaged dantian and 4 limbs heal, he even possessed such mighty strength. Could it be? There's something I've yet to discover about the inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire. Right now, the only explanation Duan Ling Tian had was Zhao Ming had encountered a windfall at the inscription formation. Apart from this, he really could not think of anything else that Zhao Ming could possibly encounter. With the state Zhao Ming was in previously, there was no way he could have a fortuitous encounter with anything other than the inscription formation unless somebody went in to save him and bestowed such luck to him. However, one would have to possess a wound-curing medicinal pill that was at least at the level of either the immortal spirit herb or the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill in order to heal his dantian. Duan Ling Tian felt this theory was too far-fetched. 10,000 years ago, the rebirth martial emperor distributed some of his quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and royal grade resurrection pill to the outer world, but they were only passed on to the hands of a few powerful forces in Cloud Continent. They would have used it up after 10,000 years. Even if they're not completely used up, it's almost impossible for them to appear in the Darhan dynasty, let alone the Darkstone Empire, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, even if somebody did rescue Zhao Ming, it's unlikely that person would bestow him with such horrifying strength. Even a martial emperor would not be able to turn Zhao Ming, a void initiation martial artist whose entire strength only amounted to a dozen over ancient horned dragons, to a powerhouse who's as strong as a martial monarch and possesses the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian had to admit Zhao Ming's progress really took him by surprise. No matter how he ransacked the rebirth martial emperor's memory, He could not find a plausible method that allowed a person to possess such strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, Zhao Ming's strength was quite strange.
The black energy around Zhao Ming's body doesn't seem to be the origin energy. It doesn't look like concepts as well. What kind of energy is that? Duanling Tian frowned as he looked at Zhao Ming.
Soon after, Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed. It was as though a light bulb just came on in his head. The energy around Zhao Ming's body seems quite similar to the energy that previously appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet before he killed the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders in one blow. A black energy that was neither origin energy nor concept had appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. That wave of black energy merged with his body and soul. Although it made him lose consciousness, it also gave him extremely powerful strength.
At that time, he was only a void interpretation martial artist. However, after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, he managed to kill 6 Skywolf Fort's elders who were at the void transformation stage. Don't tell me Zhao Ming has also been devilified? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed again as he speculated.
But why didn't he lose his consciousness if he's devilified? Duanling Tian was extremely puzzled about this matter. Bam! At this moment, a wave of scorching aura charged toward Duanling Tian. His face turned solemn immediately. When he turned his head, he immediately saw a wave of vast flame rose up from Feng Tianwu's body and soared into the sky as it emitted a fiery aura that encompassed the entire sky. Whoosh! 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Feng Tianwu's head before it increased to 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tianwu. Horror dawned on Duanling Tian's face. It did not cross his mind that Feng Tianwu would actually cast the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity.
At this moment, he could clearly feel the energy of the fire spirit body inside Tianwu's body was about to erupt. It was as though it was going to burst out of Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! After the appearance of the 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, the heaven and earth phenomenon continued to transform. Within seconds, another 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared.
The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons? Second-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity? Duanling Tian turned pale again when he saw this. Presently, he could clearly feel the energy of the fire spirit body in Feng Tianwu's body had become more agitated. He did not waste his time to think about it any further as he hastily transmitted his voice transmission into Feng Tianwu's ears. Tianwu, withdraw your fire profundity now. I know how to deal with this Zhao Ming. I'm serious. I really do have a way. Duanling Tian's tone was filled with anxiety. He only knew Feng Tianwu could unleash the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity in the past. He did not know she could also cast the second-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. Moreover, he had a feeling if she continued to go on like this, there was a possibility of her casting the third or even the fourth, fifth, and sixth-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. However, Tianwu would definitely die if she did that. There was a possibility the energy of the fire spirit body would cause an explosion in her body before she even had the chance to cast a higher-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. Feng Tianwu had already made up her mind when she saw the strength Zhao Ming had demonstrated and heard about the unresolved hatred between Zhao Ming and Duanling Tian. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to kill Zhao Ming and save her big brother Duan from this crisis. For the sake of big brother Duan, she could sacrifice everything, including her life. Really? Although Feng Tianwu heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission, she was still a little doubtful. She thought Duanling Tian was merely trying to appease her. Really? Duanling quickly nodded without any hesitation. He knew if he denied it, this silly girl would definitely risk her life and continue to further enhance her fire profundity to fight with Zhao Ming to death. Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian solemnly. It did not seem like Duanling Tian was lying to her. The flame that was soaring from her body began to gradually disappear into thin air. At the same time, colors immediately flooded her face. Barf! In the next second, the energy of the fire spirit body in her body suddenly trembled, and it shook her internal organs. Her throat constricted, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Silly girl! When Duanling Tian saw this, he was hit with a pang of heartache and tender affection could be seen in his eyes. Hermph! Initially, I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but I didn't expect you to turn pale and throw up after displaying the strength of only 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Zhao Ming snorted loudly with a sneer on his face when he saw this. Originally, his expression had turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu mobilized her heaven and earth energy that transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. He easily figured out the reason Feng Tianwu could unleash such powerful strength. She must have used some secret technique that would endanger her life. Otherwise, she would not have been injured.
Since you're willing to sacrifice your life for Duan Tian, it must be because you love him. Since it's like this, I'll fulfill your wish and let both of you die together. Zhao Ming spoke unhurriedly. His tone was filled with a cold, killing intent.
The moment the words left his mouth, the black fog around his body suddenly swirled and emitted a blood-curdling aura. Boom, 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 boom. The black fog became tumultuous and caused the air current to compress before a thunderous sound of explosion reverberated.
Meanwhile, a black energy materialized on Zhao Ming's hand out of thin air. It was condensed and it emitted a horrifying aura that seemed as though it could destroy anything. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense it was practically overflowing when he shifted his attention to Feng Tianwu.
Long before Zhao Ming's words left his mouth, Duan Tian's expression had already turned grave. A talisman soundlessly appeared in his hand. That was one of the 3 talismans his miserly father left him. Out of the 3 talismans, he had previously used one when he killed by Nanxiang, the strongest powerhouse from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Currently, there were 2 left. Bai Nanxiang was a first-level void transformation martial artist. After he had activated his talisman, he killed him in just a blink of an eye. I wonder if this talisman could be used to kill Zhao Ming or not. After all, his current strength is equivalent to a martial monarch powerhouse.
If the talisman doesn't work, I guess I have no other choice but to use the Devil Seal tablet to devilify myself. Duan Tian inhaled deeply as he made up his mind.
However, he seemed to have forgotten one little thing that was also the most important thing.
Previously, he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet because the Devil Seal tablet took the initiative to communicate with him. If the Devil Seal tablet did not take the initiative to contact him, he had no way to devilify himself with the Devil Seal tablet.
Duan Tian immediately focused his attention on Zhao Ming. At the moment when Zhao Ming's body trembled as though he was about to make a move to kill Feng Tianwu, Duan Tian suddenly let out a yell that stunned Zhao Ming and rooted him to the spot.
Appear! Duan Tian shouted and surprised Zhao Ming.
When Zhao Ming finally regained his senses and looked at Duan Tian, it was just in time to see a piece of glowing paper that emanated a wave of terrifying aura floating toward him. It made his blood ran cold.
Stop! Almost at the same time when Duan Tian threw out the talisman and shouted, "Appear!" a thunderous voice sounded from the sky.
A ghost-like figure materialized out of nowhere by Zhao Ming's side along with this fierce voice. Unfortunately, he was too late.
When he materialized out of thin air, a vicious and bloody hole suddenly appeared between Zhao Ming's eyebrows. Blood gushed out from the hole. Zhao Ming's gaze immediately became unfocused as he fell to the ground. When Zhao Ming finally realized what was happening, he did not even have the time to gather his thoughts before he died. He was killed by a streak of solidified energy that shot out of the talisman.
Soon after, the talisman crumbled away into powder.
Zhao Ming's body fell from the air and disappeared before Duan Tian's eyes.
That was... Shock was clearly written on Feng Tianwu's delicate face. Her pair of autumn eyes were gleaming with disbelief.
The scene she just witnessed was definitely the most bizarre scene she had ever seen in her life.
She saw her big brother Duan through a paper filled with scrawlings and shouted, "Appear!" In the next second, that paper mysteriously crumbled and turned into a powder that obscured the entire sky.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, whose strength rivaled a martial monarch powerhouse and could unleash the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons, was killed in a blink of an eye when a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows.
Although she could not clearly see how Zhao Ming died, she had an inkling it had something to do with the paper filled with scrawlings that crumbled into powder and obscured the sky. What's that? Feng Tianwu was completely dumbfounded. She had no idea what the paper that Duan Tian threw was. How could it possibly contain such powerful strength? Soon after, Feng Tianwu's attention shifted to the black figure that appeared out of nowhere. It was this person who had let out a thunderous shout earlier.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was originally nervous, immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the talisman his miserly father left him kill Zhao Ming in just a second. However, the expression on his face quickly turned grave again.
Another talisman materialized in his hand as he glared fixedly at the black-clad middle-aged man who appeared out of thin air.
Earlier, when he saw Duanling Tian threw the talisman toward Zhao Ming and shouted, "Appear," this man had shouted in an attempt to stop him and descended from the sky in an unfriendly manner. This man might be an acquaintance of Zhao Ming.
Due to the man's swift speed, Duanling Tian could sense this man's strength was in no way inferior to Zhao Ming. Due to this reason, he hastily took out the last remaining talisman. Duanling Tian noticed the black-clad middle-aged man who was originally glaring at him coldly suddenly turned tensed when the talisman appeared again in his hand. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh in relief again. He could see the black-clad middle-aged man was cautious of the talisman in his hand.
Indeed, the scene when he threw the talisman out and killed Zhao Ming was witnessed by this man. It would be strange if that man was not cautious of the talisman in his hand.
Dao talisman. You're just a mere mortal stage martial cultivator from a rural continent. Where exactly did you get those Dao talismans? The ordinary-looking black-clad middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duanling Tian. Rural continent? Mortal stage martial cultivator. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the black-clad middle-aged man's words. Even Feng Tianwu, who was standing by his side, had a perplexed expression on her face that was so delicate it could topple an entire kingdom.
Since when did Cloud Continent become a rural continent?
Judging from the black-clad middle-aged man's words, it seemed like he was not from Cloud Continent. On the other hand, what was a mortal stage martial cultivator? You're not from the Cloud Continent? Duanling Tian asked solemnly as his eyes gleamed.
Since his memory had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he knew there were many powerful demons living outside of Cloud Continent in the deep sea. Moreover, there were also demon emperors that even the rebirth martial emperor found hard to overpower at his prime. According to the rebirth martial emperor speculation, apart from the powerful demon emperors, the deep sea might also house some martial emperors who possessed remarkable strength. Unfortunately, even the rebirth martial emperor could not explore the secrets of the deep sea as he pleased. Although he was once known as the strongest person on Cloud Continent, he still had to advance with caution in the deep sea.
From what I can glean from the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he had heard many older martial emperors from Cloud Continent had once entered the deep sea to explore its secret. However, none of the older martial emperors had returned from their expedition. According to the Cloud Continent's inhabitant speculation, these older martial emperors might have lost their way in the deep sea and could not find their way home. However, the rebirth martial emperor speculated the older martial emperors might have either died in the hands of the powerful demon emperors in the deep sea or settled down somewhere in the deep sea.
According to the rebirth martial emperor's speculation, there may be other continents other than Cloud Continent in this world. This continent must be on the other side of the deep sea. Duanling Tian figured this out easily by browsing through the rebirth martial emperor's memory.
The rebirth martial emperor had previously read a passage of a written record in an ancient ruin. The record was left behind by a martial artist in the ancient time. The passage stated he had once met a powerhouse who came from a place outside of the Cloud Continent. That person managed to defeat him in a duel with only one technique.
The martial artist who had written the passage claimed to have a cultivation base at the 6th level martial emperor stage. Even in the rebirth martial emperor's prime, he only managed to reach the 4th level martial emperor stage. Moreover, during his era there was only him. He was the only powerhouse with a cultivation at the 4th level martial emperor stage in the entire Cloud Continent.
Due to this reason, he was undoubtedly the strongest martial emperor in the entire Cloud Continent at that time. Duanling Tian easily learned about all this from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Defeating a 6th level martial emperor in one blow? If the rebirth martial emperor who was in his prime faced a 6th level martial emperor, he would also be defeated in just one blow. A person who could defeat a 6th level martial emperor in just one blow. Just how terrifying was that person? Chills ran up Duanling Tian's spine as he thought of this.
Humph.
Of course. I'm not from your rural continent. The black-clad, middle-aged man snorted loudly when he heard Duanling Tian's question.
Originally, he did not intend to answer Duanling Tian's question. However, dread filled his eyes and he answered unwillingly upon seeing the talisman in Duanling Tian's hand.
Where are you from? Duanling Tian asked again. He did not miss the cautious gaze the black-clad, middle-aged man used to look at the talisman in his hand. He could not help but feel surprised. The talisman in his hand was previously given to him by his miserly father. It did not cross his mind this powerhouse, whom he suspected came from outside Cloud Continent, would dread the talisman in his hand. Where am I from? The black-clad, middle-aged man glared at Duanling Tian in rage after he took a deep breath. Are you kidding me? If you have a talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator, how is it possible you don't know where I'm from? For the sake of the Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator behind you, I won't hold you responsible for ruining my human puppet this time. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if you have the talisman he left for you, and I have to risk being seriously injured. The black-clad, middle-aged man hissed coldly. Judging from his words, it was obvious the talisman in Duanling Tian's hand could inflict serious injury on him. The moment the words left the black-clad, middle-aged man's mouth, he vanished into thin air before Duanling Tian and Feng Tian Wu's eyes. It was as though he was never there.
When Duanling Tian saw how the black-clad, middle-aged man came and went freely as he pleased, he could not help but smile wryly. I still have many questions I want to ask him. Why did he leave so fast? Whether it was the mortal stage martial cultivator or the Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator or something, Duanling Tian had never heard of such words prior to meeting the black-clad, middle-aged man. Even if he ransacked the memory of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 reincarnations, he could not find anything related at all. Mortal stage martial cultivator, Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator. Even the rebirth martial emperor had never heard of such thing in his 2 reincarnations. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian was taken completely by surprise. Could it be the mortal stage martial cultivator and the Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator are actually the cultivation stages in the other continent of the deep sea or even other continents on the other side of the world? Stages that are similar to the Void, Martial Monarch, and Martial Emperor stage in our Cloud continent. Duanling Tian finally regained his senses, and he could not help but speculate. The more he pondered on it, the more certain he became. Apart from this, what's the Dao talisman the black-clad, middle-aged man kept referring to when he spoke about the talisman in my hand? Moreover, it's a Dao talisman that was inscribed by a Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator. Duanling Tian sighed again when he thought about this. The talisman, or more precisely, the Dao talisman in his hand, was left behind by his miserly father, Duan Rufeng, before he left. How did father get his hands on these Dao talismans? See, could it be that he's actually... A bizarre thought instantly formed in Duanling Tian's mind. His miserly father might not be in Cloud Continent during the 20 years he was gone. Otherwise, how did he manage to get his hands on the Dao talismans? It was obvious the Dao talismans did not originate from Cloud Continent. Don't tell me father actually took mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent and brought them to the other continent overseas? The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he thought about this. It's no wonder there's no record of the Dao talisman in the memory of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 reincarnations. As it turns out, it doesn't even belong on Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian's gaze fell on the Dao talisman in his hand as a bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. In the past, he thought as long as he could stand at the highest position in Cloud Continent, it would be enough to grant him a grand view of the world so he would be able to overlook the people from the top. However, it seemed like even if he had already stood at the highest position in Cloud Continent just like the rebirth martial emperor had, there was still another continent far at sea that housed many other individuals who were stronger than him. Looks like the older martial emperors in Cloud Continent really did move to the other continent on the other side of the sea just like what the rebirth martial emperor had speculated. That must be the place that has all these mortal stage martial cultivator, Saint Rudiment Stage Dao cultivator, and Dao talisman, Duanling Tian thought to himself. If father really brought mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent to the other continent overseas, his current strength must be far better than the average martial emperor's.
Duanling Tian muttered gravely to himself after he inhaled deeply.
I'm almost certain the voice that was deliberately concealed as a hoarse voice that appeared when I was fighting Zhao Ming and the other 3 guardian elders from the Azure Forest Trisect along with Peak Master Xianxia from the sky above the imperial city of the Crimson Sky.
Kingdom must be Father's voice. Father must be the mysterious powerhouse that's hidden in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although Duanling Tian had long suspected this, he had no way to confirm his theory at all. At this moment, he was 100% certain. That mysterious powerhouse was none other than his miserly father. A person who could easily overpower the 3 6th-level Void Initiation martial artists at the sky above the Imperial City through him was inside the Imperial City of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the current Duanling Tian could not do that yet. Perhaps, Father's strength is even stronger than the rebirth Martial Emperor in his prime. I really wonder what kind of experience he had gone through in these 20 years for him to be able to obtain such horrifying strength.
Compared to him, the fortuitous adventure that I've been on, such as the memory fusion with the rebirth Martial Emperor's 2 reincarnations or the other various encounters after that, is not worth mentioning at all. Duanling Tian laughed at himself when he thought about this.
However, if Father is really a powerhouse from the other continent overseas, why didn't he bring me along with Mother, Jingru, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan when they left? Duanling Tian was puzzled.
No matter what, he was still the biological son of his miserly father.
By right, his miserly father would not have left him alone in Cloud Continent to fend for himself. There must be some other reason Father did not bring me along. Duanling Tian currently had no other explanation other than this.
After all, which parents did not wish for their children to stay by their side?
Duanling Tian was suddenly hit by a pang of realization as he suddenly remembered something.
He lifted up his hand and took out a jade box. It was the exquisite jade box his miserly father, Duan Rufeng, left for him. Duanling Tian studied the exquisite jade box in his hand as he recalled the message his father left for him in the voice transmission jade slip. Other than these 3 talismans, I'm leaving this exquisite jade box for you as well. When you finally have the ability to open it, you'll find out where your mother and I are.
That was the original words left behind by his miserly father, Duan Rufeng. Even if I don't use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my entire strength currently is equivalent to 2,000 over ancient horned dragons. It should be enough to open this exquisite jade box, right? Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he placed both of his hands on the jade box. His origin energy immediately soared up as his concepts followed like shadows.
Soon after, the heaven and earth energy whirled above his head and eventually gathered into 2,200 silhouettes of lifelike ancient horned dragons that writhed as they descended.
Feng Tianwu felt it was strange when Duanling Tian kept muttering to himself from time to time about some matters she did not understand. Although she found the situation strange, she did not disturb Duanling Tian and just quietly stood at the side. At this moment, shock crept up on her delicate face when she saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duanling Tian. It did not cross her mind Big Brother Duan had become so powerful. Back then outside of Qingfeng Palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Big Brother Duan's strength was only equivalent to 1,600 ancient horned dragons after he exerted his full strength with the aid of his spirit weapon when he fought Lei Zhong,
the strongest person among the younger generations in Izumo sect. However, just with his origin energy and concepts without the aid of his spirit weapon, Big Brother Duan can currently exert the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. Feng Tianwu gasped loudly. She was taken aback by the strength Duanling Tian currently possessed. At this moment, she finally understood why her big brother Duan was confident he could protect her and Zhang Shouyong during their journey back to the Darkhan dynasty from the northern desert. As it turned out, her big brother Duan had already possessed such great power. It seems like Big Brother Duan's was quite lucky with his encounters in Qingfeng Palace. Feng Tianwu thought to herself. After leaving the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, she had never once left his side. Due to this reason, she came to a conclusion the reason her big brother Duan made such huge progress was due to some fortuitous encounter the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It still refuses to move. Soon after, Feng Tianwu heard Duanling Tian's sigh. Only then did she notice the reason he mobilized his strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons was to open this exquisite jade box in his hands. Judging from her big brother Duan's words, the jade box still refused to open even after he used his strength that was equivalent to 2,200 ancient horned dragons.
What jade box is that?
Even with the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons, it still won't open? For a time, Feng Tianwu was dumbfounded. Before she had time to comprehend what was going on, she noticed a sword had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's palm as he raised up his hand. The sword emanated a terrifying aura.
It was none other than Duan Ling Tian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword made its appearance, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. Whoosh! With a shake of his hand, the sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons struck like lightning at the seam of the tightly shut exquisite jade box in an attempt to forcefully pry it open. Clang! A faint sound reverberated in the sky, but the exquisite jade box still refused to open. The seam that was tightly shut did not even carry a tiny trace of being pried open at all. What exactly is this exquisite jade box made of? It's so damn tough. Duan Ling Tian could only give up. When he withdrew his quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he sighed once again. He knew his current strength was insufficient to open this exquisite jade box. Fathers becoming more and more mysterious. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he could not help but smile wryly as he put the exquisite jade box away. Big brother Duan, what's that jade box? Not only did your sword that contains the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons fail to open it, it didn't even leave a scratch on its surface. Feng Tianwu witnessed the entire process with her eyes from the beginning until the end, and she was completely dumbfounded by what she saw.
I've no idea. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile as he shook his head.
Although his miserly father left the exquisite jade box for him, he had no idea what it was or what was in there. However, there was one thing he was certain of. He was sure his miserly father would include information about the other continent on the other side of the deep sea in a voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box. Naturally, there would be other things apart from the voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box. Duan Ling Tian had a strong feeling about that.
Perhaps I'll be able to open it when my cultivation base has broken through to the martial monarch stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Let's go, Tian Wu, Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu, and they continued on their journey to Xianquan's hometown. They were headed there to look for Xianquan and fix his dantian. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently as she quietly trailed after Duan Ling Tian like his shadow.
Soon after, they found Xianquan's hometown through Duan Ling Tian's memory when he sent Xianquan home. It was located in a remote little village in the mountain range. Although the little village was remote, the livelihood was good. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived, they saw the scene of men farming as the women weaved in the village. There were also children playing happily.
If I could spend the rest of my life with the person I like here, I would consider my life well lived, Feng Tianwu mumbled softly as she looked at the village. Her beautiful lips were slightly parted and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes that seemed capable of melting everything. It makes sense that you would think that, but they probably wish they possess a powerful ability so they could go out and see the world, Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile.
The way they thought was naturally different since they were in different positions. Feng Tianwu was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and she was the precious one in her family. It was only natural for her to be emotionally touched when she saw that scene in the village. However, the villagers probably wished to be like Feng Tianwu, who possessed a powerful ability and had the opportunity to venture out into the world. They did not even dare to venture too far from the village due to their inability to protect themselves. Feng Tianwu only realized that Duan Ling Tian heard her murmurings when she heard what he said in response. Her beautiful cheeks blushed ruddily as though blood was going to drip out. Duan Ling Tian became mesmerized when saw Feng Tianwu's shy and lovely face. He was tempted to get closer to her and give her a big kiss on her beautiful cheek.
Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotion. He quickly took the lead to descend from the sky as he said to Feng Tianwu, "Let's go." Feng Tianwu was inwardly excited when she saw the passionate look in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. She could not help but sigh as she watched Duanling Tian descend upon the village as though he was running for his life. Still a piece of log. Feng Tianwu looked at that big, purple silhouette a little angrily and moved like a fire elf as she trailed after him like his shadow. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's wind-like movement was similar to a goshawk landing as he arrived before the villagers in the village. The first person who noticed Duanling Tian was a little boy who was 4 or 5 years old. He exclaimed excitedly as he watched Duanling Tian hovering in midair. Whoa! He can fly! It was as though the little boy had discovered a whole new world. I heard from my dad that only powerhouses at the void-prying stage or above could fly and hover in the sky. It seems like he's a powerhouse above the void-prying stage. A young lady who looked 13 or 14 years old said. A powerhouse that's above the void-prying stage? Then isn't he as powerful as Uncle Xianxia? A little boy of 7 or 8 years old exclaimed out loud. As opposed to the naive kids, the faces of the adults who noticed Duanling Tian changed as fear appeared in their eyes. They looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at some destructive beast. Their way of thinking was simple. Theoretically, such a powerhouse would not deign to come to their village. Nothing good would come out of Duanling Tian's arrival at their village. Soon after, a gleam flashed in a villager's eyes, and he quickly left. It seemed like he was going to inform someone about what just happened. Meanwhile, a group of adults' eyes gleamed when they saw a red-clad lady appearing next to the purple-clad young man hovering in midair. The red-clad lady had a graceful body and a beautiful face. Their bodies turned as stiff as logs, and they were mesmerized by her beauty. She's so beautiful. Is that a fairy? Miss Fairy is descending from heaven. The group of adults was not the only ones attracted by the red-clad lady. Even the children who were playing in the village had stopped to stare at her. The adults were also blatantly staring at the red-clad lady. They spent all their lives in this remote little village where they were self-sufficient and did not have to venture out of the village. Where would they have a chance to see such a beauty? Tianwu, the kids are calling you Miss Fairy? Duanling Tian said to Feng Tianwu with a slight smile as he looked at the group of innocent kids. Feng Tianwu's cheeks flushed again when she heard what he said. Who are the both of you? Somebody suddenly shouted from the back of the village. An agile body like a cheetah followed after the fierce scream. It entered the village in seconds and glared fiercely at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. A big, young man about 20 years old appeared before Duanling Tian. The young man had a pair of thick eyebrows. Although there was fear buried deep in those eyes under the thick eyebrows as he glared, the young man stood upright and held his ground. There was admiration in Duanling Tian's eyes at the moment. Hey! This young man looks a little familiar. Duanling Tian, who was observing the big, young man, sensed a familiarity in him. It felt like he had seen him before. This is Xianxia's hometown. I've only been here once when I sent Xianxia back years ago. This young man is around 20 years old, so he should only be 12 or 13 years old back then. Duanling Tian thought about this, and his eyes lit up. He was stunned as asked the big, young man, are you who? As soon as Duanling Tian said that, the group of adults, including who, was stunned. This brother who came with Miss Fairy seems to know brother who. Brother who's so amazing. Even this flying brother knows him. That's because brother who's the only powerhouse who has left this village with Uncle Xianxia to explore the world. The children in the village wore a dramatic expression on their faces. You know me? The big, young man named who looked at Duanling Tian with confusion written on his face. What? Who? You've forgotten about me. Duanling Tian smiled. I remember you were only 12 or 13 when I came to this village with Xianxia. You even invited me for a meal at your house. Who narrowed his eyes when he heard Duanling Tian's words. I invited this person to my house for a meal when I was 12 or 13? Your big brother Ling Tian. Who finally recognized Duanling Tian after browsing through his childhood memory. He could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face. Over the years, he had listened to Xianxia talked about things this purple-clad young man had done. This purple-clad young man had already possessed the 8-level origin core when he was who's age. Who had always treated him as his idol. Now that he met his idol again,
How could he not be excited? He's young Master Ling Tian? At this moment, many villagers who heard what Who said recalled the distinguished guest they had years ago. Even the #1 powerhouse in their village, Xianxia, had to address this guest as young master.
It's really young Master Ling Tian.
It's been so many years, young Master Ling Tian did not change at all. Yes, young Master Ling Tian's still so young. The fear in the villagers' eyes was long gone. Their eyes were currently filled with respect as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Who? Where's Xianxia? Duan Ling Tian looked at the big, young man before him. He felt a little emotional. The kid back then had grown into an adult so fast and currently possessed a cultivation base at the 4th level origin core.
Although Who was not as powerful as Duan Ling Tian at his age, he was considered talented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
Uncle Xianxia. As Who was about to speak, he was interrupted by a loud voice. Who's that? Who dares intrude on our Xiong family village? A loud voice that was like an explosion came closer and closer. When everyone heard the voice, a silhouette that seemed to have transformed into a giant sword dashed into the village and appeared next to Who. The person with sword energy forming and sparkling around him had 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes following him above his head. The majestic silhouette descended. First level advanced sword concept? Duan Ling Tian had already seen the 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes before that person, who seemed as though he had transformed into a giant sword, dashed into the village. He could not help but narrow his eyes. When that person revealed himself, he could not help but say in shock, Xianxia. When did you comprehend the first level advanced sword concept?
That person was a tall, big middle-aged man with stubbles all over his face. He looked unkempt.
Isn't he Xianxia, the person who was by Duan Ling Tian's side back then? Young master. Xianxia had rushed here after a villager informed him about the commotion in the village. His emotions were stirred up when he saw the purple-clad young man's face and heard his voice. The sword energy surrounding Xianxia's body vanished along with the 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above his head. His widened eyes were filled with indescribable excitement and tears of joy. Xianxia lost his imposing manner as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. It had been so many years since he last saw him. Haha, Xianxia.
It's been a while. Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and landed before Xianxia. He smiled and said, "You're still the same as before, you haven't changed much." Although Duan Ling Tian tried his best to keep calm, there was still a hint of excitement in his eyes.
At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the fact that Xianxia had comprehended the first-level advanced sword concept. Young master! Xianxia's body trembled from the sudden stir in his emotion when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing right before his eyes. He could not hold back the tears in his as they dripped down his face. As the saying went, a man does not easily shed tears unless he is heartbroken or overjoyed. In Xianxia's case, it was tears of joy and excitement that were dripping down his face. Xianxia, I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he continued to say, I told you this back then. I promised the next time I see you would be the time I heal your Dantian. That was Duan Ling Tian's promise to Xianxia back then. He was finally here to fulfill his promise. Xianxia was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Heal my Dantian?
Young master, are you serious? Xianxia's emotions were stirred up again just as he calmed himself down. His chin that was filled with stubbles began to quiver from the intense emotion. Although he had never revealed his pain from not being able to cultivate due to his severed Dantian to any outsiders throughout the years, he would stare blankly into nothingness when it was quiet in the middle of the night. It was all due to his severed Dantian. He did not think too much about Duan Ling Tian's promise because he thought Duan Ling Tian only said that in an attempt to comfort him. It was because he had never heard of anyone who could heal Dantian after it was destroyed. However, Duan Ling Tian, whom he had not seen for years, suddenly appeared before him and said he could heal his Dantian. At this moment, he finally believed Duan Ling Tian's promise from back then. What? You don't believe me? Duan Ling Tian said as he smiled. No, young master, I just feel it's too unbelievable. Xianxia immediately said as he shook his head. Big brother Ling Tian. Can you really heal Uncle Xianxia's Dantian? Who was standing by Xianxia's side, excitedly asked Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the villagers were looking at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation as well. They seemed to be waiting for a confirmation from Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian did not say a word. He knew whatever he said would be useless even if it would get everyone excited. He would rather prove it with action. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm to retrieve the immortal spirit herb from his spatial ring. The very last leaf shone with a green glow on the immortal spirit herb as it appeared before everyone's eyes. Xianxia, eat this. When Duan Ling Tian plucked the last leaf on the immortal spirit herb, the green glow surrounding its root vanished completely. A leaf that glows? What kind of herb is that? It's magical. All of a sudden, the villagers in the Xiang family village erupted in a clamor when they saw it. Even the children who were quiet were shocked when they saw it. Xianxia realized the herb was extraordinary when he saw it shining with a green glow. His heart jolted when he heard Duan Ling Tian asking him to consume it. This is the herb that'll heal my Dantian? If it was just an ordinary herb, even if Duan Ling Tian was the one who asked him to consume it, he would have felt doubtful inwardly. However, the herb that was sparkling with a green glow made him realize it was not something ordinary. Are you kidding? Would an ordinary herb glow? Thank you, young master. Xianxia took the immortal spirit herb from Duan Ling Tian's hand and shoved it into his mouth without further delay. He swallowed it after chewing a few times. The villagers from the Xiang family village, including Feng Tianwu who had just descended and landed by Duan Ling Tian's side, were staring at Xianxia as he chewed and swallowed the herb. Although she had heard about how powerful the immortal spirit herb's medicinal efficacy was from Duan Ling Tian, she had never seen it work its magic before. She finally had the opportunity to witness the immortal spirit herb's medicinal efficacy. She was excited. After Xianxia consumed the immortal spirit herb, the villagers from the Xiang family village stared at him as they held their breath. Uncle Xianxia, who looked at Xianxia with anticipation. He clenched his fists as his body trembled slightly. He was the person closest to Xianxia among the people in Xiang family village. Xianxia was the one who taught him the ability he possessed today. He knew how much Xianxia's severed dantian affected him. That was why he was the one who wished the most for his Uncle Xianxia's dantian to recover. Wow! Uncle Xianxia's tummy is glowing, a little boy exclaimed. Meanwhile, everyone saw a bright green glow rising from Xianxia's dantian. It shone through his robes. The green glow became brighter and brighter. Half an hour later, the green glow gradually stopped glowing before it completely vanished. Uncle Xianxia, who took a deep breath as he anxiously looked at Xianxia. Feng Tianwu and the villagers from Xiang family village were also staring unblinkingly at Xianxia. There was eagerness in their eyes as they waited for the result. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though the expression on his face would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It seemed as though he was not worried Xianxia's dantian could not be healed. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was stunned and a smile formed on his face that was filled with stubbles when he regained his senses. He laughed heartily as he raised his head to the sky. His laughter was carefree as though he was completely released from the burden he had been carrying all these years. It's healed. My dantian's healed. Xianxia's laughter only stopped over 10 breaths later. However, it seemed as though he was not satisfied as he wholeheartedly screamed into the sky to release his stirred emotion. Tears were pouring from Xianxia's eyes. He could not hold them back. Every villager from Xiang family village, including who, began to smile. They were happy for Xianxia. Big brother Ling Tian. Thank you. Who thanked Duan Ling Tian with a trembling voice. He was too excited to the point that his voice was shaking. You don't have to thank me. I'm mostly responsible for Xianxia's severed dantian, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. As opposed to the villagers of Xiang family village who were excited,
He had extended his spiritual energy when the green glow vanished from Xianxia's dantian. He had already known Xianxia's dantian was completely healed.
Due to that, he remained calm. Moreover, he had previously witnessed the immortal spirit herb's amazing medicinal efficacy.
Hu Li's severed leg regenerated after he consumed the immortal spirit herb.
That was much more difficult than healing a severed dantian.
A royal grade or quasi-royal grade resurrection pill could heal a severed dantian.
However, neither a royal grade nor quasi-royal grade resurrection pill would be able to regenerate a severed leg.
The healing of the dantian was definitely easier compared to regenerating a severed leg. It's really healed? Although Feng Tianwu did not doubt Duanling Tian's words, she was still shocked when she saw the faint origin energy that shrouded Xianxia's body.
The origin energy shrouding Xianxia's body was so weak it was barely there. Although the origin energy was weak, it would still need a complete dantian in order for it to be released through one's body.
Thank you, young master. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was still caught up in the excitement when Xianxia kneeled down before Duanling Tian and began to kowtow to him as he thanked him.
Xianxia, what are you doing? Duanling Tian's face changed drastically when he saw that. He immediately lifted his arms and his origin energy transformed into an invisible force that lifted Xianxia up from the ground.
When he saw the anger on Duanling Tian's face, he realized Duanling Tian was unhappy with his earlier action. He was at a loss about what to do. All of a sudden, an idea flashed through his mind. Young master, please follow me, Xianxia said to Duanling Tian and proceeded to take the lead to dash out of the village.
Duanling Tian realized Xianxia had turned around and left the village as soon his voice entered his ears. The anger he felt had vanished and he did not know if he should laugh or cry. Nevertheless, he still followed after Xianxia.
He was curious about where Xianxia was bringing him. Naturally, Feng Tianwu followed him as well. Whoosh! As Xianxia exited the village, the sword energy on his body ran rampant. It made him look as though he had transformed into a giant sword as he rushed off. His current origin energy did not allow him to fly yet, so he was running on the ground instead. However, Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with shock.
Xianxia, how did you manage to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept? Duanling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above Xianxia's head.
Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had an inquisitive expression. She had heard a little about Xianxia from Duanling Tian.
Therefore, she knew Xianxia had only comprehended the sword force when he returned to Xiang family village. At that time, he had not even comprehended the elementary sword concept.
It had been less than 10 years, but Xianxia managed to elevate his comprehension of the sword force to the first-level advanced sword concept. She found it unbelievable.
Young master, you'll understand when you see the place I'm about to show you, Xianxia said to Duanling Tian as he led the way.
Duanling Tian nodded wordlessly as he followed Xianxia closely. He wanted to see where Xianxia was bringing him. The place that gave Xianxia the ability to comprehend the void transformation stage in such a short time. In his opinion, it was a miracle.
Xianxia led the way while Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu followed him like his shadow. The rugged terrain in the mountain range was difficult for ordinary people to walk, and the wild beasts that would suddenly appear was a nightmare for ordinary people.
However, Duanling Tian and the other two were not ordinary people.
It did not pose a problem for Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu since they had the ability to fly.
Although Xianxia was running, it felt more like a leisurely walk on flat ground to him. His body emanated a ferocious sword energy that scared away wild beasts. They did not dare to attack him at all.
Led by Xianxia, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu finally arrived outside a canyon deep in the mountain range. The canyon's entrance was in the form of a single-line sky. If Xianxia did not lead the way, it would have been impossible for Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu to find this place.
Young master, Miss Tianwu. It's in there. Xianxia's breath quickened when he stood outside the canyon's entrance. It was as though something in there excited him. Duanling Tian had introduced Feng Tianwu to Xianxia during their journey.
Xianxia was an observant person. He could tell Feng Tianwu was interested in his young master. When he saw the way his young master treated her, he knew Miss Tianwu would most likely be Duanling Tian's third wife in the future. Therefore, he was polite to Feng Tianwu and acted accordingly.
Duanling Tian nodded. Xiongquan's excitement piqued his curiosity. What's in the canyon? It even caused Xiongquan to lose his composure. From what he remembered, Xiongquan was a steady person.
Let's go, Duanling Tian said and took the lead to fly through the single-line sky. He had finally entered the canyon.
Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan followed closely behind. Fwa! 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 When they entered the canyon, the sound of rapid water flowing caught Duanling Tian's attention, and he immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. With just a glance, he saw a big waterfall deep in the canyon. The waterfall was akin to the galaxy falling from the sky. It was impressive to look at from afar. Young master, it's here. Xiongquan finally managed to tamp down his excitement. He took the lead again and brought them across the big waterfall. He stared fixedly at the wall next to the waterfall. It was as though there was something fascinating on the wall that had attracted his attention. Meanwhile, origin energy ran rampant on Xiongquan's body when his attention was focused on the wall. It gave him a fierce and imposing aura. Xiongquan's odd behavior immediately caught Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu's attention. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu finally arrived next to Xiongquan. They looked curiously at the object of Xiongquan's attention. It was a wall next to the waterfall.
With just a glance, their interest was immediately piqued.
Sword. A gigantic word that read, sword, on the wall appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. In the beginning, nothing was out of the ordinary. However, Duanling Tian soon realized his mind turned empty when he focused on the word. It was apparent someone had carved the word on the wall using sword glow in just a stroke. It emitted a fierce sword intent. Soon after, Duanling Tian's empty mind was only left with the word, sword. Duanling Tian felt as though he was beguiled by the word that released a fierce sword intent.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian did not know when sword energy began to rise from his body. It was the 9th-level intermediate sword concept he had comprehended. Almost at the same time when the sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth energy above Duanling Tian's head whirred, and eventually formed 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The canyon was completely silent. Duanling Tian and Xiongquan were not the only ones staring blankly at the word, sword, on the wall. Even Feng Tianwu's eyes were focused on the word. Initially, she thought the word sword was beautiful. However, she could not tear her eyes away from it after a few more looks. She had completely immersed herself in the word. It was as though the word contained some kind of enchantment. She did not know when, but she could sense some sort of force as she comprehended it. The force's characteristic was obvious. It was ferocious and sharp. Sword force. Feng Tianwu's heart jolted and the expression on her beautiful face changed slightly. She did not think just the word sword on the wall would allow her to comprehend the sword force she did not have any contact with prior to this. Although she was shocked, she still could not look away from the word on the wall. The word sword seemed to have captivated her. It made her unwilling to look away. Fwa! Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Feng Tianwu, had sword energy on his body. It released a wave of overbearing aura that shot up to the sky. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duanling Tian's head began to change. Initially, there were 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, but there were currently 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First-level advanced sword concept. Duanling Tian, who was completely immersed in the word, sword on the wall, had yet to realize he had a breakthrough in his sword concept. He had broken through to the void transformation stage. Sword, the king of soldiers. Sword, it rescues and kills at the same time. Sword brings justice to the world and destroy all the injustice in the world. Duanling Tian did not know when but a calm voice entered his ears when he was completely immersed in the word, sword on the wall. There was no trace of emotion in the voice. It seemed as though Duanling Tian gained a new understanding of the word sword when he heard the voice. He could not help but sweat when he thought of the person who left the sword intent behind. All of a sudden, he thought his sword attainment was like comparing fluorescent light to the sun and moon when he compared himself with the voice. Duanling Tian felt as though he had been bewitched.
His mind was clear of everything except for the word sword on the wall. However, things began to change. The word rotated a few times before a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow stood with the support of a sword.
Duanling Tian could not see how the shadow's appearance, but he could sense the ferocious sword intent the shadow was releasing. It seemed as though the sword intent could destroy everything.
The sword intent was smothering him. It seems like being in the presence of the sword intent released by the shadow is more beneficial than an Emperor stage profundity fragment. A thought suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. It was difficult for him to get rid of the thought. Duanling Tian's mind was in chaos when the shadow suddenly moved. Oh my God! How's this possible?
He discovered the shadow in his mind was performing a sword skill. Its movement was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water.
It would not have mattered so much if it was performing some other sword skill, but it was performing the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was the Heaven rank advanced sword skill from the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Theoretically, apart from him and the rebirth Martial Emperor whose soul was completely destroyed, it was impossible a third person would know about this sword skill. What? Duanling Tian's mind erupted in chaos again before he had time to ponder deeply about the matter. He realized all 9 dragons with an imposing and majestic manner were released when the mysterious shadow was performing the 9 dragons' radiant flash in his head. The 9 divine dragons' eyes gleamed as 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Whoosh! 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 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out destructively as though they were going to pierce through everything. It was the perfection stage 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duanling Tian was stunned.
Subsequently, he saw the mysterious shadow tirelessly perform 9 dragons' radiant flash one after another.
It was as though it had transformed into a tireless teacher. Duanling Tian, who was initially shocked, finally regained his composure. He learned a lot from watching the mysterious shadow performing the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Time passed by silently.
Duanling Tian had no idea how long it passed. The shadow stopped moving when he discovered he had a brand new understanding of the 9 dragons' radiant flash.
Whoosh!
He was about to demonstrate the 9 dragons' radiant flash so he could take a good look at what he had learned when the mysterious shadow began to move and demonstrate another sword skill. The sword skill shocked Duanling Tian again.
It was the 9 Tribulation sword control technique. The mysterious shadow hovered in the air as 9 swords appeared around his body. The 9 swords continuously moved around his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Suddenly, the mysterious shadow moved again. It released all 9 swords that exuded a fierce aura.
That was not the only thing that shocked Duanling Tian. He saw 9 divine dragons appeared out of the 9 swords one after another. There was a total of 81 divine dragons, and their eyes gleamed in unison. In the next second, 162 ultimate radiant flashes shot out and encompassed the entire area. It was terrifyingly overbearing. How's this possible? Duanling Tian was a little lost, but he regained his senses when the mysterious shadow vanished. He realized that he was still standing across the big waterfall in the canyon. Tianwu. Duanling Tian discovered Feng Tianwu was also staring at the word on the wall. He took a deep breath. Who exactly left the word sword behind? When the question appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he seemed to have noticed something, and he immediately looked up. The heaven and earth phenomenon was fading away above his head, and he was just about to withdraw the sword concept that rose from his body. What? Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock when he saw the ancient horned dragon's silhouettes above his head. At this moment, Duanling Tian saw 600 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes shadow above his head.
The heaven and earth energy drove 600 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes from the sword concept alone. 5th level advanced sword concept. Duanling Tian mumbled to himself, but his voice gradually turned louder. His eyes narrowed and his expression was one of shock.
Duanling Tian did not expect the word sword on the wall would change his body so much. Not only did he comprehend the 2 new heaven rank advanced sword skills, the 9th level intermediate sword concept he had comprehended had risen up to the 5th level advanced sword concept. It was elevated by 5 levels. I think even the profound assimilation formation isn't as crazy as this, Duan Tian mumbled, the corner of his lips twitching. He instinctively looked at the word sword on the wall again. Just a glance caused Duan Tian's head to feel heavy and vision to blur.
Humph. Duan Tian was prepared for this, and he pinched his thigh with his hand that was already in position. His vision focused again when he felt the pinch and he regained his senses.
Duan Tian did not dare to look at the word sword anymore after he regained his senses. I wonder who carved the word on the wall? Even a martial emperor powerhouse wouldn't possess such a technique. Duan Tian inhaled deeply. He felt a hint of fear. He discovered his vision would immediately blur as soon as he looked at the gigantic word sword on the wall, as though there was an enchantment on the word. I've browsed through the 2 reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor's memory. He had never even heard of this strange occurrence, let alone encountering it. Duan Tian mumbled as his eyes gleamed. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, many powerhouses who were above the martial emperor stage appeared on Cloud Continent during the ancient age in his first life. Although he knew of the existence of the powerhouses, he had never heard of anyone who possessed such a technique.
The word sword carved on the wall allowed me to break through the 9th level intermediate sword concept that I've comprehended to the 5th level advanced sword concept. Moreover, it even demonstrated sword skills for me. Duan Tian thought about this as he took a deep breath. In the meantime, he shook his arm to gather the sword concept that was dispersing to merge them with the origin energy that had risen on his arm. All of a sudden, the origin energy formed a 3-foot-long blade surrounded by sparkling sword energy. It emitted a fierce aura. Another 800 ancient horned dragons silhouettes formed next to the 600 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above Duan Tian's head. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by heaven and earth energy with the aid of Duan Tian's 6th level void transformation's origin energy. 9 dragons radiant flash. Duan Tian had an indifferent expression on his face as he swung the 3-foot-long blade in his arm, as if he was merely swinging his arm. What a magical sensation! Just a swing of the sword gave Duan Tian a sensation as though God was working his magic. It felt as though Duan Tian had mastered the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the highest degree. Everything felt natural to him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
When Duan Tian swung the sword, the origin energy that was merged with the sword energy suddenly transformed into 9 divine dragons. They pounced ferociously toward the other side of a wall nearby. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 9 divine dragons' eyes gleamed as 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out and collided destructively with the wall. 18 bottomless little holes were left on the wall.
Duan Tian was stunned when he witnessed that.
He did not seem to notice the 3-foot-long blade that sparkled with sword energy in his hand had disappeared. I've already cultivated my 9 dragons' radiant flash to the perfection stage. Duan Tian only reacted after a while. His breath instantly quickened. There were 4 stages to the 9 dragons' radiant flash, the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique. They were the rudiment stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. A person who had cultivated to the perfection stage would have 9 divine dragons shooting out 18 ultimate radiant flashes with just a single swing of the sword. It was destructive enough to pierce through anything. It's that word sword again? Duan Tian took a deep breath to calm his emotion. I've only cultivated the 9 dragons radiant flash to the initial stage previously. With a swing of the sword, 3 dragons would appear. Due to the influence of the word and the sword skills demonstrated by the shadow that appeared in my head, my 9 dragons' radiant flash instantly rose to the perfection stage. Duan Tian was incredibly amazed by this. If someone had told him that, he would have thought that person was lying. However, he had to believe even if he did not want to since he experienced it himself.
The 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Soon after, Duan Tian recalled the mysterious shadows movement in his head again.
After he demonstrated the perfection stage 9 dragons radiant flash, the mysterious shadow ingeniously integrated the 9 dragons radiant flash with the 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. When the 9 swords were released, 81 dragons appeared and shot out 162 ultimate radiant flashes. They swept through and encompassed the entire area. No one would have been able to escape that. Without further delay, Duan Tian lifted his arm and took out the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. He activated the Split Unite formation to transform one sword into 9. He controlled the 9 swords with his spiritual energy, and they surrounded his body and rotated continuously. Suddenly Duan Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. At this moment, Duan Tian was trying his best to control the 9 swords in an attempt to shoot out all 9 swords so he could perform the 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique to perfection. Whoosh! 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 However, dreams were beautiful and reality was cruel. In the end, only 5 out of the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that surrounded Duan Tian shot out. It was majestic as though there were 5 Duan Tians dashing out at the same time. Although Duan Tian was a little disappointed, it did not affect his mood. He accepted the outcome and began to control the 5 swords to perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash. He was a little anxious initially since it was his first time trying to merge the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the 9 tribulation sword control technique after he watched the mysterious shadow demonstrate it. However, he revealed an expression of joy on his face when he saw 9 dragons coming out of each of the 5 swords he released with the 9 tribulation sword control technique. There was a total of 45 divine dragons. Whoosh! 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 It looked like it was raining when the 48 divine dragons shot 90 ultimate radiant flashes out of 45 pairs of eyes. 90 tiny holes appeared on the left side of the wall. Each of the holes seemed bottomless. One could imagine how lethal the ultimate radiant flashes were. Who exactly left the word sword? Duan Tian withdrew and merged the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into one. He lowered his guard and instinctively looked at the word sword on the wall again. His vision immediately blurred as his gaze landed on the word sword on the wall again. The word continued to enlarge before his eyes. Subsequently, he heard the voice he heard previously. The voice was calm, and it expounded on the theory of swords. Naturally, there were many things he did not understand since it was unfamiliar to him and difficult to understand. Duan Tian did not know how much time had passed when he finally regained his senses. Nothing has changed. Seems like a breakthrough isn't guaranteed each time I immerse myself in the word. Duan Tian shook his head as he established a connection and cast his sword concept again. He saw nothing had changed in the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head, and he did not find it surprising. His sword concept remained at the 5th level advanced sword concept. This time when he immersed himself in the word sword, it did not give him any significant improvement. Duan Tian suddenly raised an eyebrow as his focus shifted to Feng Tianwu, who was nearby. Rumble. A strong flame was blazing rampantly on Feng Tianwu's body. The heaven and earth energy was rumbling above her head, and soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon was formed. There was a total of 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 9th level advanced fire concept. In the beginning, Duan Tian was a little anxious. He was worried about Feng Tianwu, who had completely immersed herself in the word sword, would forcefully connect and cast the fire profundity from her fire spirit body's energy. However, he was relieved when he realized the fire concept on Feng Tianwu's body had stabilized at the 9th advanced level. Soon after, Duan Tian noticed the flame that rose from Feng Tianwu's body began to press down from top to bottom. Eventually, it was compressed into the shape of a sword and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. Feng Tianwu was completely shrouded in the sword-shaped flame, as though she had turned into a gigantic burning red sword. Meanwhile, a scorching and ferocious aura gradually increased. Sword concept. Soon after, Duan Tian sensed a familiar aura from the sword-shaped flame that shrouded Feng Tianwu's body. It was the sword concept's aura. Although it was just an elementary sword concept, Duan Tian was still extremely shocked by it. Prior to this, Tianwu did not comprehend the sword force at all. Duan Tian's heart jolted when he realized Feng Tianwu's drastic change was also caused by the gigantic word sword on the wall. Who left this word behind?
Duanling Tian took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the wall again. However, he did not look at the word this time. Instead, he was looking around as though he was searching for something. Finally, he found some smaller words at the corner of the word sword. The words were carved on the wall. Whirlwind. Without further delay, Duanling Tian flew out and arrived before the wall with tiny words. He carefully observed them. Duanling Tian noticed an inscription at the bottom right with just a glance. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Sword Saint. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he saw the sentence inscribed on the wall before his eyes. This Feng Qianyang's so daring. He calls himself a sword saint. In Duanling Tian's opinion, a person who dared to call himself a saint had to be someone powerful. Sword Saint. A person who called himself that must have a deep understanding of the sword Tao. If it was Feng Qingyan who left behind the word sword, that seemed to have an enchantment on it, he truly deserved and lived up to the Sword Saint title. Duanling Tian mumbled to himself as he looked at the 5 words inscription before his eyes. After all, the word sword, that seemed to be so simple, allowed him to instantly comprehend the 5th-level advanced sword concept. Moreover, it even aided him to cultivate the heaven-rank advanced sword skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to the perfection stage. It also helped him to merge the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash and 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Although the word looked simple on the surface, he knew very well that each and every stroke contained the theory of swords. Perhaps only a sword cultivator powerhouse who has a certain understanding on sword Tao would be able to carve such a word, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duanling Tian snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. He began to read the words above the inscription. The words were left by the same person who left the inscription behind. Before I ascended, I left the Tao Martial Saint land as a saint and traveled the sea. I've been to continents led by mortal stage Tao cultivator as well as mortal continents that are led by immortal stage Tao cultivator and immortal stage martial cultivator. I ended my journey in Cloud Continent, a mortal continent that's led by immortal stage martial cultivator. I've left my lifelong comprehension on the sword Tao in the 3 mortal continents for the fated ones. If anyone can comprehend half of what I've comprehended, he'll definitely ascend to the heaven and become an immortal if he travels to Tao Martial Saint land. The paragraph ended here with the inscription below. Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. It's really him who left behind the word sword. Although Duanling Tian was mentally prepared, he still could not help but gasp. That mysterious word, sword, contained the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's comprehension that he left behind. It was his lifelong comprehension of the sword Tao. It was no surprise it helped Duanling Tian raise 5 levels of his sword concept. Also, this Feng Tianyang called himself a saint from some Tao Martial Saint land. Furthermore, he said he had been to 3 mortal continents and Cloud Continent is one of them. Cloud Continent is a mortal continent. Duanling Tian frowned, confused. Based on his words, it seems like he had been to the other 2 mortal continents that are similar to Cloud Continent. It seems like this world is much bigger than I'd imagined. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotion. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Cloud Continent's surrounded by endless ocean. Even the Rebirth Martial Emperor himself had a difficult time exploring further. Coupled with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message, Cloud Continent's most probably just the tip of the iceberg in this world. Duanling Tian's breath quickened when he thought about this. Although the ocean seems endless, there are another 2 mortal continents similar to Cloud Continent, excluding Tao Martial Land and Cloud Continent. Mortal Continent? Mortal Stage Martial Cultivator? Mortal Stage Tao Cultivator. Duanling Tian looked confused as he speculated. He understood that martial cultivator meant martial artist. He had heard of Tao cultivator from the black-clad middle-aged man when he had talked about modifying Zhao Ming into some human puppet. The black-clad middle-aged man told him about the origin of the talisman he possessed. It was only at that time he realized the 3 talismans his miserly father left for him were some Tao talismans that were inscribed by some Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator. The black-clad middle-aged man isn't from Cloud Continent. Moreover, he also called me a mortal stage martial cultivator.
Could it be he's from that Dao martial saint land, just like the sword saint Feng Qing Yen? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he speculated further. What mortal stage martial cultivator? Mortal stage Dao cultivator? Saint rudiment stage Dao cultivator? Human puppet? And also what mortal continent Dao martial saint land? Ascend the heaven and become an immortal? Confusing. This is too confusing.
Duan Lingtian's head was aching from his own speculation. He found it difficult to sort out all the information.
Forget about it, I won't dwell on it for now.
As long as my ability increases, I'll naturally be able to understand everything in time. At that time, everything will be crystal clear to me. One must say Duan Lingtian was really straightforward.
He easily forgot the matter as soon as he decided to stop thinking about all the information that confused him. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The person who left behind these words and the gigantic word sword is extremely powerful. So powerful to the point I can hardly imagine it. Duan Lingtian was certain of that. Now that Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease, he left the wall and returned to Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan's side.
His attention immediately focused on Xiongquan.
Presently, the sword concept in Xiongquan's body was emitting a ferocious aura that shot up into the sky.
However, there were no changes above his head in the 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes in the heaven and earth phenomenon formed from his heaven and earth energy.
Seems like Xiongquan's current condition is similar to the second time I immersed myself in the word. It didn't help me to break through at all.
The only obvious and major breakthrough is from the first time I looked at the word, Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Naturally, that did not mean it was redundant to look at the word again. It was just that the changes were not as significant compared to the first time.
Although Duan Lingtian's sword concept did not break through the second time he looked at the word had taught him many things.
It was just the information was vague, and it was currently difficult for him to comprehend. He had a strong feeling if he could comprehend the vague and difficult information, his sword concept would rise to a higher level. At that time, it would not just ascend 1 or 2 levels.
The word sword is definitely more amazing than the sword concept fragment.
No, even the sword profundity fragment would not be a big help to a sword cultivator compared to the word. The thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind.
This remote canyon is indeed a heaven for a sword cultivator. Duan Lingtian looked around the canyon as he mumbled to himself.
He discovered the entire canyon was located deep in the mountain range. If one was to look up, one would only be able to see tiny gaps formed by leaves from the trees in the forest. The canyon's light source came from those tiny gaps. I definitely wouldn't be able to discover this canyon, even if I'm flying, unless I do a comprehensive search with my spiritual energy. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian really passed by the area without knowing what was hidden in there, he definitely would not use his spiritual energy to perform a comprehensive search. It was just one corner out of one of the countless remote mountain ranges in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Nobody would notice it.
If it was not because of the fact that Xiongquan's hometown was located here, it was very unlikely Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to come here. On the surface, it seems like the only way to enter and exit this canyon is by flying. The single-line sky is the only entrance, but it's hidden by the forest. If Xiongquan didn't lead the way, I wouldn't have noticed the canyon's existence even if I passed by. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel fortunate when he thought about this.
He did not think he would encounter something so amazing during his visit to fix Xiongquan's dantian. I'm afraid nothing compares to the word sword on the canyon wall. It's even more valuable than all the encounters I had added together. Duan Lingtian had no doubts about that. Naturally, the reason he came to that conclusion was due to the message sword Saint Feng Qinyang left behind. Although Feng Qianyang's message was short, each and every word indirectly revealed how powerful he was. If Feng Qinyang wasn't boasting, there's a high possibility he might be the most powerful person in the Dao martial saint land in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't say something like, if anyone could comprehend half of what I had comprehended, he would definitely be able to ascend the heaven and become an immortal if he travels to the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Bang! A loud bang suddenly sounded and snapped Duan Lingtian out of his thoughts. He looked at the source of the explosion. Coincidentally, it happened to be near where Feng Tianwu was standing.
The sword-shaped flame shrouding her body was still burning. The ferocious aura from the flame continued to rise.
This aura? Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes.
Oh my! What did he see?
At this very moment, he could clearly sense through the spiritual energy he extended that the sword concept in Feng Tian Wu's sword-shaped flame had ascended from the elementary sword concept to the intermediate sword concept.
Moreover, it was not the usual intermediate sword concept.
7th level intermediate sword concept. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head instinctively to look at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tian Wu's head. There were 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes hovering next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They descended in a lifelike manner. Her sword concept was equivalent to 80 ancient horned dragons' strength. It was indeed the 7th level intermediate sword concept. Feng Tian Wu, a person who did not comprehend even a tiny bit of sword force, immediately comprehended the 7th level intermediate sword concept because of the word sword on the wall.
How astounding! Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brilliantly. He was once again surprised by Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's technique. Just by carving the word sword on the wall of the canyon, it brought such great transformations to him and Feng Tian Wu. He would have a hard time believing this was true if he did not experience and witness this himself.
Ha! Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and a shock expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had noticed something.
At this moment, he saw the heaven and earth energy began to whirl above Feng Tian Wu as the heaven and earth phenomenon continued to change.
Meanwhile, the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tian Wu released an aura that was becoming fiercer and sharper. The flame continued to rise as though it could pierce through the sky. 8th level intermediate sword concept.
9th level intermediate sword concept.
When Duan Ling Tian saw the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tian Wu's head, his eyes continued to narrow. The bewildered expression on his face did not disappear at all. Apart from the heaven and earth phenomenon, his spiritual energy also sensed the sword concept that filled the sword-shaped flame shrouding Feng Tian Wu's body was getting stronger with every passing second.
2nd level advanced sword concept.
When Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Tian Wu's sword concept had risen to such a level, he became visibly shaken. How's this possible? Even Xianxia, who has comprehended the sword force before, only managed to reach the 1st level advanced sword concept, after he immersed himself in the word sword on the canyon wall.
How can Tian Wu, who has never comprehended any sword force before, progress faster than Xianxia? Duan Ling Tian gasped. He remembered Xianxia had already comprehended the advanced sword force when his dantian was crippled. However, he only managed to raise it to the 1st level advanced sword concept after he immersed himself in the word sword on the canyon wall. Could it be because everyone's comprehension is different, so the way the word sword aids a person is also different? Duan Ling Tian currently had no other explanation other than this.
This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for what was happening right now.
Apart from this, he really could not think of a second explanation.
However, Duan Ling Tian's speculation was swiftly and ruthlessly crushed by reality. It made him realize the entire thing was not as simple as he had imagined. 3rd level advanced sword concept. 4th level advanced sword concept.
5th level advanced sword concept. As Duan Ling Tian used his spiritual energy to sense the sword concept's transformation on Feng Tian Wu, he also watched the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above her. He was completely stunned by the scene.
Eventually, the sword concept's aura finally stopped transforming. Moreover, the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tian Wu had turned calm, and the heaven and earth phenomenon was suspended at the moment.
The silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that filled up the entire sky writhed as they descended in a lively and vivid manner. The sight was a shocking visual to the spectators.
There was a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes.
This was the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy that Feng Tian Wu's fire and sword concepts mobilized. The two concepts had the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons added up together.
The 9th level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons.
Due to this reason, it was easy to deduce Feng Tian Wu's sword concept was at the 9th level advanced sword concept.
After being immersed in the word sword, Even I managed to raise my 5th level advanced sword concept to the 9th level advanced sword concept.
Tian Wu, on the other hand, managed to transform from a martial artist who did not comprehend any sword force to one who has comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept in just a blink of an eye.
Even if her comprehension is really stronger than mine, isn't it a little outrageous for it to be so much stronger? It's too ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian's heart was in a turmoil. He could not calm down even after a long time.
Feng Tian Wu, who did not have any encounter with the sword force previously, had just comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop after she immersed herself in the word sword on the canyon wall.
What's going on here? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He was almost certain this had nothing to do with comprehension. Right at this moment, Feng Tian Wu finally woke up. What a powerful strength! Is this the sword concept? After she woke up, she stretched both of her arms. The sword-shaped flame instantly skyrocketed and emitted a scorching aura as though it had transformed into 2 giant flaming swords. Tian Wu, how did you do it? When Feng Tian Wu heard the voice of the person in her dreams, she immediately returned to her senses. After she withdrew the sword-shaped flame on her body, she smiled in the direction of the voice. Feng Tian Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled faintly. The smile seemed as though it could captivate all living beings in the world. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian lost his train of thoughts. He had completely forgotten about the matter at hand. Big brother Duan, what did you ask me? It was not until Feng Tian Wu's soft and pleasant voice entered his ears that he finally snapped back to reality and became fully conscious of his surroundings again.
With a wry smile, he replied, I'm asking about your sword concept.
Sword concept? Confusion appeared on Feng Tian Wu's beautiful and delicate face. Try to activate your sword concept and have a look at the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy. You don't even know what level it's currently at. Duan Ling Tian replied again.
Feng Tian Wu nodded obediently. In the next second, she cast her sword concept as instructed by Duan Ling Tian.
Her beautiful arched eyebrows furrowed slightly as though she had noticed something. In the next second, Feng Tian Wu's brows relaxed again. Soon after, flames surged out from her body. It exuded a scorching aura that made Duan Ling Tian narrow his eyes.
He found it strange. Did he not ask Tian Wu to cast her sword concept? Why did she unleash her fire concept instead? At the moment when Duan Ling Tian thought it was strange, the encompassing flame with a sharp aura surged from Feng Tian Wu's body before it transformed into a sword-shaped flame. And 9th level advanced sword concept? When Feng Tian Wu saw the 2,000 silhouettes above her own head, she was rooted the spot, dumbfounded. It took a while before she regained her senses. Although she had an inkling the sword concept she had comprehended was not weak, it did not occur to her it would be so strong. The 9th level advanced sword concept. It was basically on par with the 9th level advanced fire concept she had comprehended. Tian Wu, as though he had noticed something, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tian Wu solemnly. I noticed earlier that you unleashed your fire concept first before unleashing the sword concept. I wonder if you did that on purpose, or is that the only way you can cast it? After he raised this question, he stared fixedly at Feng Tian Wu as though he was eager to find out the answer to the question. I don't know what's going on as well. It's just that if I don't unleash my fire concept first, I won't be able to connect with the sword concept. Feng Tian Wu furrowed her beautiful arched brows again when she recalled the scene from earlier.
It seems as though the sword concept came from the fire concept. Just as I thought. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Tian Wu's reply, a gleam flashed across his eyes.
The process when Feng Tian Wu cast her sword concept seemed familiar to him.
It was similar to when he had unleashed his wind concept first before he could unleash his fire concept. The latter was birthed from his wind concept.
Big brother Duan, do you know the reason? Feng Tian asked inquisitively when she saw a gleam of realization in Duan Ling Tian's eyes.
Tian Wu, if I'm not mistaken, your sword concept is birthed from your fire concept. Moreover, your sword profundity will be at the same level as your fire profundity as long as you can cast it. Duan Ling Tian explained with a solemn face. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in the depth of his eyes.
Although he did not know why the sword concept would arise from the fire concept, he knew the reason, for it was the word sword inscribed on the canyon wall.
That sword Saint Feng Qingyang is indeed remarkable. He's the reason why Feng Tianwu's fire concept could birth the wind concept. Duan Ling Tian could not suppress the sigh from his chest. He was very clear about the fact that Tianwu's fire concept birthing the sword concept was an entirely different matter from her comprehending the sword concept.
What the former meant was as long as her fire concept level rose, the sword concept level would rise accordingly as well without the need to comprehend it.
The latter, on the other hand, required her to comprehend it on her own.
This theory was similar to his wind concept that came from his fire concept through the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he mastered, the roving dragon form. There was no need for him to comprehend the fire concept.
As long as his wind concept made progress, his fire concept would automatically follow suit. In the future, if he comprehended the wind profundity would birth the fire profundity as well.
Bam!
At this moment, a scorching aura hit Duan Ling Tian directly in the face. It was only then he realized Feng Tianwu's flame had soared up into the sky. She had just cast the fire profundity. First level monarch stage fire profundity. The heaven and earth energy world above the sky. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons that were mobilized by the 9th level advanced fire concepts heaven and earth energy quickly transformed into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. Tianwu's trying to give rise to the sword profundity? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he figured out what Feng Tianwu was trying to do.
In the next moment, the flame that was growing bigger and bigger on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly quivered and transformed into a bigger sword-shaped flame that pointed up at the entrance of the canyon above the sky.
Meanwhile, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons above Feng Tianwu's head that was formed from the 9th level advanced sword concepts heaven and earth energy had also transformed into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons.
Sword profundity.
After Feng Tianwu unleashed the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity, it gave birth to the first-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity. The power of the 2 first-level Monarch Stage Profundities added up together was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian was completely astounded when he saw how Feng Tianwu gave rise to the Wind Profundity through the Fire Profundity. At the same time, his expression was grave as he warned, "Stop communicating and unleashing your fire profundity if it's not necessary." At this moment, the spiritual energy Duan Ling Tian extended out could clearly feel the agitation of the power from the fire spirit body in Feng Tianwu's body. It was as though it was going to burst out of her body. For a moment, he was deeply concerned, and worry was clearly written on his face.
He did not want Feng Tianwu to perish.
Okay. The moment Feng Tianwu heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the anxious look on his face, a contented smile crept up on her delicate face as she nodded obediently. At the same time, the fire profundity on her body dissipated along with the sword profundity. That's incredible! Shock was visible on Feng Tianwu's delicate face when she withdrew the 2 profundities. Who left behind the word sword?
It actually allowed me, a martial artist who has never comprehended any sword force before, to comprehend a sword concept that's at the same level as my fire concept in one fell swoop. There was no doubt Feng Tianwu was shocked by her own experience.
There's a passage written over there. Go read it, and you'll know who left this behind. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu as he glanced at the corner of the mountain wall carved with the word sword.
Meanwhile, he was still bewildered.
I wonder how the word sword merged the sword concept with Feng Tianwu's fire concept? Could it be because of her fire spirit body? Duan Ling Tian speculated on his own. Otherwise, why didn't the word sword merge the sword concept with my other concepts?
Perhaps it's because Tianwu has never comprehended the sword force before, so the sword concept she comprehended automatically took the initiative to merge with her fire concept. Duan Ling Tian speculated again. This seemed plausible as well.
The moment Feng Tianwu heard Duan Ling Tian's words, her eyes instantly lit up. She glanced at the side of the mountain wall nearby.
Her gaze soon landed on the words that were too far away to read.
Whoosh! With a leap, Feng Tianwu flew out like a fiery elf. She arrived at the mountain wall and proceeded to study the passage on the wall. The passage was left behind by the sword saint Feng Qingyang. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu was overwhelmed with confusion when she finished reading the passage. Cloud Continent is just a mortal continent? The martial artists on Cloud Continent are mortal stage martial cultivators? Dao Martial Saint Land? Ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Feng Tianwu's delicate face was filled with bewilderment. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, she was even more confused. After all, Duan Ling Tian had encountered someone whom he suspected originated from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The black-clad middle-aged man who turned Zhao Ming into a human puppet. Based on the black-clad middle-aged man's words, Duan Ling Tian learned about the origin of the 3 talismans his miserly father gave him, as well as some information about the Dao Martial Saint Land. For instance, the talisman was called Dao Talisman, and it was drawn by some Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Whoosh! At this moment, Xingquan, who had devoted all of his attention to the word sword on the canyon wall, had also finally woken up. He exhaled deeply as though a heavy weight had been removed from his mind. He had a blank look on his face. What do those few sentences mean? Xiongquan muttered to himself with a frown on his face. He seemed to be deep in thought. He had a feeling his sword concept would definitely progress as long as he could decipher the meaning of those few sentences, and the increase in level would not be limited to just 1 or 2 levels. Xiongquan! A voice sounded and took Xiongquan by surprise. He instinctively looked toward the direction of the sound. A handsome and charming purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing stood there. Faced with the purple-clad young man, Xiongquan did not dare to be tardy. He quickly greeted him respectfully. "Young master." "Xiongquan, how did you find this place?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. In his opinion, Xiongquan discovering this place did not only bring great fortune to himself but to him and Feng Tianwu as well. Moreover, it would also bring great fortune to the others that come here in the future. In this canyon, the gigantic word, sword, on the wall could be regarded as a priceless treasure. Could change a person's life to a certain extent. Just take Xiongquan as an example. Logically, it was almost impossible for Xiongquan to comprehend the void transformation concept. However, due to the word sword on the canyon wall, he managed to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Moreover, it also brought out his potential in the sword art. Let alone comprehending a higher level of sword concept, he might even be able to comprehend the sword profundity in the future. That word sword on the wall had allowed Xiongquan to be reborn again. According to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, it'll be enough for us to traverse the entire Dao Martial Saint Land once we've comprehended half of the sword art contained in the word sword that he left behind. Based on this sentence, we can deduce, whether it's me, Tianwu, or Xiongquan, we've only managed to comprehend a tiny bit of the sword art contained in the word sword he left behind. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come up with this theory. "Young master," Xiongquan replied respectfully to Duan Ling Tian's question. "I found this canyon when I went hunting in the mountains 2 weeks ago. When I arrived here, I was attracted by the word sword on the wall. When I finally regained my senses, I discovered my 7th level elementary sword concept had become the 1st level advanced sword concept." Xiongquan's face still held a trace of astonishment when he recounted his experience. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he raised a brow and smiled. "Xiongquan, you've already comprehended the 7th level elementary sword concept before you even found this place? Looks like you didn't slack at all in these few years. I've always hoped that I'll have the opportunity to stay by your side in the future to help relieve you of your daily worries, young master. For this reason, I didn't dare to slack at all," Xiongquan said solemnly and sincerely from the bottom of his heart. It stunned Duan Ling Tian for a moment before warmth flooded his heart. "Now that your Dantian is healed, your cultivation base will recover in no time. You can continue to be by my side from now on." Duan Ling Tian smiled. The moment Xiongquan heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his eyes instantly lit up and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Initially, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would allow him to stay by his side even if his Dantian was healed since his cultivation base remained the same. However, he did not expect young master would take the initiative and allow him to stay by his side. This made him frantic with joy. Who else knows about this place apart from you? Duan Ling Tian asked again. 10 days ago I brought Erhu here.
Originally, my intention was to let him comprehend the sword concept with the help of the word sword, but who would have thought he would immediately pass out for 3 days and 3 nights as soon as he laid eyes on that word. When Xianxia reached this part of his sentence,
guilt could be seen on his face. Passed out. Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. After pondering for a moment, he could easily guess the reason.
It must be his spiritual energy. Whose spiritual energy is only at the origin core stage. It would be difficult for him to bear the sword art knowledge contained in the word sword. As for Xianxia, although his Dantian has been crippled and he no longer has his cultivation base, his spiritual energy is not affected at all. It's still at the void prying stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Big brother Duan, do you think the message left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang is trustworthy? There are actually another 2 mortal continents, similar to our cloud continent, we've never heard of before in this world, not mentioning that Dao Martial Saint Land or something. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had returned and was staring at Duan Ling Tian, with shock clearly written on her delicate face. Tianwu, only you can decide if it's trustworthy or not. As for me, I won't say it's untrustworthy until I've searched through every nook and cranny of the world. Duan Ling Tian replied unhurriedly.
Feng Tianwu nodded her head. She completely agreed with what he had just said.
This canyon wall that's inscribed with the word sword. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the mountain wall nearby. His eyes gleamed as a crazy idea formed in his mind. In the next moment, he had already flown out.
Whoosh! A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was none other than the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian's hand shook, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword's sword ray swept out and sliced the side of the canyon wall that contained the word sword.
Big brother Duan intends to cut down that canyon wall and bring it back with him? Feng Tianwu could easily guess his intention as she watched him. She must admit it was a crazy idea.
However, if she had to be honest with herself, she would have done the same thing. Just the fact that she could give rise to the sword concept with her fire concept alone was enough to call the mountain wall that was inscribed with the word sword a priceless treasure.
Unfortunately, an idea might be good, but it did not mean it was always possible to accomplish it. Clang! The sword ray Duan Ling Tian released landed on the mountain wall that was inscribed with the word sword. However, it seemed to have hit something hard, and it did not even leave any marks behind. Clang! Clang!
Clang!
Clang!
Clang! Duan Ling Tian refused to give up. He struck at the wall in every single angle to slice it out. Even so, he noticed half of the mountain wall around the word sword was too hard for him to destroy. Unless I move this mountain with me. But the spatial ring won't be able to contain it even if I can move it. Duan Ling Tian was vexed. Even a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spatial ring could not accommodate such a large mountain. Let's not talk about whether a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spatial ring would be able to accommodate the mountain or not, even if it could contain it. Duan Ling Tian did not have any quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spatial ring with him at the moment.
Only a quasi-royal grade weapon craftsman could craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spatial ring. He would have to wait until his cultivation base reached the martial emperor stage before he could become a royal grade weapon craftsman so he could use his origin energy to solidify the royal grade pill fire.
Of course, there are a few quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spatial rings in the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind. Duan Ling Tian, who had ransacked the entire memory of the rebirth martial emperor, knew this. However, why is this part of the mountain that's inscribed with the word sword so much stronger than the other half of the mountain?
I didn't sense any inscription formations, aura, or fluctuations from it. This is weird. Duan Ling Tian casually struck the other side of the mountain and left a deep crack in it. It was as easy as cutting a tofu.
However, the other half mountain that was carved with the word sword seemed like it had been bestowed with some sort of enchantment that made it extremely difficult to destroy. At the very least, it was difficult for the current Duan Ling Tian to destroy. It seems like this has something to do with Feng Qingyang, who left behind the word sword, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he came to this conclusion.
Fine. I'll just leave it here then. Duan Ling Tian sighed helplessly as he muttered to himself. When there's a need, I'll come back and take a look at the word sword again to comprehend the sword art knowledge in the future.
At this moment, Feng Tianwu let out a faint sigh when she realized what was happening. What a pity.
Unlike Feng Tianwu, Xiongquan was almost scared to death from seeing the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duanling Tian. Why, young master? After a moment, he finally called out to Duanling Tian. However, he was at a loss for words. The 3,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duanling Tian's head had almost filled up half of the sky above the canyon. Xiongquan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was so consumed by astonishment. It did not cross his mind the young man who did not even make it into the nascent soul stage had come to possess such a horrifying cultivation base in less than a decade. He could only admire him now.
Xiongquan, no matter what my strength is now, I'm still your young master. This will never change. As though he had seen through the bitterness and inferiority in Xiongquan's eyes, Duanling Tian let out a warm smile that made people feel like they were being enveloped in a spring breeze. Young master. The moment Xiongquan heard this, his eyes gleamed with excitement and his face that was covered with stubbles flushed ruddily.
Moreover, you'll eventually possess the strength I currently have if you follow me to explore the world. It's only a matter of time before you become stronger than the current me, Duanling Tian added. The moment Xiongquan heard Duanling Tian's words, his breathing quickened. It took a while before he could regulate his breathing. With a face filled with disbelief, he asked, "Why, young master? Can I really?" Although his sword concept attainment had risen to quite an impressive level with the help of that mysterious word sword on the mountain wall. Not mentioning the fact he was also confident he would be able to comprehend a higher level of sword concept in the future, it was still limited to comprehension only. His innate talent that was not particularly strong had indirectly become a shackle that limited the progress of his cultivation base. "Xiongquan, are you doubting my words?" Duanling Tian asked as he narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips.
I dare not. Xiongquan quickly lowered his head in fear, angering Duanling Tian. It's all right. Let us head back. After Duanling Tian cast another longing look toward the word sword on the mountain wall, he motioned to Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan to leave the remote canyon. After leaving the single-line sky entrance, Xiongquan began to rearrange the bushes outside so that it completely blocked the entrance to the canyon. "Apart from you, only heir who knows about this place?" Duanling Tian looked at Xiongquan. He wanted to reconfirm the situation again. "Yes," Xiongquan replied respectfully before he continued. "I've told heir who he's not allowed to tell another person about this place. Even his parents don't know about this matter." "All right." Duanling Tian nodded as he heaved a sigh of relief. Presently only him, Feng Tianwu, Xiongquan, and heir who knew about this place. As long as they did not spread the news about this place to another person, there would never be a fifth person. "Let's go back." Duanling Tian motioned before he returned to Xiong family village with the two of them. "Big brother Duan." Halfway through the journey, Feng Tianwu asked Duanling Tian through her voice transmission, "Earlier, you said Xiongquan will eventually be able to possess strength that's on par with the current you or even surpasses you. Do you mean after he has comprehended the sword profundity?" "Of course not." Duanling Tian shook his head and replied with a solemn face through his voice transmission. "I'll try my best to help him possess strength similar to my current level before he comprehends the sword profundity." Is that even possible? Feng Tianwu was shocked by his words. Although Xiongquan's attainments in the sword art is not low, with the help of the sword art knowledge contained in the word sword, that's only limited to his sword concept or profundity, right? But his cultivation base. Let's put aside the fact that his Dantian has just recovered and he still needs quite a period of time before he'll return to how he used to be. Even if he really manages to recover his previous cultivation base, I'm afraid it'll still be difficult for him to achieve great accomplishments with his innate talent. Even if he uses spirit fruits to help him, the effect won't be apparent due to his innate talent that's not particularly strong. Feng Tianwu continued. The reason she said that was not because she looked down on Xiongquan. She was just stating her opinion. Tianwu, have you heard of Meridian's cleansing and rebirth? Although a person's innate talent is gifted the moment he's born, circumstances can change if he has a fortuitous encounter. Duanling Tian smiled. Just take him as an example. He possessed quite a good innate talent,
But when he consumed a sufficient amount of 10,000 years stalactite milk in the stalactite cave next to the highest peak of the 7-star sword sex Migres Peak, his talent was immediately enhanced and raised to the limit a cloud continent martial artist could reach. Put aside the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Take Yi Xian, the Miss Yi he encountered at Drift Cloud Town in the eastern district of the northern desert, as an example. Yi Xian's original innate talent was not high as well. However, after he had merged his origin energy and his spiritual energy in her body, and used an exclusive technique he found in the rebirth martial emperor's memory on her, her innate talent had undergone an earth-shattering change. Although a person who used Meridian's cleansing did not have a greater cultivation base improvement compared to a person who consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk to Reborn, there was not much of a difference between the two. Meridian's cleansing? Rebirth? Feng Tianwu immediately narrowed her eyes when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She was no stranger to these two terms. However, it was extremely difficult to accomplish them. After all, an item that could help a person perform Meridian's cleansing and allow him to be reborn was one of the most valuable and rare treasures in Cloud Continent. The chances to find the treasure was extremely slim. Could it be Big Brother Duan has such a treasure? Feng Tianwu could not help but speculate. The more she contemplated, the more certain she became. During their journey, Big Brother Duan encountered so many miracles that she was already used to it. However, what she did not know was Duanling Tian did not have any treasure. As long as I used that exclusive technique I found in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory to help Xiang Quan cleanse his meridians and raise his innate talent, he'll be able to regain the cultivation base he had in his prime. In the future, I'll find some spirit fruits for him. At that time, his cultivation base will rise quickly. Duanling Tian thought to himself during his journey back to the Xiang family village. Xiang Quan had comprehended the void transformation concept. As long as his innate ability could catch up, with the aid from the spirit fruits, his cultivation base would definitely rise to the void transformation stage without any limit. Once they returned to Xiong family village, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu were treated as guests of honor, and they were treated with warm hospitality. In the next few days, the two of them stayed at the village. If Xiong Quan wanted to leave, there was no doubt he would have to inform the other people in the village first. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu were waiting for him to finish informing them so they could leave together. Uncle Xiong Quan, are you really going to leave? The moment heir who heard Xiang Quan was going to leave, tears immediately filled the eyes of the boy who had grown up. However, this sturdy teenager would revert to a child in front of Xiang Quan. Heir who, after I leave, the responsibility of protecting the village will be handed over to you, Xiong Quan said with a grin as he patted Heir Hu's shoulder. Heir Hu, Big Brother Ling Tian will leave behind a set of cultivation method and a few other sets of martial skills for you. Both the cultivation method and martial skills belong to the sword cultivation method. Duanling Tian looked at Yi Hu and smiled. Apart from that, I'll also leave behind the medicinal pill you'll need during cultivation. When you break through to the void prying stage, go look at the word sword at that canyon and comprehend the sword art's wisdom and true essence. When he arrived at this part of the sentence, the smile vanished from Duanling Tian's face and was replaced with a solemn expression. However, you have to remember you can't tell anyone else about that place. Otherwise, someone might kill you to keep that place a secret once they find out about the place. Duanling Tian warned. Big Brother Ling Tian, I won't tell anyone else. Heir Hu gave his word with a solemn face. After giving the cultivation techniques, martial skills, medicinal pills, and some spirit weapons that Duanling Tian casually refined to Heir Hu, he brought Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan away with him. They did not bid goodbye the other villagers and chose to quietly leave instead. After leaving the Xiong family village, they did not leave the surrounding mountains, but they returned to the canyon again. I don't know when we'll be back again once we leave. Let's obtain more sword art knowledge from the word sword, as much as we possibly can. Carve the sword art knowledge in our minds so we can slowly study it after we leave. As long as we're able to comprehend it, our strength will surely ascend to the next level. Duanling Tian told Feng Tianwu and Xiang Quan. Feng Tianwu and Xiang Quan nodded in agreement to Duanling Tian's words. They knew what Duanling Tian meant. After they leave this place, Nobody knew when they would be able to come back and look at the word sword on the wall to comprehend the sword Dao. Presently, they had all the time they needed to look at it, so they had to force themselves to memorize the cryptic information they received from the word and slowly comprehend it after they left. Once they comprehended the cryptic information, it would be equivalent to them comprehending the sword Dao knowledge. It would result in a major elevation in their abilities. Memorize as much as we can. We'll try our best, Duanling Tian said solemnly before he shifted his eyes to the wall nearby. To be exact, his eyes were completely focused on the word sword on the wall. Since they could not bring the word with them, the only thing they could do was to absorb as much information as they could from the word. The cryptic information would be beneficial to them in the future. When Feng Tianwu saw Duanling Tian looking at the word on the wall like a man possessed, she did not delay and quickly looked at the word as well. While Feng Tianwu immersed herself in the word on the wall to absorb as much information as she could, Xianxia also made his move. I won't be a burden to young master. Xianxia inhaled deeply before he looked at the word on the wall. After he witnessed Duanling Tian's ability, he knew that he would only be relegated to insignificant tasks even if he stayed by his young master's side. It was very unlikely he would be able to protect his young master like he used to do. Now he only hoped he could raise his ability to protect himself so he would not be a burden to his young master. Time passed by silently. Bang! A month later, a light explosion reverberated in the canyon. Xianxia's dimmed eyes were more lively now. His body shook before he fell to the ground. Xianxia was sweating profusely when he fell to the ground. He panted as he planted both his hands on the ground for support. I held on as long as I can, but I can't take it anymore. The information coming out of the word is just too much. My current spiritual energy only allows me to absorb this much information. Xianxia mumbled to himself after he caught his breath. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clad young man and the red-clad lady who were standing side by side. He smirked. Young Master and Miss Tianwu are like Romeo and Juliet. The purple-clad young man was handsome and charming, while the red-clad lady was a beauty who could make any man fall head over heels for her. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Xianxia did not leave even though he was the first to awaken. Instead, he sat on the ground with his legs crossed and looked guardedly around him, especially the single-line sky entrance to the canyon. He wanted to prevent wild beasts from coming in. Time flew by quickly, and another month had passed. The red-clad lady finally woke up. Feng Tianwu opened her eyes that looked livelier. She reacted quickly and managed to balance her wobbly body. There was a faint layer of sweat on her beautiful face. Big Brother Duan's still comprehending the word? Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian who was next to her. Her eyes gleamed when she noticed Duanling Tian was still not awake. That's right. Big Brother Duan's spiritual energy is so much more powerful than mine. The ability to take in the information from the word on the wall depended on one's spiritual energy. Due to Xianxia's inability to cultivate, his spiritual energy had remained at the 7th level void prying stage throughout the years. Therefore, he was the first one who was repelled by the word on the wall. Even if he looked at the word again, he could not immerse himself in the word since he had reached the limit of what his spiritual energy could take. Unless he managed to digest and comprehend the cryptic information from the word, it was almost impossible for him to further benefit from the word. Due to her fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu could not consume spirit fruit to cultivate since she had broken through to the void interpretation stage. As soon as she consumed a spirit fruit, her fire spirit body would be driven by the force and might explode earlier than expected. At that time, her beautiful soul would vanish from this world. Due to that, her spiritual energy remained at the 4th level void interpretation like her cultivation base. However, her 4th level void interpretation spiritual energy was much more powerful than Xianxia. Therefore, she managed to absorb the sword Dao knowledge contained in the word a month more than Xianxia. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, whose cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation, had the 7th level void transformation spiritual energy. It was within expectation that he would receive more sword Dao knowledge from the word due to his 7th level void transformation spiritual energy. Xianxia, how long did I immerse myself in the word? Feng Tianwu asked curiously as she looked at Xianxia. Miss Tian Wu, I'm not entirely sure, but you only woke up a month after I did. Xiong Quan told her what he knew. He was not entirely sure since he had no idea how long he was immersed in the word. Feng Tianwu nodded and shifted her focus to Duan Ling Tian. The fondness in her eyes was similar to flowing water that seemed capable of melting anything. I guess Big Brother Duan will be able to endure for another month or two. Feng Tianwu speculated and came to that conclusion after comparing her spiritual energy to Xiong Quan. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was like a baby suckling on his mother's breast, as he greedily absorbed the cryptic information that was coming out of the word on the wall. He had no idea how long had passed, but he did not put much thought into it. He only had one thought: he would take in as much Sword Dao knowledge as he could that was within his spiritual energy's capability and carve them deep in his mind. He would comprehend it when he had the time in the future. As Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan patiently waited for Duan Ling Tian to awaken, four uninvited guests arrived at the Darhan dynasty. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For silhouettes flew from the sky and landed in Darhan dynasty's capital. They flew so swiftly that it seemed as though they had appeared out of thin air. Soon after, the four silhouettes appeared above the most luxurious building complex in the capital of Darkhan dynasty. It was the imperial palace in the capital of Darkhan dynasty. The imperial palace was where the imperial family, the ruler of the Darkhan dynasty, resided. Among the four silhouettes, one could faintly tell the leader was the strong old man. It was impossible to see through the old man's emotion, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. An old man and two middle-aged men trailed after him respectfully as though they were his shadow. Show yourself, Darkhan dynasty's emperor. One of the middle-aged men suddenly spoke with his origin energy. It spread out like an explosion in the air and swept through the entire imperial palace. Fwa! When the voice sounded, the entire imperial palace experienced a feeling similar to an explosion. It was as though thousands of waves were sweeping through the palace. Who's that? Who's so daring? How dare you provoke our Darhan dynasty's majesty? You're seeking death. Many guards, eunuchs, and maids in the imperial palace were discussing among themselves. All of them were in agreement that the owner of the voice from above was seeking death. In Darkhan dynasty, the imperial family was the absolute ruler. Nobody dared to provoke them. That person was not only provoking the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he actually demanded the emperor, the supreme ruler of the imperial family, to show himself. Unforgivable. You're intruding on the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. A deafening voice came from within the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Soon after, a middle-aged man in black armor led a squad of men in the same black armor and ascended to the sky. They arrived in the sky not long later and stared ferociously at the four uninvited guests. It's Commander Hong. Humph. The person managed to get our commander, the leader of the most powerful black-armored army in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, to come out. It seems like that person is going to die soon. As the black-armored army's commander, Commander Hong's a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse. Discussions were going on within the imperial palace. Almost everyone was staring unblinkingly up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly so they could only faintly see two groups of people standing across each other. There were 4 of people in one group while the other group had over 10 people. Apart from that one person standing in front, the others stood in a formation that surrounded the 4 individuals. I'll say it again. Get the Darhan dynasty's emperor to see me. The expression of the middle-aged man who asked for the Darhan dynasty's emperor did not look too good since he did not see the Darhan dynasty's emperor. He looked somberly at the strong middle-aged man in black armor. He was an elder, a 9th void transformation powerhouse from the Northern Desert's second-rate force, Izumo sect. In his opinion, the master of Darkhan dynasty should welcome him since he deigned to set foot in this rural place. However, the master was nowhere to be seen even after he took the initiative to ask for the master. How could he not be angry? The expression of the strong middle-aged man changed dramatically when he heard what the middle-aged Izumo sect elder said. He shouted and gave his order. You humiliated our king again and again. You should die for your sin. Listen, black-armored army. Kill them. Kill.
When the order fell from his mouth, more than 10 guards in black armor with a cold expression on their faces moved and charged at the Izumo sect's elder one after another. Bang! 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 Sounds of explosion reverberated almost immediately. It spread through the sky and swept toward the ground. Those who were watching in the palace heard the explosions. How's this possible? It can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. The expressions of those who were watching changed drastically as fear filled their eyes. In the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace, the expressions of everyone who were looking at the sky changed. Some of them even began to tremble in fear as though they had seen something terrifying. I'm not dreaming. How's this possible? Many of them instinctively pinched their thighs. The pain from their thighs confirmed what they saw was real, and they were not dreaming. More than 10 soldiers from the black armored army, including the strong middle-aged commander in black armor, simultaneously exploded in the sky. It was as though they had intended to do it together. Blood rained down from the sky when they burst into flames simultaneously. It looked strangely beautiful. However, the people watching on the ground were not in the mood to admire the scene before their eyes. Fear rose within them. This is too scary. The 4 men didn't even move, but Commander Hong and more than 10 soldiers from the black armored army are all dead. Commander Hong's a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse, but he died so easily. Who exactly are they? No wonder they were so domineering with our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family and dared to ask His Majesty to see them. It's because they're so terrifying. Meanwhile, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace was in a chaos as many people began to flee the palace. In their opinion, the 4 men above the sky had bad intentions. Nobody knew if they would destroy the entire imperial palace or not. They would definitely die if they stayed in the palace. Run! Run, quick! We'll die here if we don't run. The guards, eunuchs, and maids in the imperial palace ran out of the palace one after another as though the sky was falling. There were also many who stood rooted the spot. Their bodies trembled and they felt as though their legs were filled with lead. They wanted to run, but they discovered their legs were not moving as they wanted. Who are these 4 men? At this moment, a loud voice spread through the entire imperial palace. It immediately calmed the people who were eager to escape. It's His Majesty. His Majesty is here. I heard His Majesty and a few old princes have broken through to the void transformation stage a few months. They have no reason to fear that 4 individuals. Many of them dismissed the thought of escaping. They stood in their position and discussed among themselves as they watched the 5 silhouettes that just ascended to the sky. A middle-aged man in dragon robe was in the lead as 4 old men trailed after him like his shadow. They immediately caught the attention of those in the imperial palace as soon they appeared. It was the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the 4 old princes. Since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor returned a big winner, since he brought back many concept fragments and managed to create 5 void transformation powerhouses in the imperial palace, including himself. The 5 of them could no longer endure it when they witnessed the black armored army turned into a bloody shower of rain. Soon after, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the 4 old princes arrived in the sky and stood across the 4 individuals with the strong old man as their leader. There was fear in the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's eyes. So you're the Darkhan dynasty's emperor? The middle-aged man behind the strong old man, who shouted twice earlier, looked at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor in a hostile manner. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour him. How dare you? At this moment, one of the old princes standing behind the Darkhan dynasty's emperor glared at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Do you not know the rules? What makes you think you're worthy of speaking to His Majesty, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, before your master even spoke?" Worthy? The middle-aged man was initially stunned, but he soon burst into laughter after he heard the old prince's word. When his laughter died down, his expression immediately turned cold. Subsequently, the middle-aged man slowly lifted his arm and muttered to himself, "I'm afraid you won't be able to see it when I prove I'm worthy." Almost as soon as the middle-aged man spoke, he shook his arm and pointed a finger at lightning speed. Whoosh!
An extremely quick force shot out of his fingertip and created an ear-piercing noise.
From the beginning to the end, the Darhan dynasty's emperor and the other four did not have time to react at all.
When the four of them reacted, their expressions changed when they realized the old prince who had spoken out earlier had a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Pooh! Blood gushed out of the hole as the old prince fell to the ground with his lifeless eyes wide open. The first void transformation stage martial artist was dead. Bang! The old prince's body fell on the spacious piazza in the imperial palace and turned into a bloody pulp. His blood spread everywhere and transformed into a tiny stream of blood. All of a sudden, silence descended on the group of people who were watching in the imperial palace.
After they snapped out of their daze, they began to run out of the imperial palace in a frenzy.
Oh my God!
His Majesty and the four old princes are void transformation powerhouses. But one of the old princes was killed so quickly and the opponent didn't even do much. That's terrifying.
Who are these people?
Could they be powerhouses from the foreign lands?
Maybe. The entire imperial palace had fallen into complete disarray. Not only the guards, eunuchs, and maids were fleeing, even the concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem began to flee as well.
The Darhan dynasty's emperor was anxious as he looked at the chaos before his eyes.
However, he was not in the mood to deal with that now. He knew he had to handle the matter before him carefully. Otherwise, it would bring great disaster to his Darkhan dynasty.
Seniors, it's Darhan dynasty's honor to have the four of you here.
As the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, I wonder if there's anything I can do for the four of you. Although he had just witnessed his imperial uncle being killed by this person, there was no hatred in the Darkhan dynasty's emperor at the moment. He knew it was useless for him to hate since there was no way for him to take revenge. In order to protect the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he would have to be humble before the four powerhouses whom he suspected came from the foreign lands. From the beginning until now, he did not dare to show his imposing manner as the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. That person is only a follower. He's not even the leader, and he already possesses such a terrifying ability. He killed Imperial Uncle 11, whose cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation stage with just one finger.
He was so quick and didn't even use the heaven and earth energy, let alone the formation of the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Just that person alone is enough to destroy the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. It's obvious his status is below the old man since he followed behind him. How powerful is the old man's ability then? The Darkhan dynasty emperor's heart jolted when he looked at the strong old man who was the leader of the pack. He immediately looked away. He shuddered and did not dare to continue his train of thoughts. Humph! The middle-aged man who killed the Darkhan dynasty's old prince scoffed. Of course there's something we need from you since we're here. I heard there's a person named Duanling Tian among the group of young powerhouses from your Darkhan dynasty, who joined the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort.
Duanling Tian?
The Darkhan dynasty emperor's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Naturally, he was familiar with the name. The person whom the name belonged to was the reason he received a massive amount of rewards from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. May I ask why you're looking for Duanling Tian? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor asked in fear. Pa! The sound of a slap reverberated suddenly. It seemed as though the middle-aged man barely did anything, but the fresh imprint of a hand appeared on the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face. Am I asking the question, or are you asking the question? The middle-aged man's voice was extremely deep when he spoke, and a killing intent appeared in his eyes. Naturally, it was him who gave the Darkhan dynasty's emperor a slap at lightning speed. So fast! The expressions of the three old princes behind the Darkhan dynasty's emperor changed one after another. They could be forgiven for not seeing the previous attack coming. However, they still failed to notice the second attack even though they were mentally prepared. At this moment, they realized that person was so far ahead of them in terms of ability that they could not even compare.
The Darkhan dynasty's emperor took a deep breath. Although he felt his dignity was being trampled on, he did not dare to speak as he pleased. All he could do was seethe in anger since he did not want what happened to the old prince to befall him. Senior, I don't know Duanling Tian very well. All I know is he's a young powerhouse from the Darkstone Empire. Before he represented our Dark Han dynasty to join the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He was recommended by the Darkstone Empire to join the martial competition that our Dark Han dynasty organized. The Dark Han dynasty emperor said slowly and pushed all responsibility to the Darkstone Empire. Darkstone Empire. The strong old man spoke before the middle-aged man did. His eyes gleamed as he stared unblinkingly at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. The intimidating stare made the Dark Han dynasty's emperor shudder as goosebumps appeared. "Where is it?" the strong old man asked after a pause. "It's in the south," the Dark Han dynasty's emperor said with fear written all over his face. He pointed in the Darkstone Empire's direction without any hesitation. "Let's go," the strong old man said almost as soon as the Dark Han dynasty's emperor spoke. He disappeared before the eyes of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the 3 old princes who survived. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the old princes narrowed their eyes immediately. He just vanished before them? How powerful was the old man exactly? Their eyes narrowed again when they saw the old man and the 2 middle-aged men who initially stood behind the strong old man vanished one after another before their eyes after the strong old man had disappeared. From the beginning until the end, they did not manage to capture their trails at all. Who exactly are they? The Dark Han dynasty emperor felt relieved when the strong old man left with the other 3 men. However, his face was still filled with fear that came from the bottom of his heart. They're definitely powerhouses from the foreign lands. However, I've no idea why they're looking for Duan Ling Tian, the old prince muttered to himself with a confused expression on his face. He had led the Dark Han dynasty's young powerhouses to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort with the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. He was also Zishang's master. It's definitely nothing good. The other old prince's eyes gleamed. Although the leader didn't say why he's looking for Duan Ling Tian. When he heard Duan Ling Tian came from the Darkstone Empire, I saw the killing intent in his eyes. That means Duan Ling Tian will definitely die if he returns to the Dark Han dynasty. The last old prince's eyes narrowed. Although they had never met Duan Ling Tian, they knew Duan Ling Tian was largely responsible for their cultivation bases breaking through to the void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian had unknowingly did them a big favor. They could not help but feel grateful to Duan Ling Tian in their hearts. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, the person who was responsible for everything that had happened, was staring blankly in a canyon deep in a remote mountain range within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Naturally, he was not really staring blankly at nothing. Duan Ling Tian stood there as he stared at the word sword on the wall like a man possessed. A red-clad lady sat nearby with her legs crossed and cultivated quietly under the sky. There was a middle-aged man practicing sword close to the canyon entrance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling sounded again and again. Every time he swung his sword, the sword in his hand would shoot out sword energy that charged out and collided destructively with the side of the wall. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, but he clenched his teeth and persisted. "I can't hold young master back. I can't be a burden to young master," the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Almost at the same time, his ability seemed to have broken through as its speed increased. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had no idea how much time had passed, but he was trying his best to receive the sword down knowledge coming out of the word. He memorized them one after another in his head using his spiritual energy. As time passed by, he gradually felt his spiritual energy getting weaker and weaker as though it was reaching its limit. However, he held on persistently. Persistence. Persistence. More persistence. He was not sure how long he persisted, but at this point, Duan Ling Tian had become completely numb. When his spiritual energy collapsed, he jolted awake. He forcefully stood still when he felt his body wobbled. It seems like quite some time has passed. Duan Ling Tian regulated his breathing as he slowly took a deep breath. "You're awake, big brother Duan?" An excited and sweet voice entered his ears and snapped him out of his thoughts. He knew whose voice it was without the need to turn his head. "Tian Wu." Duan Ling Tian called her name and turned around. He smiled slightly at the lady who was sitting with her legs crossed nearby like a fire elf. "Big brother Duan,
You woke up 2 months after I did. Feng Tianwu sighed softly. Her breath was as fragrant as an orchid. 2 months after you woke up? Duanling Tian was stunned for a moment before he proceeded to ask, how long did you look at the word? Based on your spiritual energy, you should be able to endure for quite a while.
I've no idea how long I endured looking at it. I only know I looked at it a month more than Xianxia did. Feng Tianwu shook her head softly as a perplexed look appeared on her beautiful face.
Young master. At this moment, Xianxia, who was practicing with his sword near the canyon entrance, noticed Duanling Tian had woken up. An expression of joy appeared on his sweaty face. Duanling Tian nodded. Let's go. A couple of months has passed. Let's find an inn in the nearby city to rest in. We'll head to the foreign lands after a few days.
Feng Tianwu and Xianxia followed their leader, Duanling Tian, and they did not have any objection.
The three of them immediately left the canyon and found a small city nearby before they checked into an inn. Duanling Tian fell asleep after washing himself. He only woke up in the afternoon on the third day. He had finally recovered his exhausted spiritual energy from a couple months earlier.
After he woke up in the afternoon, Duanling Tian looked for Xianxia and said, Xianxia, please bear with me. I'll be performing Meridian's cleansing for you with a special technique.
Xianxia revealed a surprised and overjoyed expression as Duanling Tian used his origin energy and spiritual energy to perform a complete Meridian's cleansing for him. Xianxia was much older, which made it more difficult to perform the ritual compared to when he performed it on Yixian previously.
However, Duanling Tian's origin energy and spiritual energy had progressed compared to back then. Although that was the case, Duanling Tian still spent an entire day to completely cleanse Xianxia's meridians.
We're done. When everything was completed, Duanling Tian was sweating profusely. The spiritual energy he had just recovered a day ago was completely depleted. Tiredness hit him and caused his body to wobble. Young master, are you all right? Xianxia's expression changed when he saw Duanling Tian's current condition.
I'm okay, I'll be all right after some rest. If Tianwu looks for me, tell her I might need to rest for another 2 days. Duanling Tian said to Xianxia as he inhaled deeply and tried to balance his body. Subsequently, he turned around and left Xianxia's room without saying a word. He fell asleep on his bed after returning to his room. He was too tired. After Duanling Tian left, Xianxia sat with his legs crossed on the bed and mumbled skeptically, did young master really perform meridian cleansing for me for the entire day? My innate skill. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to cultivate after taking a deep breath.
Xianxia's sense was pretty strong as a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist. He knew his previous speed when absorbing the heaven and earth energy like the back of his hand. Due to that, his body jolted awake after half an hour of cultivation. There was disbelief written all over his face. My innate skill, it really progressed. It has risen by a few folds compared to before. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xianxia was in a daze with his eyes wide opened. He looked guilty when he finally snapped out of his daze. Young master was exhausted because of me. It's unforgivable that I ever doubted him. Although he did not say anything when Duanling Tian said he was going to perform Meridian's cleansing for him, he did not believe it wholeheartedly. It was just too unthinkable. How could it be possible for a person to perform Meridian's cleansing with origin energy and spiritual energy without anything else? To someone like him, it was almost impossible. However, reality had given him a big slap on his cheek. His current innate skill had risen from the Meridian's cleansing Duanling Tian performed on him with his origin energy and spiritual energy. Young master, I, Xianxia, don't deserve to be a human if I dare doubt you again in the future. Xianxia swore to himself. He did not know when his eyes had turned red.
He seemed to feel it was unsatisfactory and he proceeded to lift his hand to prick his finger. A drop of blood floated into the sky.
I, Xianxia, vow to never doubt young master's words ever again. If I ever doubt his words, may the 99 heavenly tribulation take my life. Xianxia was very straightforward with his oath. He would not be able to violate the tribulation oath. Death was the only consequence for violating the oath. Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang! 9 consecutive claps of thunder resounded above the sky in the small city. Many people could not help but look at the sky.
9 claps of thunder. Somebody took the tribulation oath. The tribulation oath is also called the 99 heavenly tribulation.
The 9 claps of thunder mean the oath is set in stone. If it's violated, the 99 heavenly tribulation would kill the person who took the oath.
I heard if the thunder penalty comes, even the legendary martial emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to escape death.
I wonder who took the tribulation oath. The small city that was as quiet as still water regained its livelihood suddenly due to the 99 heavenly tribulation Xianxia took. However, all of that did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. He was currently sleeping on his bed. Even the 9 claps of thunder did not wake him from his slumber.
3 days later, Duan Lingtian finally woke up feeling dizzy. The exhaustion is too much. We'll head to the foreign lands after a meal with Tianwu and Xiongquan. Duan Lingtian came up with a plan.
He did not plan to visit the Crimson Sky Kingdom this time.
After all, it was just over a year since he last left the place. Naturally, the main reason he was not planning to visit was due to his parents not being there. It would be meaningless for him to visit when he would rather seize the time and search for the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind. I can also look for the foreign lands Force Ku-Er and Little Fei are in along the journey, Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Duan Lingtian found Feng Tianwu after he walked out of his room. Xiongquan was still cultivating.
He's almost breaking through. I won't disturb him then. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after he detected Xiongquan's condition with his spiritual energy when he was standing outside Xiongquan's room. He then turned around and left. Tianwu, let's eat. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu and left the inn. They found a restaurant nearby and took a seat inside. Feng Tianwu put on a veil to cover her beautiful face so she would not appear too eye-catching in the place. Hey, did you hear? The Crimson Sky Kingdom's falling. All of a sudden, a feminine voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears.
The Crimson Sky Kingdom?
It's falling. Duan Lingtian instinctively frowned when he heard that. At the same time, he looked toward the source of the voice. It was a guest sitting nearby. The guest who had just spoken was a young man who had an evil appearance. He was extremely feminine when he spoke. He was just like a lady. The terms that were commonly used on Earth, where Duan Lingtian was previously from, to describe this person would be sissy or transsexual. Crimson Sky Kingdom? One of the many kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The mightiest powerhouse from the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian's hometown?
There were another 2 young men sitting around the same table with the young man with an evil countenance. They were shocked after they heard what the man said. That's right. It's the Duan Lingtian's hometown, the man said as he nodded, his voice becoming more and more feminine. I bet you all don't know that Crimson Sky Kingdom's current crisis is caused by that Duan Lingtian.
What?
The Crimson Sky Kingdom's current crisis is caused by Duan Lingtian? The other 2 men were shocked. Those 3 did not lower their voices intentionally as they discussed the matter. It had alerted the other guests in the restaurant.
Somebody's attacking the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Duan Lingtian? It can't be. From what I know, Duan Lingtian was already close to the Void Interpretation stage when he destroyed the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt 7-star Sword Sect. Even our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family is afraid of him. That's right. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom aside, I'm afraid there are very little people who could defeat him even in the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian's advantage is that he's young. There's no reason for the Darkstone Empire's powerhouses to have any conflict with him.
Duan Lingtian ranked first in the martial competition in Darkhan Dynasty previously. Since then, he was known as the mightiest powerhouse in our Darkhan Dynasty.
The Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't start a conflict with such a genius, unless he's nipped in the bud before he grows into his potential.
The restaurant suddenly became lively. Every topic of the table had shifted to Duan Lingtian.
When Duan Lingtian was just a 7-star sword sex disciple, he had already defeated the 5 most outstanding great young masters of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and earned his fame in the kingdom. Although the people in Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had heard about him, most of them did not take him seriously. There were many powerful freaks and geniuses in the history of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, many of them died at a young age. Some even had a major decrease in their innate skills when they grew older and finally turned ordinary. Most of them did not think Duanling Tian would remain a freak or a genius for long. However, Duanling Tian became an indirect big slap to those people when he avenged the Seven Star Sword sect by destroying the Azure Forest Trisect all by himself. The entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was shocked by the news when it spread out. The Azure Forest Trisect consisted of 3 powerful sects, which were the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect, among the 5 great sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom back then. They destroyed the Mountain Split sect first before destroying the Seven Star Sword sect. They were at the height of their power. Their might was comparable to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, such a sect was destroyed by Duanling Tian. It was said that all 3 sect leaders from the Azure Forest Trisect were killed by Duanling Tian. The person who was called a genius martial artist, who had defeated the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom back then, had destroyed the Azure Forest Trisect a few years later. The entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was talking about it. The news had not cooled down when another shocking news came and swept through the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, it elevated Duanling Tian's reputation to a new height. In the martial competition organized by Darkhan Dynasty, Duanling Tian defeated the young powerhouses from Darkhan Dynasty and placed first in the competition. Since then, Duanling Tian was named the most powerful young man in the current Darkhan Dynasty. Ever since the news spread out, everyone in Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was proud of Duanling Tian since he came from their kingdom. Humph! What do all of you know? The young man with an evil countenance and feminine voice scoffed when he heard the doubts in the other guests' discussion. It's not the people from Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom who are targeting Duanling Tian. Neither is it the people from the Darkstone Empire nor the Darkhan Dynasty. The people present were stunned when they heard what the young man said. Could it be people from the other dynasty? Maybe. Perhaps Duanling Tian killed somebody from some dynasty at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The people behind the person Duanling Tian killed are here to look for him. The people could not help but speculate among themselves. A bunch of pig brains. The young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice scoffed and smirked when he heard their discussion. He continued to say after he provoked the people, "Think with your pig brains. Even if such a person from the other dynasty wants to take revenge on Duanling Tian, would he dare to create such a big scene? If the person's daring enough to cause a scene, then it isn't just something between him and Duanling Tian. The 2 dynasties would just disagree and go their own way. One must admit, what the young man had said made sense. Due to that, their anger gradually disappeared. Just tell us who's attacking the Crimson Sky Kingdom if you know. Stop teasing us," some of them said impatiently. "Humph, I don't know exactly who those people are," the young man said slowly after he scoffed. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "I thought you knew something, so in the end, you're just someone who knows nothing. How do you call us pig brains? You're the one with pig brain. You're wasting my time." Somebody took the lead to mock the young man who mocked them earlier, and the others followed suit. They did not hold back at all. "Although I've no idea who those people are, I'm sure they're from the foreign lands. Also, they've yet to destroy the kingdom because they want Duanling Tian to return. What they want isn't the Crimson Sky Kingdom but Duanling Tian. What's happening in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is just a bait to get Duanling Tian to return. They're using Duanling Tian's friends and family's lives to force him to show himself." The young man continued to speak as he ignored the people's mockery. "People from the foreign lands? What did Duanling Tian do? Did he sleep with some foreign lands force leader's daughter so they're looking for him? That's very possible." All of a sudden, the topic of discussion among the restaurant guests had shifted to figuring out what Duanling Tian had done to offend and bring the foreign lands powerhouses to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Some said Duanling Tian took their treasures. Some said Duanling Tian killed some foreign lands forces' illegitimate child. Some were even more dramatic and said Duanling Tian slept with some foreign lands force leader's wife and daughter.
That was why the Foreign Lands Force leader came to Dark Han Dynasty with his underlings.
As they discussed among themselves, they were completely unaware that the person they were discussing was sitting in the restaurant. Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched again and again when he heard the discussion in the restaurant. It seemed like it was not going to stop anytime soon. However, there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Big Brother Duan. Could it be the people from Izumo sect? Feng Tianwu could not help but ask curiously as she looked at Duan Ling Tian after hearing everything that was discussed.
It's hard to say. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness and ferocity.
The people who were after him were not limited to Izumo sect. People from the North Nether sect and Anika sect were also after him. It was highly unlikely they would just let him go.
Therefore, it was possible that one of the 3 second-rate forces was the one baiting him with the safety of Crimson Sky Kingdom. There are still 5 days left.
If Duan Ling Tian doesn't show up after 5 days, those people waiting for him will start a massacre. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be bathed in blood. The young man with an evil face and feminine voice said. He licked his dry lips before he said dazedly, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic to watch. 5 days? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately after he heard what the young man said.
Whoosh! In the next second, Duan Ling Tian vanished from where he sat and reappeared before the young man. He extended his arm at lightning speed and held the young man up by his throat.
Who are you? The young man's face turned pale when he was held up by his throat. He looked petrified as he stared at the person who had appeared before him like a ghost. The purple-clad young man had restrained him easily.
At this moment, he had completely dismissed the thought of fighting back.
He knew the fact that Duan Ling Tian had easily restrained him and picked him up meant his ability was far below Duan Ling Tian's ability. He might provoke Duan Ling Tian if he had forcefully struggled.
If he was killed like that, he would die an extremely torturous death.
Both of the young man's friends' expressions changed dramatically. They realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was and immediately retreated since they were afraid of Duan Ling Tian attacking them as well.
Who am I? Duan Ling Tian grinned and looked around the restaurant. His eyes scanned each and every guest in the restaurant and enunciated his words clearly. I'm the person that all of you were talking about.
Fwa! As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, a clamor erupted in the restaurant.
He's Duan Ling Tian?
I was just wondering when did our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has such a terrifying young powerhouse. I'm a first void initiation stage martial artist myself, but I didn't catch his movements at all.
The idiot that Duan Ling Tian's currently chalking said something like the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood would be fantastic to watch, right?
Most of the guests in the restaurant looked at the young man who was held in a choke as though they were taking pleasure in his misery. In their opinion, that young man whose gender was ambiguous was undoubtedly looking for death when he said the disaster that would befall the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be something fantastic to watch in the presence of Duan Ling Tian.
What? The young man's expression changed as soon as Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity. Now that the mockery around him entered his ears, he felt as though he was struck by lightning.
He only snapped out of his daze after a while and fearfully looked at the purple-clad young man who was choking him. Initially, he had no idea why the purple-clad young man did that to him. However, he completely understood why Duan Ling Tian did that now. Everything came from him bad-mouthing the Crimson Sky Kingdom where the young man before him came from.
That person went through a lot after he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and was named the most powerful young man in the current Dark Han Dynasty before he even turned 30.
You're Duan Ling Tian. The young man's voice remained feminine. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice now. The fear naturally came from facing Duan Ling Tian. Did you say, if I didn't show myself to those people in 5 days' time, they would attack the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian enunciated each word slowly as his eyes that were as sharp as blades glared at the young man. If Duan Ling Tian could kill with his eyes, the young man would have been dead at this very moment. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, everybody who was present, including Feng Tianwu, had their attention on the young man.
They were all curious.
Yes, the young man quickly replied. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would choke him to death due to his disturbed emotion, so he did not dare to delay his reply. Tell me everything you know. Duan Ling Tian said slowly as he regained his composure. However, Duan Ling Tian's calm voice sounded like the calm before the storm when it entered the young man's ears. He did not know when his forehead began sweating or when his lips began to quiver. There was fear in his eyes.
The young man with an evil face and feminine voice told Duan Ling Tian everything he knew without holding back as the others looked on.
It included how he got his information. As it turned out, he heard about it from a distant relative who came from the Darkstone Empire not too long ago. Those people arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago and attempted to get me to show myself by threatening me with the kingdom's safety? The news about those people wanting me to show myself by threatening the Crimson Sky Kingdom has been spread all over the Darkhan Dynasty and Darkstone Empire?
Those people announced they would give me 2 months to show myself 2 months ago. If I don't, they'll destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Duan Ling Tian's expression became more and more somber. He did not expect one of the 3 second-rate forces in the Northern Desert would come to the Darkhan Dynasty and the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago.
I can't believe a respectable second-rate force would stoop so low. It's taking my hometown hostage to threaten me to show myself. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as killing intent emanated from his body.
At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura thirsty. It looked as though he was out for blood. The guests in the restaurant, apart from Feng Tianwu, and the young man he held in a choke retreated far away as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with fearful eyes.
They were really scared Duan Ling Tian would suddenly attack them.
Duan Ling Tian might be younger than them, but his strength was on a different level considering how young he was. It brought an intense fear into their hearts.
Who were they kidding? 2 years ago, Duan Ling Tian made Azure Forest Trisect's history by killing 3 of its sect leaders all by himself.
Nobody knew how far Duan Ling Tian's ability had risen after 2 years. They were not even a match for Duan Ling Tian 2 years ago. Duan Ling Tian, I've already told you everything I know. Please don't kill me.
Please don't kill me.
I beg you. I'm begging you. The ashen-faced young man begged Duan Ling Tian with all his might when he sensed the impending danger. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally snapped out of his thoughts and looked coldly at the young man he held in a choke who was begging him incessantly. Sometimes, you have to pay the price for the things you say, Duan Ling Tian said slowly and calmly with no inflection in his tone.
However, everyone present could hear the rage in Duan Ling Tian's words.
No! The young man's expression changed immediately. Duan Ling Tian released his hold on the young man before he slammed his palm against the young man's lower abdomen with lightning speed. Bang! Before the young man could even get on his feet, he was attacked again by Duan Ling Tian and slammed into the wall on the side of the restaurant.
Fwa! The young man's face flushed and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he slid down the wall with blood all over his body.
My origin energy.
My origin energy. You're cruel. You're so cruel.
You severed my dantian. The young man was momentarily stunned before he glared at Duan Ling Tian as he groaned softly in pain. The restaurant guests who were watching heard what he said, and their expressions changed as they looked at Duan Ling Tian in fear. In this world where martial Dao powerhouses ruled, to a certain extent, severing a person's cultivation base was worse than taking away someone's lives.
This is the price you've to pay for speaking nonsense. Duan Ling Tian sounded cold and did not look at the young man once since the beginning until the end.
Tian Wu, let's go. Before they even had the chance to eat, they vanished before the guests' eyes.
Naturally, they did not vanish into thin air, but they were so fast that the guests in the restaurant could not catch their movements at all. At this moment, the restaurant guests only saw a red glow flashed before their eyes as Duan Ling Tian and the red-clad lady with a veil covering her face vanished.
That's so fast. Soon after, somebody could not help but exclaim in shock.
It's been 2 years. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian's ability has already broken through to the void interpretation stage. Somebody speculated. Most people agreed with that person's speculation.
It's really unfortunate. His big mouth became his downfall. Not only did he insult the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he even said it in front of Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Didn't he know the Crimson Sky Kingdom is Duan Ling Tian's hometown? Haha. He probably didn't know Duan Ling Tian was present when he said he was eager to watch the Crimson Sky Kingdom bathe in blood.
The mockery continued among the guests in the restaurant. All of it entered the young man's ears as he was carried out by his two friends. Fwa! The young man suddenly fainted after he spat out another mouthful of blood from being angered.
Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening at the restaurant.
He left the small city after leaving the restaurant and began to make his way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
A fiery silhouette trailed after Duanling Tian like a shadow and soon caught up with him. Big brother Duan, are you going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom now? Feng Tianwu had been to the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Duanling Tian previously. She could easily identify they were heading in the direction of the kingdom.
Yes. Duanling Tian did not deny it as a hint of gloom appeared between his brows. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown in this life. The importance of the kingdom was not any less than the earth he previously lived on in his previous life. Although his parents had left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many things he missed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
His family and friends in his previous life were out of his reach, but those in his current life were here.
No matter what, I won't let anything happen to them because of something I did.
Otherwise, I won't be able to live in peace. Familiar silhouettes appeared one after another in Duanling Tian's mind. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tianhu Li Xian, as well as many of the seniors who helped him back then. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom was really destroyed because of him, it would be an eternal regret in his life. Therefore, he made a decision without thinking twice. He decided to go there regardless of the danger that lay ahead. There was no way for Duanling Tian to predict the outcome of his decision, but he knew it was definitely risky. I just hope the Devil Seal tablet won't fail at a critical moment, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He had come to an insane decision. He would use the Devil Seal tablet to kill the people from the second-rate force during the critical moment. He recalled the time when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet back then and what happened before he killed the 6 Void Transformation Stage Skywolf Fort's elders.
He remembered he was in a complete rage as Tamu was killed when he blocked one of the Skywolf Fort elders' attacks that was meant for him. However, as much as he was angered, his ability back then was not even enough to fend off the elders, let alone avenging Tamu.
Fortunately, Duanling Tian noticed the unusual changes in the Devil Seal tablet that was contained in his spatial ring. It was truly a close call. When he came in contact with the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring, a voice seemed to enter his ears. The intriguing voice seemed to have come from the Devil Seal tablet. "Let me out. I'll give you endless strength." Duanling Tian remembered the voice clearly until today. It was the voice that made him retrieve the Devil Seal tablet that was emitting a strange black energy. When his hands made contact with the Devil Seal tablet, the black energy entered his body and his soul. Soon after, his consciousness was suppressed as he was devilified. Due to the fact that his consciousness was suppressed, it could be said that he was insidiously devilified. He was not sure if the Devil Seal tablet would have worked if he had initiated it. It was not that it did not occur to him to try it out in private. It would be all right if he failed. If he had succeeded, he would have to bear the consequences and might have ended up in a coma for a long time. He was fortunate to have met Yi Xian previously.
If it had been another person, they might covet the spatial ring in his hands and kill him. They could only claim ownership of the spatial ring once they killed him.
He had no idea what would happen to him if he went into a coma in an attempt to use the Devil Seal tablet. Moreover, he was not sure when he would be able to regain his consciousness. Who knows what would happen to the Crimson Sky Kingdom at that time? It doesn't matter if I can devilify myself or not. I must return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This is all my fault. I should bear the responsibility alone.
Duanling Tian's eyes shone and an imposing and masculine aura exuded from his body. When he killed Lei Zhang at the risk of offending the Northern Desert's second-rate force, Izumo sect, he was already prepared to be hunted by Izumo sect and had come up with a backup plan.
In order to avoid getting the 5-element sect involved, he had even publicly renounced the 5-element sect.
He did not think about his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, at all.
Perhaps it was because it did not cross his mind that second-rate forces like Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect would bother with a tiny country like the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was so low on the food chain in Cloud Continent. However, it seemed like second-rated forces from the foreign lands would do whatever it takes to achieve their own agenda.
Now that all this happened, Duanling Tian did not bother to think about whether he regretted his actions or not.
All he knew was he had to resolve this no matter what. He would not have any regrets even if he had to sacrifice his life for the peace of Crimson Sky Kingdom. A man would take responsibility for his action. A man would protect his home and country.
A man would not let his family and friends get hurt.
Duanling Tian had always been a righteous man. That was why he had to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He would stand tall and return to his hometown.
Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City.
The place that occupied the most space within the inner city would undoubtedly be the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace.
The current Imperial Palace was entirely different from the previous Imperial Palace. It was less lively and a little more gloomy. The guards stationed in there were listless and downcast.
Since the arrival of the 4 individuals about 2 months ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace had undergone earth-shaking changes. First, the Emperor was detained, and the Divine Might Marquis was also caught and placed in the Imperial Palace with the Emperor. Following that, the youth powerhouses from Xiao clan estate like Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also caught one by one. Even Li Xian from the Li clan estate that was situated far away in Aurora City was caught.
All those people had one thing in common.
They were close to the commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard, Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian was well known in the current Crimson Sky Kingdom.
When he placed first in the martial competition organized by the Darkhan dynasty, he became a national sensation when he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
The Crimson Sky Kingdom was a tiny kingdom. Even the most outstanding person in the history of the kingdom only had a position in the Darkstone Empire. It did not even have anything to do with the Darkhan dynasty.
However, someone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the #1 among the youths in Darkhan dynasty, and it was publicly known in the entire Darkhan dynasty. How could they not be excited?
For a time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, all parents used Duanling Tian as an example for their children.
The younger generation regarded Duanling Tian as their idol and his achievements as their life goals. The middle-aged and older generation could not stop smiling and would give a thumbs up whenever Duanling Tian's name was mentioned. Duanling Tian had become the spiritual pillar for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's people. However, for individual whose origins were unknown appeared and demanded Duanling Tian to come forth when his reputation was at its peak. If he did not do as they had demanded, they would slaughter everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most importantly, they had suppressed the imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Both were the strongest forces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ever since the news spread, the people in the area surrounding the imperial city of Crimson Sky Kingdom had been in a state of panic. All these happened in the span of 2 months. The news would have spread all over the Crimson Sky Kingdom within half a year, and it would cause the entire kingdom to descend into a state of panic. At the Divine Might Marquis Mansion, in the main hall, now what? The 4 powerhouses are too terrifying. Xiao Revered Elder was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, but even he was instantly killed by one of the middle-aged men. More importantly, that person seems like he's only a subordinate to the strong old man, a red-clad old man said. His face was filled with fear as he looked at the strong old man. Old Marquis, what should we do now?
They'll execute the Emperor and the Divine Might Marquis tomorrow, and I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death as well. The red-clad old man said uneasily, horrified. You saw that person's attack. What level do you think his level is at?
Old Marquis was the last Divine Might Marquis, Nyarong. He said solemnly. I'm ashamed to say this, but I couldn't even catch his movement, let alone react to his attack. It seemed as though Xiao Revered Elder just suddenly fell to this death. The corner of the red-clad old man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with an expression of bitterness and helplessness. If it was an attack from an ordinary void initiation martial artist, you would still be able to react even if you couldn't catch his movements. It seems like that person is at the void interpretation or above, Nyarong said solemnly.
Meanwhile, the woman beside Nyarong said with a similar solemn expression, that's the only explanation. Besides, they're here to find fault with Little Tian. I assume they know everything about Little Tian. During the martial competition organized by the Darhan dynasty a few years back, Little Tian won first place with his cultivation base at the 9th level Void Initiation.
Currently, Little Tian must have already broken through to the Void Interpretation.
They must have known all these, yet they still came to find fault with Little Tian. Their strength is definitely above the Void Interpretation. The woman was Meng Ping, the sect leader of Flybao sect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
Originally, she was in a closed-door cultivation and had only come out recently. After she learned about her son's imprisonment, she anxiously rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as soon as she could. She had just arrived early that morning.
Void Interpretation. The woman's words sounded credible and convincing. The expressions of the red-clad old man, including the other middle-aged man and young man, changed slightly when they heard her words.
The middle-aged man was the dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Chongfeng. He was also Duan Ling Tian's former teacher at the Paladin Academy. The young man was Niefun, the little marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The current Niefun lived up to his name. He felt anxious as though his heart was burning. Grandmother, if they're really void interpretation powerhouses, doesn't it mean father and the emperor are dead for sure? Niefun said sullenly.
After Niefun said that, the main hall descended into silence. Niarong and Meng Ping did not know when their eyes became a bit misty. They evaporated their tears with their origin energy.
The Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan was their son. Their son was facing a life and death situation. Naturally, they would feel anxious as his parents. Tomorrow is the day they'll make their move. The red-clad old man paced restlessly. Up until now, we still haven't received any words about Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't come back, the Emperor and the Divine Might Marquis aside, I'm afraid it won't end well for us too. Little Tian isn't necessarily in the Darkhan dynasty, Niefun said with a bitter smile.
Even if he's in Darhan dynasty and knows about this, he would probably be too afraid to come back unless he's confident he could deal with the four of them, the red-clad old man said in distress.
Impossible.
Little Tian isn't someone like that, Niefun said with absolute certainty. Judging from his words, it could be seen that he had absolute faith in Duan Ling Tian. The old man felt the atmosphere turn strange, and he suddenly remembered everyone present, apart from him, were close to Duan Ling Tian.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was maybe he would feel it's futile to return, so he might not return. However, he'll definitely avenge us. The red-clad old man corrected himself.
However, he quickly realized the other four people were not paying attention to him. It was as though they did not hear what he said. Naturally, the other four did not intentionally ignore him. They were staring behind him as though they had discovered a new land. Who? The old man turned around in curiosity. He saw two individuals standing at the entrance of the main hall with just a glance.
There was a young man who looked around 25 years old, dressed in purple, and a woman with a red veil covering her face. Although her face was concealed, it could be seen from between her brows that she was about 20 years old. Who are you? The old man asked as he furrowed his eyebrows. The two individuals ignored him and entered the main hall.
The old man was about to get angry when a voice entered his ears. He felt a hint of fear, and his previous thoughts were immediately dismissed. Little Tian. The person who called out was Niefur. Niefun's tone was filled with excitement. I knew it. I knew if you found about this, you would definitely return. The two individuals who had walked into the main hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate were Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. The both of them looked travel-weary. Duan Ling Tian looked at Niefun and smiled as he greeted him, Big Brother Nie.
Niefun, the son of the Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan, had taken great care of him when he was young. He had always felt grateful to him in his heart.
Nothing had changed even if his strength had surpassed everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Grandfather Nie, Grandmother Meng. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man seated in front and the woman beside him. Little Tian, when did you return? The old Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Nie Rong stood up and welcomed him warmly. Although he was worried about the safety of his son, a bright smile appeared on his face when he saw the uninvited guests.
Meng Ping stood up as well. However, the smile on her face seemed a little forced with a hint of bitterness in it.
Little Tian, are you confident? Meng Ping asked bluntly. Naturally, She knew Duan Ling Tian's return this time was due to the 4 powerhouses with unknown origins.
It was likely the 4 powerhouses would kill her son tomorrow. They might even destroy the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was not a coincidence Duan Ling Tian returned at such a critical moment.
When Meng Ping spoke, Nye Rong, Nye Fon, Sima Changfeng and the red-clad old man turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically and did not respond to her immediately. Instead, he looked at Sima Changfeng and greeted him, "Teacher." Meng Ping did not take it to heart. In fact, she developed an even more favorable impression of Duan Ling Tian.
It was rare he would still remember his roots even with all he had achieved so far.
Sima Changfeng was somewhat flattered and shocked when Duan Ling Tian greeted him. During their time in the Paladin Academy, they were teacher and apprentice in name only. Duan Ling Tian's strength and achievement had greatly surpassed him, but Duan Ling Tian did not forget past sentiments. Truly warmed his heart. Filled his heart.
Duan Ling Tian.
The proudest moment in my life was not when I was appointed as the Dean of Paladin Academy, nor was it the time when I broke through to the void-prying stage. It was when I became your teacher, Sima Changfeng said solemnly as he took a deep breath to suppress the emotions stirring in his heart.
Sima Changfeng's words were sincere.
Although he was the Dean of Paladin Academy, he did not reveal his identity to the students.
Naturally, it was not because he did not care about the Paladin Academy. He was just extremely committed to the Paladin Academy. In fact, he was posing as an ordinary teacher in the academy. No one knew his true identity in the academy apart from the vice dean.
He still remembered that year when he was teaching the freshmen like he usually did. An outstanding student had appeared and caught his eyes at the beginning of the semester. From the very beginning, he could tell the student was not ordinary, and his future achievements would be great.
As time passed, he realized he had underestimated that student.
That seemingly docile student had caused several big problems at the Paladin Academy. He would not be surprised if that student had died due to someone's vengeance.
However, the results were always beyond his expectation. That student did not only live well, but he also lived better than anyone else.
He discovered the war strategy the student came up with put his own to shame. He acknowledged that even he would not have been able to lead the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to conquer the heavily guarded border city, Southern Champion Kingdom, without any casualties. That student was a mastermind.
He hid behind the scene and laughed as he destroyed his enemies with his strategy.
All of that was accomplished by that student. He had thought the most outstanding student of the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom and help the Crimson Sky Kingdom expand its kingdom.
However, he did not expect the student to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and join the #1 sect in Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword sect. Since then, shocking news spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom one after another. He would be shocked whenever he heard the news.
He single-handedly destroyed the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the 7-Star Sword sect. He ranked first in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and became publicly recognized as the strongest among the youths in the Darkhan Dynasty. He even broke through to the Void Interpretation stage before the age of 30.
That student was the purple-clad youth standing before him, Duan Ling Tian.
"Teacher, you flatter me. A teacher is like a father figure. No matter where I am or what level my cultivation base is at, you'll always be my teacher," Duan Ling Tian said earnestly when he heard Sima Changfeng's heartfelt words.
"Commander Duan, you still remember your roots even after achieving so much. That's rare." The red-clad old man flattered Duan Ling Tian.
He was taken aback when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him after he heard his words.
Commander Duan finally noticed him?
This Commander Duan was a big shot who had made a name for himself at the Darkhan Dynasty, went to foreign lands and joined the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If Commander Duan was happy with what he said, maybe he'll reward him with 7 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills. Even 1 or 2 high-grade spirit weapons would be amazing. Commander Duan? The excitement on the red-clad old man's face could not be concealed.
It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian rewarding him with medicinal pills or spirit weapons. However, the smile on his face froze soon after. "Do I know you?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the red-clad old man indifferently.
With just one sentence, It caused the red-clad old man's face to turn red. His mouth was open but no sound came out. It was as though his throat was constricted.
Everyone looked at him in surprise as he turned around to face Meng Ping. Grandmother Meng, regarding that, I'm not entirely confident. It was apparent Duan Ling Tian was responding to Meng Ping's previous question. Meng Ping had previously asked if he was confident in dealing with those people who intended to kill her son tomorrow and destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Duan Ling Tian was speaking the truth. His confidence would be at 100% if he could get the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him.
However, he had no confidence at all since he was not sure if he could get the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him.
Duan Ling Tian's words entered everyone's ears and caused their faces to turn pale. Even Feng Tianwu's face paled slightly when she realized her biggest worry might come true.
Her big brother Duan was going to risk his life to deal with the powerhouses from Izumo sect. Feng Tianwu assumed Izumo sect was finding fault with Duan Ling Tian because she knew Duan Ling Tian had offended Izumo sect.
She would not have so easily assumed it was Izumo sect if she knew Duan Ling Tian had also offended North Nether sect. And Anika sect might also come after the Emperor Stage Profundity fragment in his hands. Moreover, both sects were equally as mighty as Izumo sect.
Even Duan Ling Tian did not know which second-rate forces had come to pick a fight with him.
No confidence?
Then your return this time, Meng Ping asked after she took a deep breath. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian only smiled coolly. Now that I know they came here for me, I can't hide, can I?
If he had hidden, he would not be Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian stopped speaking, Nierong's face changed instantly. For the first time in his life, he yelled at Duan Ling Tian. Nonsense! Duan Ling Tian was in a daze. He was completely shocked by Nierong's outburst. Little Tian, if you're not confident, just leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Meng Ping said decisively as she took a deep breath. She knew in her heart if Duan Ling Tian did not show up tomorrow, the 4 powerhouses with unknown origins would definitely kill her son. However, she could not make herself trade Duan Ling Tian's life for her son's life.
If it was not for Duan Ling Tian back then, she might have been imprisoned, let alone being able to completely control the Flybao sect.
She owed Duan Ling Tian for that. Moreover, even her husband owed Duan Ling Tian his life. Her husband would not be alive today if Duan Ling Tian did not get rid of the dark nether mink poison in her husband's body. The red-clad old man's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly said, "No way! All of us will die if he leaves." In the face of the impending doom, he seemed to have forgotten how terrifying Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, he was completely ignored by the others even though he was frantic with worry. "Little Tian, just go," Nierong said as he sighed. It seemed as though he had aged a few years in just a short time. As parents, how could they be indifferent when their child's life was at stake? However, he also could not trade Duan Ling Tian's life for his son's life. "Yes, little Tian, if my father's here, he definitely wouldn't want you to take the risk." Although Niefan was worried for his father's safety, he knew his father's character very well. His father would not be able to accept it if Duan Ling Tian had died because of him. With his father's temperament, he would still spare no effort in avenging Duan Ling Tian even if he knew he could not win. At that time, his father still would not be able to escape death. Sima Changfeng stood aside and kept quiet. He felt like it was not his place to say anything. "Grandfather Nye, Grandmother Meng, Big Brother Nye, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Duan Ling Tian was touched when he heard the Nye family's words. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for a response as he disappeared before everyone's eyes. The Nye family, Sima Changfeng, and the red-clad old man had not even reacted when Feng Tianwu also vanished into thin air. From the very beginning until the end, the 3 members of the Nye family did not have time to react at all. Little Tian He really broke through to the void interpretation stage? Nye Rong and Meng Ping looked at each other, and both of them could see the horror in each other's eyes. Only martial artists at the void interpretation stage or above could vanish into thin air without them being able to catch their movements. Moreover, it seemed like he was not an ordinary void interpretation martial artist.
Although they had suspected Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had broken through to the void interpretation stage, they were still shocked when they witnessed it with their own eyes.
Especially when they realized Duan Ling Tian was probably stronger than a first, second, or third level void interpretation martial artist. Little Tian He is at the fourth level void interpretation or above? Nie Rong asked his wife through voice transmission. He looked at her as though he was seeking confirmation from her. I think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come and go without my knowledge.
Apart from that, the cultivation base of the red-clad woman with a veil next to Little Tian should also be above the fourth level void interpretation. Meng Ping nodded. There was a hint of nobility in her tone.
So, Little Tian's return is premeditated? But why did he say he's not confident? Nie Rong was puzzled. Maybe, Little Tian knows the four powerhouses, and he knows they're stronger, Meng Ping said. What should we do now?
If something happens to Little Tian, I won't be able to live with it for the rest of my life. Nie Rong's face turned pale. There's no way we can stop him now. I heard what Little Tian said before he left. It's obvious he has a plan and we can't interfere with his plan. There was a bitter smile on Meng Ping's face. I hope he'll be able to deal with the four powerhouses with unknown origins. Otherwise, it won't be just our son who's facing the impending doom.
At the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the Imperial Palace. Show!
Two figures flew as fast as lightning into the Imperial Palace. Gusts of wind appeared in their wake and alerted the Imperial Palace guards. However, the Imperial Palace guards only felt the wind, they could not see the two lightning-fast figures at all. The two fast-moving figures arrived deep inside the Imperial Palace in just a blink of an eye. One of them could not help but ask, Big Brother Duan, do you know where they're imprisoned? The woman's voice was soft and pleasant. From the voice alone, one could tell it belonged to a rare beauty.
I don't, but I'm sure someone does. The other person's voice was light and magnetic as he responded to the question.
Who?
Soon after, the latter stopped moving. In the time he took to raise his hands, a few guards in front of a pavilion fell down. Only one of them remained rooted to the spot. When the guard recovered from the surprise and saw the person who had stunned his companions, his eyes brightened. He asked excitedly, You're Commander Duan? Yes. The person who had stunned the guards earlier was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had sneaked into the Imperial Palace after he left the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he realized the guard he deliberately left awake had recognized him. He asked curiously, Do you know me? Commander Duan, you may not know me, but I know you, the guard said with an excited expression on his face. I'm a few years older than you are, but I was a student at the Star General Department of Paladin Academy too. I saw you leading the Crimson Sky Kingdom's troops and conquering the border city of Southern Champion Kingdom without a single casualty. That battle is an epic-making event in the history of Crimson Sky Kingdom. And I was lucky enough to witness it, Commander Duan. The guard's voice began to tremble in excitement as he spoke, Duan. Commander Duan, I've regarded you as my idol ever since then. Idol? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He did not expect a guard he had casually spared to recognize him and also regard him as an idol. Who? A fiery red figure silently landed in front of Duan Ling Tian.
Feng Tianwu had removed the veil on her face. Her beauty once again eclipsed everything in her surroundings.
However, that guard only glanced casually at Feng Tianwu before he turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian again. He could barely contain his excitement and exhilaration. Do you know where the Divine Might Marquis and the others are held? Duan Ling Tian's face turned serious when he looked at the guard. It's okay if you don't know or don't want to say anything. I'll just knock you out and ask someone else. I know. The guard nodded like a chick pecking at grains as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would get impatient with waiting. The Divine Might Marquis and His Majesty are held inside the dungeon of the Imperial Palace. Dungeon? Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he heard the words. He had been to the Imperial Palace of Crimson Sky Kingdom many times, but he had headed to see the Emperor at the Imperial Hall every time he was here.
Therefore, he did not know where the dungeon was.
Commander Duan, I'll lead you there. The guard seemed to notice Duan Ling Tian's dilemma, and he quickly said,
I know where the dungeon is located. You're bringing me there? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the guard to be so brave. It should be noted the current imperial palace was no longer under the emperor's control. Instead, it was under the control of the powerhouses from one of the second-rated forces in the northern desert. Oh, Commander Duan, don't make fun of me. Although our brothers in the imperial palace seem like they have surrendered on the surface, but they're still loyal to the emperor in their hearts. The four powerhouses are just a group of lunatics if you disregard their strength. They said if you don't show up by tomorrow, in addition to killing His Majesty, the Divine Might Marquis, and the others, they would slaughter us and the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. They boasted about killing the whole kingdom. They really think they're the judge of life and death. Anger filled the guard's face when he spoke. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes that contained a flash of coldness. If that's the case, then you'll take us there, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. All right. The guard hurriedly nodded as he led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu and flew straight to the west side of the imperial palace. The dilapidated palace in a remote area on the west side of the imperial palace was heavily guarded. That's the dungeon. They've formed an encirclement, and there's a floorboard at the center. Once you lift the floorboard, you'll be able to see a stone staircase leading downward. The dungeon is down there, the guard said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as they hid at the side. Duan Lingtian nodded. He looked at the guards guarding the dungeon with killing intent written on his face. In his opinion, these guards received a salary from the imperial family but were not reliable at all during critical moments. They helped outsiders to imprison the emperor who had provided them with food and drinks. They were really ungrateful. This kind of people should be killed. Commander Duan, it has not been easy for everyone. If they didn't do as they were told by the four lunatics, apart from them, even their families would not be able to escape death, the guard said with a bitter smile. What? The guard's statement shocked Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed coldly. That's how they threatened you? Duan Lingtian was completely enraged at the moment. He really wanted to know which of the three largest second-rate forces in the northern desert would do something like this that could incur the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. Duan Lingtian knew the answer without even having to listen to the guard's answer. Show! Duan Lingtian moved and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing by the floorboard that led to the dungeon. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of bodies landing one after another reverberated in the air. More than 20 guards guarding the dungeon were stunned and knocked out by Duan Lingtian without exception. When the guard witnessed the scene before his eyes narrowed immediately. From his perspective, the Commander Duan whom he admired the most had vanished before his eyes and reappeared by the entrance of the dungeon in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, more than 20 guards suddenly fell. What does that mean? Among all the powerhouses I've seen in my life, apart from Commander Duan, I'm afraid only that 4 lunatics have this kind of strength. Even void-prying stage martial artists couldn't do that, the guard muttered to himself. Soon after, he narrowed his eyes again. He discovered the red-clad woman next to him had vanished before she reappeared again next to the purple figure in the distance. Following that, he saw the floorboard concealing the entrance to the dungeon being lifted. Both of them flew in at the same time and disappeared before his eyes again. That woman has such terrifying strength. The guard's breath quickened. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the dungeon. There were several guards in the dungeon, but they were all knocked out by Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's attack. The guards of Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace were nothing before them. Shortly after, both of them arrived before a huge cell. There were 5 people sitting in a cross-legged position in the cell. 2 middle-aged men and 3 youths were focused on cultivating. Their eyes were closed and they were completely unaware of what was happening in their surroundings. Is this how they're imprisoned? Duan Lingtian did not wake the 5 of them up for now. His eyes roved around the cell and soon landed on the dishes served to them nearby. He noticed the good wine and exquisite food they were served. Even the cell they were imprisoned in was spotless and clean. It seems like the guard's right. These guards aren't really serving those men, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Li Xian. Soon after,
Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on one of the figures. It was a fat man he was very familiar with. That fat face and that figure looked the same as it always had. Those guys really went all out. Even Li Xian, who was situated far away in Aurora City, was caught. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. In the meantime, Li Xian's fat face trembled before he opened his small eyes as though he had sensed something. He was stunned as soon as he opened his eyes. "Boss!" Li Xian's face twitched when he saw Duan Ling Tian, and he flew out and gave Duan Ling Tian a hug. "I knew you'll come back to save me."
Get off! Duan Ling Tian felt like he had fallen into a pile of fats and he was breathless from being squeezed. He hurriedly raised a hand and batted Li Xian's fat body away.
"Boss, look at me. I was caught in Aurora City to be imprisoned here. How can you bear to push me away when I'm so pitiful?" Li Xian said to Duan Ling Tian with a forlorn expression after he used the wall to steady himself from Duan Ling Tian's push. However, it was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to pity him after he looked at his face. In any case, Duan Ling Tian had batted Li Xian off with a trick move, so it did not hurt Li Xian in any way at all. Li Xian was his brother. Naturally, he would not really hit Li Xian. "Pity you? It doesn't seem like you're imprisoned. It seems more like you're here to enjoy life," Duan Ling Tian retorted as he glanced at the good wine and exquisite food prepared by the guards for Li Xian.
Hee. Li Xian was exposed by Duan Ling Tian and his fat face twitched as he snickered. "Boss, this is a blessing from His Majesty and Uncle Nia. However, most of the credit goes to you."
"Me?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "Yes." Li Xian nodded like a chick pecking on grains. "Boss, you probably don't know this, but most of the people guarding us regard you as their idol. After they found out I'm your brother, they would give me whatever I asked for." Duan Ling Tian sighed involuntarily when he heard his words. He turned to look at guards lying on the ground after they were knocked out by him and Feng Tianwu. "Was my attack too harsh?" Duan Ling Tian muttered.
At this moment, Li Xian had also noticed the group of guards lying outside the cell. His small eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "Boss, you didn't kill them, did you?"
"Actually, they didn't have it easy as well. Moreover, they did not mistreat us at all."
"We merely knocked them out," Feng Tianwu responded before Duan Ling Tian even opened his mouth. When she followed Duan Ling Tian back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom previously, she also went to Aurora City with Duan Ling Tian and met Li Xian there. She knew Li Xian was close to Duan Ling Tian.
That's good. Sister-in-law, how come you came along with my boss? My boss alone is enough to deal with those jokers. I would feel like I've sinned if you hurt yourself in an attempt to rescue me," Li Xian said as he squinted his small eyes and forced a fawning smile on his face.
When Feng Tianwu heard Li Xian call her sister-in-law, a blush instantly rose on her beautiful face. However, she did not have the intention to contradict him.
"Don't underestimate them. They're really strong." When Feng Tianwu said this, the blush on her face disappeared and was replaced with seriousness.
"People from a second-rate force would not be ordinary, right? So what if they're strong?" "They're nothing compared to my boss," Li Xian said nonchalantly. In his eyes, his boss was invincible and incomparable.
"Pa!" However, he received a smack on the back of his head as soon as he finished talking.
"Who would even hit their father?" Li Xian yelled as his face turned cold. However, he only gulped when he saw the culprit.
"So fatty, are you my father?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Xian with narrowed eyes and a faint smile on his face. The frost on Li Xian's face was long gone when he saw Duan Ling Tian was the one who hit him. When he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he shivered involuntarily. At the same time, he said with a fawning expression, "Boss, you misheard. You definitely misheard what I said." "Misheard? Are you sure?" The smile at the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth became more sinister. "Boss, I'm wrong."
"My mistake." Li Xian saw the sinister smile and realized it would not be easy to fool Duan Ling Tian. He immediately pulled a face and said, you're my father, all right?"
"Hey!
Who wants to be your father?" Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He only wanted Li Xian to concede. He did not expect Li Xian to say that. "If the fifth elder catches wind of what you said, he'll definitely break your leg."
Who knew Li Xian did not care even after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "That will only happen if he's able to win me in a battle." Duan Ling Tian was once again rendered speechless. Yes. Currently, Li Xian's strength had already surpassed his father, Li Ting, the fifth elder of Li family from Fresh Breeze Town. Little Tian. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment a few low voices sounded. Nye Yuan, the Divine Might Marquis, the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun slowly woke up one by one. They were all taken aback when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Uncle Nye, Your Majesty. After Duan Ling Tian greeted Nye Yuan and the Emperor, he smiled and nodded at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as a greeting. He knew Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun since they were children. Just a look and a simple action were sufficient to explain everything. There was no need to complicate things. Little Tian. Those four seemed to be very troublesome. How did you offend them? Nye Yuan asked. His tone was not accusatory. It was just filled with curiosity. After Nye Yuan spoke, everyone apart from Feng Tianwu turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. It was apparent they were also curious. I still don't know which force they're from, so I'm not sure how I offended them, Duan Ling Tian said honestly. Presently, none of the martial artists in the top 10 dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, could compete with him. He did offend 3 of the largest forces in the northern desert, but it was unlikely they would come for him so publicly unless they wanted to antagonize the Five Elements sect. The current Five Elements sect was no longer the same as how it used to be. In addition to obtaining the Profundity Fragment, their sect was about to have a martial monarch powerhouse. The Peak Master of Wood Peak, Chiyu, would still become a martial monarch powerhouse given enough time even if he did not possess the Profundity Fragment. In the future, the Five Elements sect would have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Due to that, the current Five Elements sect could not be compared to an ordinary third-rate force. The Five Elements sect could be considered a second-rate force since they were about to get another martial monarch powerhouse. That fact alone was sufficient to intimidate a third-rate force. Therefore, the culprit could only be from one of the 3 largest second-rate forces in the northern desert. They were probably here to avenge their disciples if they were from Izumo sect or North Nether sect. If they were from the Anika sect, then they were probably here to snatch the treasure away from him and kill him. Currently, Duan Ling Tian still did not know who it was that came to pick a fight with him so publicly. That was why he did not know how he had offended those people. Duan Ling Tian, you mean? You've offended more than one force. The corner of Xiao Sun's mouth began to twitch. The others were also silent. They could only smile bitterly after they recovered from their surprise. Then, they recalled back when Duan Ling Tian was still at the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had always felt discontented. Now that he was out exploring the world where the sea was boundless and the sky was vast, it was natural that he did not restrict his nature. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian changed the topic and called out to the 5 of them. Along with Feng Tianwu, they brought they away from the dungeon. All of them stepped into the air and headed outside of the Imperial Palace. Who? As Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, a vast and invisible force surged and entwined around Nye Yuan and the others. It pulled them outside of the Imperial Palace with lightning speed. None of the guards in the Imperial Palace saw them. So fast. The 5 people who were flown by Duan Ling Tian were filled with amazement as their eyes widened. Haha, boss, I knew you're the best. Li Xian laughed. His faith in Duan Ling Tian was apparent. All these in just a few years? Duan Ling Tian has grown so much. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor's eyes narrowed. Shock was written on his face. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes met and they saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. From the beginning, it had already been difficult for them to compete with Duan Ling Tian. However, the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed today made them realize they were destined to look up to Duan Ling Tian in this life. Little Tian, good for you. When Nye Yuan saw Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was truly happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Show. A figure similar to a fire elf trailed behind Duan Ling Tian as the 5 people Duan Ling Tian brought with him flew outside of the palace. Wherever they passed, a burning aura would spread and sweep across the land. Duan Ling Tian, you finally appeared. Almost instantly, a loud voice reverberated seemingly from every direction. Duan Ling Tian and the others heard the voice clearly. Li Xian recognized the voice immediately. He gnashed his teeth in anger before he said, Boss, This is the fellow who caught me in Aurora City. However, Duanling Tian ignored him and looked at Feng Tianwu immediately with a grave expression. He said through voice transmission, Tianwu, bring them away. Their target is me, so they won't go after all of you. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's pretty face changed at once when she heard Duanling Tian's words. However, her heart jolted for seemingly no reason when she saw Duanling Tian's swift and piercing gaze. This was the first time her big brother Duan had spoken to her like that. Feng Tianwu was afraid of Duanling Tian's anger. That was why she clenched her teeth and did not hesitate as she took Nie Yuan and the others away from Duanling Tian's hand, so she could bring them away from the imperial palace. Who? Meanwhile, the sound of wind whistling resounded as two figures simultaneously appeared in Duanling Tian's line of sight. One of them was leading the other person. One of them looked at the middle-aged man before him and said with a fawning expression, Elder Zhong, this Duanling Tian would have escaped with Nie Yuan and the others if I didn't tip you off. The person who spoke earlier was a red-clad old man. Judging from his words, it was obvious he was trying to take credit for his deed. Humph! When the middle-aged man heard the red-clad old man's words, he snorted in disdain and asked, What? Are you worried that our Izumo sect will shortchange you? No, of course not. The red-clad old man was so surprised that he hastily shook his head as cold sweat broke out at his forehead immediately. Although he had never heard of Izumo sect prior to this, the sect had to be quite impressive to house 4 powerhouses at the void interpretation stage and above. If the middle-aged man, who was also an elder in Izumo sect, could read the red-clad old man's thoughts, he would most likely send that man flying with a slap out of anger. Void interpretation stage? Even the outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were already at the void transformation stage. Just a mere void interpretation stage could not even be compared to a speck of dirt in Izumo sect. Izumo sect. The moment Duanling Tian heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed as a hint of coldness gleamed in his eyes. Although he had expected this and was quite certain the people who came looking for trouble were from one of 3 major second-rate forces, he could not help but be consumed by the hatred that rose from the bottom of his heart. When he killed the 2 strongest people from the current younger generation of Izumo sect, he had already expected to offend Izumo sect and was ready to be hunted down by them. Otherwise, he would have shown some mercy when he faced Lei Zhong and Lei Jun previously. If Izumo sect had hunted him down, and he was killed from his insufficient strength, he would have sincerely admitted defeat. However, Izumo sect was using the Crimson Sky Kingdom to threaten him. This kind of behavior was utterly despicable. Duanling Tian took a good look at the red-clad old man standing next to the Izumo sect's elder. It was the same red-clad old man he encountered at the Divine Might Marquis estate, the revered elder of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. Previously, he and Feng Tianwu did not instantly reveal themselves at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Instead, he had hidden above the main hall and had a good time eavesdropping like a thief. At that time, he had heard the red-clad old man's words. When that red-clad old man was speaking, hints of dread could be heard in his voice. Moreover, he possessed an indecisive and fickle attitude. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not particularly fond of that red-clad old man. He did not even bother to be courteous to the red-clad old man. Even in hindsight, he did not think he had done anything wrong. That red-clad old man was not worthy of his kindness. He was a person who would bend with the wind. Whirlwind. Duanling Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. It was as though his entire person had transformed into a hurricane as he charged toward Elder Zhang from Izumo sect at a speed that seemed faster than lightning. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Izumo sect's Elder Zhang snorted in disdain when he saw Duanling Tian charging at him. With a lift of his hand, he prepared to make his move on Duanling Tian. However, he narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene before his eyes. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duanling Tian had successfully attracted the attention of Izumo sect's Elder Zhang when he charged at him. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword suddenly appeared in his hand and he quickly demonstrated his sword technique. In an instant, 9 divine dragons swept out. However, their target was not Izumo sect's Elder Zhang but the red-clad old man. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of radiant flashes shot out from the 9 divine dragons' eyes. It seemed as though they had divine help as they immediately left 18 bloody holes on the red-clad old man's vital parts. Blood gushed out continuously and left trails of fresh blood on the ground that formed a tiny stream. Boom! The red-clad old man was already dead on the ground before the Azumo Sex Elder Zhong could figure out what was happening. From the very beginning to the end, the red-clad old man did not even have time to react. Duan Ling Tian's speed was just too fast. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Duan Ling Tian. You! The Azumo Sex Elder Zhong felt as though his pride was trampled on when he saw Duan Ling Tian kill the red-clad old man, even though he did not care about the red-clad old man's life and death. He instantly felt his stomach churn with rage that kept rising as though it was about to explode. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had just killed the red-clad old man, happened to meet the Azumo Sex Elder Zhong's gaze, and he continued to stare at him without any fear. Both of their gazes that were as sharp as saber and sword seemed to produce sparks as they clashed with each other. A big battle was on the verge of breaking out. Whoosh! 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 At the moment when the Azumo Sex Elder Zhong was about to make his move against Duan Ling Tian, 3 figures silently appeared beside and in front of him. 2 of the men, 1 old man and 1 middle-aged man, stood next to him. The last person appeared in front of him, and he retreated in a respectful manner. The sturdy old man had eyes that appeared lifeless and dull, but in truth, it concealed a killing intent. The robe on his body fluttered even though there were no wind or magic. It was as though he had merged with the heaven and earth when he exuded a strong and oppressive aura. At the Divine Might Marquis estate. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of figures that seemed to appear out of nowhere materialized in the main hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The surprised Nierong, Mengping, and Niefun, who was waiting inside. Father, Mother, this ungrateful son of yours is finally back. I'm sorry for letting the both of you worry about me. A loud voice reverberated and broke the silence in the main hall. It was none other than Nie Yuan, who was sent back by Feng Tianwu. He kneeled before Nierong and Mengping, and his body trembled from the overwhelming emotion. Initially, he had resigned himself to death, but who knew an unforeseen circumstance would occur? Duan Ling Tian had appeared and rescued him. He felt like he had been walking the thin line between life and death. It was as though he had fallen into hell before he was brought back to heaven again. The difference between the two experiences had nearly driven him crazy. It's all right. Everything's fine as long as you come back. Meng Ping's face was filled with joy when she saw Nie Yuan had returned. She did not even think about how he managed to extricate himself out of the dangerous situation he was in. She only knew her son had survived, and she no longer had to suffer the pain of watching her child die before she did. Compared to Meng Ping, who was completely elated, Nierong, the old Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, appeared particularly calm and collected. When he saw the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor who had appeared together with Nie Yuan, he immediately greeted, "Your Majesty." "Old Marquis," the emperor quickly responded. In terms of seniority, he was in the same generation as Nie Yuan, the Divine Might Marquis. However, the old Marquis, Nierong, was Nie Yuan's father. That would mean he was the old Marquis Jr. In terms of meritorious deeds, he was still only a little kid when the old Marquis was expanding the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory. When he was young, he had looked up to the old Marquis as an idol. In terms of personal favors, it was also thanks to the old Marquis that he was able to successfully climb up to the throne. He would have been long killed by his half-brother from the same father if it was not for the help from the old Marquis. Due to this reason, he owed his life to the old Marquis. It was precisely because of these reasons that he did not dare to put on airs, even though he was already the emperor when he met the old Marquis. "How did you manage to free yourselves? Where's little Tian?" Nierong asked curiously. The moment his words left his mouth, he looked at the red-clad girl, Feng Tianwu, who was standing by the side with a gloomy expression. Before the others could even reply, Feng Tianwu, who was anxiously frowning, suddenly said, "Since I've brought you back safely, I'll take my leave first." The instant the words left her mouth, she thought to herself, "Big brother Duan, wait for me please." Just as the thought flashed across Feng Tianwu's mind, She disappeared without a trace before everybody's eyes. Above the sky of the Imperial Palace, Duan Ling Tian closely examined the sturdy old man from top to bottom. His face was extremely solemn. It was difficult for him to see through the old man. Suddenly, his heart jolted when he finally recalled something. Martial Emperor. Since his memory had merged with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory from his 2 lives, he quickly figured it out. You're Duan Ling Tian? That sturdy old man staring at Duan Ling Tian was precisely the Martial Emperor from Izumo sect, just like Duan Ling Tian had speculated. He was also the only Supreme Elder in Izumo sect and shared equal fame with the Martial Emperors from Anika sect and North Nether sect in the Northern Desert. When he was looking at Duan Ling Tian, the depth of his gaze was filled with a bloodthirsty and deep hatred. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head lightly. He was neither happy, angry, humble nor haughty. At this moment, he had already guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. There was only one martial emperor in Izumo sect. The sturdy old man, Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he asked, "So you're the one who killed Lei Zhong, my direct disciple?" The instant the words left his mouth, a wave of powerful aura emanated from his body and shrouded Duan Ling Tian mercilessly. It was as though it was trying to bear down on Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, the aura did not affect Duan Ling Tian at all, even though it was strong. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy was already at the 7th level void transformation stage. He had a certain degree of immunity against a Martial Emperor's aura. Due to the fact that he had merged with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he had a deep understanding of Martial Emperors. That was why he was not the slightest bit afraid of the Martial Emperor's aura. Yes. Duan Ling Tian did not evade the question. Instead, he admitted it calmly in a tone that was neither too haughty nor servile. The other 3 people from Izumo sect felt chills run up their spines when they saw Duan Ling Tian admitted to killing Lei Zhong in front of their Supreme Elder without any hesitation. This Duan Ling Tian is doomed. The Supreme Elder is most likely itching to make his move now. The 3 people from Izumo sect felt that Duan Ling Tian was about to meet his maker when Tong Shan, the Izumo sect's Supreme Elder, finally regained his senses and proceeded to make his move. The robe on his body immediately fluttered as he glared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with his cold eyes. His eyes were so dark that nobody could see if there were any hints of joy or rage in them. It was similar to the eyes of a dead man rather than somebody who was still alive. In any case, Duan Ling Tian was going to turn into a dead man soon in his opinion. Boom! The origin energy in Tong Shan's body skyrocketed. It transformed into a milky white flame that soared up to the sky and shrouded Tong Shan entirely. The heaven and earth energy swirled above the sky and quickly gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 2,000 silhouettes appeared, as though it was a testament to how terrifying the origin energy surging from Tong Shan's body was. Just his origin energy alone is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. It's the 1st level Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he saw the scene before his eyes. Although he had long realized the sturdy old man standing before him was a martial monarch, Duan Ling Tian still could not help but be taken aback when that old man demonstrated his martial monarch stage's origin energy. Duan Ling Tian, you're doomed from the moment you killed Lei Zhong. I'll send you to the other world, and you can be Lei Zhong's slave there. Tong Shan's thunderous voice filled the entire palace of Crimson Sky Kingdom and took everyone by surprise. See, Commander Duan is back? The people in the palace were shocked, and they could not help but break out in cold sweat since they felt anxious on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. There were many among them who had never met Duan Ling Tian before. However, in these few years, Duan Ling Tian had risen as high as the sun and became the representative of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As a result, he became the national idol in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom only needed to say, Duan Ling Tian is from our Crimson Sky Kingdom, when they encountered people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or the Darkstone Empire to elicit envy and hatred. They could not help but feel smug whenever that happened. Duan Ling Tian had unwittingly become the spiritual pillar for most people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Due to this reason, many people were worried about him when they saw him faced with such a crisis.
Ha! Duan Ling Tian frowned. It was because he saw the milky white flame on Tong Shan's body had changed into an overwhelming crimson flame the moment his words left his mouth. A fierce and intense flame soared and skyrocketed. It was as though Tong Shan had transformed into a fiery, gigantic beast. The fiery crimson mane on the gigantic beast fluttered as it opened its bloody mouth. It looked as though it was poised to attack. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled above Tong Shan's head. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons appeared next to the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons that were mobilized by the first-level martial monarch stage's origin energy. The first-level Emperor stage fire profundity. 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Tong Shan and writhed as they descended in an overbearing manner, exuding an aura of oppression. However, that was not the end. Soon after, streaks of lightning appeared around the overbearing flame on Tong Shan's body. Gusts of solidified saber chi followed closely like a shadow and integrated harmoniously with the flame. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons materialized next to the 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons made their appearance separately. 1,000 silhouettes appeared first before the other 1,000 appeared. 9th level Advanced Thunder Concept. 9th level Advanced Saber Concept. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows when he saw the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tong Shan's head. He was not particularly surprised by the sight. After all, if a powerhouse at the peak of the void had only comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts, it would be hard for him to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity that a martial monarch usually possessed. Naturally, there were exceptions as well. For example, a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had simultaneously comprehended 2 9th level void transformation concepts such as the fire and water like Chiyu, the peak master of would peak from the 5-element sect. Water and fire were conflicting elements and were extremely resistant to each other. Due to the resistance, the concepts would easily overcome the adverse ascension process and become Emperor stage profundities. At that time, one's cultivation base would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage as well. A martial artist who had reached the peak of the void like Chiyu was destined to break through to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. Once the time arrived, everything would naturally come to fruition. Tong Shan was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had seemingly comprehended 3 9th level void transformation concepts. Due to the pressure from the other 2 concepts, the fire concept had completed its transformation first and became the first-level Emperor stage fire profundity. The strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons that Tong Shan displayed was the strength he possessed without the use of any spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon, his strength would definitely increase. A martial monarch like Tong Shan might not have a grade 1 spirit weapon because he was from a third-rate force in the foreign lands, but he might possess a grade 2 spirit weapon. A grade 2 spirit weapon would usually grant a 77% or 78% strength boost. Tong Shan's origin energy that had the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons would have at least an additional 1,500 ancient horned dragons after the boost. In other words, Tong Shan would have the strength of over 7,500 ancient horned dragons if he used a grade 2 spirit weapon. The strength of 7,500 ancient horned dragons? Even Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended the 5th level advanced sword concept, thanks to the word sword, that Saint Sword Feng Qingyang left behind in the Cloud Continent, only had strength that was equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons even after he unleashed his full strength with the help of his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. A cultivation base at the 6th level void transformation stage had the strength of over 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword's boost granted another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced thunder concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 3rd level advanced wind concept and the 3rd level advanced fire concept each had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the wind concept fueling the fire concept would have an additional 200 ancient horned dragons. There would be 1,000 ancient horned dragons after it was all added up. The 9th level intermediate earth concept had the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 5th level advanced sword concept had the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. In total, Duan Ling Tian's full strength would amount to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons.
However, it was not entirely accurate to say that amount was his full strength. After all, the Earth concept could communicate with the Earth and borrow the Earth energy. Based on the Earth concept Duan Ling Tian had comprehended, the Earth energy he could borrow by communicating with the Earth would grant him an additional 50 ancient horned dragons.
However, Duan Ling Tian was currently hovering in the sky, so there was no way for him to borrow the Earth energy. Nobody in their right mind would casually battle a martial artist who had comprehended the Earth concept on the ground unless it was at a place similar to the environment at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure that Martial Emperor Qingfeng left behind. It looks like you're really not afraid of death. Tong Shan enunciated each word clearly. He had 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above him as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze.
Is there any use in fearing death? Duan Ling Tian responded. You have really big balls.
I've changed my mind.
I'm still going to kill you. However, I'll cripple your dantian first and make you watch as I flay you alive.
I want you to witness your legs and arms turning into bones after it has been stripped of flesh and drained of blood. If you pass out, I'll wake you up so you can watch as you die from exsanguination. Tong Shan hissed. He sneered as his eyes gleamed coldly. The 3 Izumo sect elders standing behind him immediately shivered involuntarily the moment the words left Tong Shan's mouth. They could feel chills running down their spines just by imagining the scene the Supreme Elder had described. There was no need to mention the person who had to experience it. The eyes they used to look at Duan Ling Tian had a hint of pity in them. It seems like the Supreme Elder is really angry. I did not expect the Supreme Elder to have such a bloody and ferocious side to him. I never knew he has this side to him at all.
The 3 Izumo sect elders talked to each other secretly through their voice transmission. Genuine fear could be heard in their voices.
As for Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but be taken aback as well when he heard Tong Shan's words. Crippling his dantian and make him watch as Tong Shan flayed him alive? So?
Are you scared now?
Feeling regret. Tong Shan sneered when he noticed the changes in Duan Ling Tian's face. You should have expected this moment to come the second you killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong. Scared? Regret. The instant Duan Ling Tian heard Tong Shan's words, he immediately regained his senses. His face turned calm as he stared at Tong Shan coldly. Geezer, are you out of your mind? Before I killed Lei Zhong, I already knew he's from your Izumo sect. I also knew he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch. Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly. If I was scared, do you think I would kill him at that time? Idiot.
As Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, Tong Shan and the 3 elders were shocked when he spat out the last word and looked at Tong Shan in disdain.
This Duan Ling Tian just called the Supreme Elder an idiot? Did I hear it correctly? One of the Izumo sect elders asked hesitantly through voice transmission as he looked at his 2 companions. Yeah, you heard it correctly. The other Izumo sect elder shook his head. At this moment, he could feel chills running up his spine. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian feels that his death is not quick enough?
Perhaps he really fears that he won't die fast enough. After all, if Supreme Elder really does what he described earlier, Duan Ling Tian would be flayed alive.
At that time, he would be so miserable that he would probably beg for death, since he would no longer have his cultivation base. The last Izumo sect elder voiced out his opinion.
The other 2 nodded their heads. They found his explanation reasonable. Humph. Tong Shan, who was initially enraged by Duan Ling Tian to the point he wanted to kill him off instantly, snorted to vent his aggravated emotion. Duan Ling Tian, do you think I'll fall for your words?
The more you wish to die faster, the slower I'll let you die. Tong Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Today, no matter how you enrage me, I won't change my original intention at all. I'll cripple your cultivation base and make you watch as I flay you alive. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless after he heard Tong Shan's words. Tong Shan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself too much? Do you really think the reason I called you an idiot was to enrage you, so that you'll kill me quickly? Duan Ling Tian sneered, and his eyes were filled with killing intent.
He swept a glance over at the three Izumo sect elders who were also staring at him before he finally shifted his attention back to Tongshan. I want to see between the two of us who's going to be the one who does the killing. Who'll be the one that does the killing? Tongshan was initially taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He then looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain as he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to speak those words in front of me? In Tongshan's opinion, in the entire northern desert, only the two geezers from the North Nether sect and Anika sect were worthy enough to speak to him like that. Both of them possessed strength that was not inferior to his. However, Duan Lingtian dared to speak such words. He had to acknowledge that Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were indeed amazing. If Duan Lingtian led a good life in the future, it was not impossible for his cultivation base to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse like Tongshan himself. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to fight him now. One was like the earth while the other was like the heaven. It was impossible for him to overcome this gap. Ha 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 ha, the three Izumo sect elders standing behind him burst out laughing as soon as Tongshan's words left his mouth. It was as though they had heard one of the biggest jokes in the world. Did Duan Lingtian say he's going to kill the Supreme Elder? Although he didn't say it directly, it's implied in his words. What a joke. He's not even in his 30s yet. Even if his cultivation base and innate talent are impressive, there's no doubt it's a fool's dream to think he can go against the Supreme Elder. The three Izumo sect elders buried their heads together in discussion. They were mocking Duan Lingtian relentlessly. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to kill their Izumo sect's Supreme Elder even in their death. After all, he was the Supreme Elder of Izumo sect. He was someone at the martial monarch stage. A young man who was barely 30 wanted to kill a martial monarch? Who would even believe such words if the news spread out? You'll soon find out if I'm worthy or not. Oh wait, I don't think you'll ever find out in your entire life. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged even when Tongshan and the three Izumo sect elders were ridiculing him. His gaze was calmly fixed on Tongshan. A sneer could be seen playing at the corner of his mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. Then, I'll cripple your Dantian first before I destroy your cultivation base. I'd love to see if you're still going to be this confident once you lose your cultivation base. Killing intent gleamed dangerously in Tongshan's eyes as he began to lose control of his temper. He charged toward Duan Lingtian in a flash as a gust of energy rolled out from his body. In the sky, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out domineeringly with teeth and claws bared as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian when Tongshan charged forward. Bam! Within seconds, Tongshan had arrived close to Duan Lingtian. He pushed one palm forward and caused the airflow to ripple and spread out. It seemed as though the palm was blessed with divine help as it headed toward Duan Lingtian's Dantian immediately to destroy his cultivation base. Appear! A shout reverberated in the air and shattered the silence at the moment when Tongshan's palm was about to hit its target. Big Brother Duan! A figure similar to a fire elf appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. It was none other than Feng Tianwu, who came from the Divine Might Marquis estate. The second she came back, she saw Tongshan appearing close to Duan Lingtian. Although she did not know what Tongshan planned to do, she had a feeling her big brother Duan was in trouble the moment she saw Tongshan appearing close to him. For a moment, a panicked expression appeared on her delicate face. However, the panic on her face disappeared in the next second when she saw her big brother Duan shooting out a talisman from his hand. Feng Tianwu seemed to have recalled what had happened previously. She had witnessed how her big brother Duan killed Zhao Ming, who was as strong as a martial monarch, with that talisman in just a blow. Due to this reason, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the talisman shoot out of Duan Lingtian's hand. Appear! Soon after, Duan Lingtian's shout entered her ears. She did not need to look to figure out what would happen next. The outcome was just as she had expected. After Duan Lingtian had shouted, "Appear," the talisman that shot out of his hand transformed into powder and covered the entire sky as it flew in the wind before it disappeared before everyone's eyes. Almost at the same time, Tongshan, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian in fury, began to slow down as he continued on his trajectory. Duan Lingtian easily evaded Tongshan, who was bearing down at him menacingly. Meanwhile, something peculiar happened. When Duanling Tian moved to evade the attack, Tongshan continued to rush forward without slowing down his movement. His head drooped as blood gushed out from the spot between his brows. At the same time, the origin energy Tongshan had merged with one profundity, and two concepts had also completely vanished into thin air. The people present could clearly see a bloody hole between Tongshan's brows as his body fell. The bloody hole between his brows extended all the way to the back of his head. Both sides were gushing out blood. However, the blood stopped gushing out within seconds. Whoosh! Tongshan's body dropped down rapidly. Soon after, it fell on the ground of the Imperial Palace with a loud crash. His body was a bloody and mangled mess. There was no other way for him to die an even more terrible death than this. For a time, the entire place was deadly silent. T the Supreme Elder is dead? I am not dreaming, alright? Duanling Tian K killed the Supreme Elder. How did he manage to do that? The three Izumo sect elders exchanged glances with each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes as they muttered to themselves. The Supreme Elder was a martial monarch, which meant that he was also the strongest person in Izumo sect. Such a powerhouse was killed in just a blink of an eye. At the moment when the three Izumo sect elders were trembling with fear, Duanling Tian flew out like a streak of purple lightning. In just a flash, he arrived next to Tongshan's body and lifted a hand to take his spatial ring. Tongshan was still a martial monarch after all. He had to have many valuable things in his spatial ring at all times. Flee! When Duanling Tian was taking off Tongshan's spatial ring, the three Izumo sect elders returned to their senses. After they hastily exchanged tacit looks, they immediately turned to flee. What a joke! Someone as strong as their Supreme Elder at the martial monarch stage had already been killed by Duanling Tian. Although they had no clue how he did it, they knew death would be their only outcome if they stayed on. For the sake of survival, they resolutely abandoned the Supreme Elder, who was the loftiest figure in Izumo sect. They left the Supreme Elder's bloody and mangled body to stew in its own juice. Big Brother Duan. A familiar voice entered his ears while he was looking at the retreating backs of the three Izumo sect elders. Duanling Tian could guess whose voice it was without the need to think. Tian Wu. Duanling Tian rose up in the air and arrived next to Feng Tian Wu in just a blink of an eye. With a face full of questions, he asked, "Where are Uncle Nye and the others?" "I've already sent them back to the Divine Might Marquis estate," Feng Tian Wu replied. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the three Izumo sect elders had left in and secretly sighed in relief. He had used up his last life-saving talisman. His miserly father left him to kill Tongshan, the only martial monarch in Izumo sect. If the other three Izumo sect elders were determined to avenge Tongshan's death, there was no doubt he would have died. Although his strength was quite powerful now, he dared not say he could defeat the three Izumo sect elders. The fact that they were able to stay by Tongshan's side meant that they might have reached the peak of the void. It was as rare as a phoenix's feather for a third-rate force to have a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the void. However, it was a common thing for a second-rate force. The second-rate forces were rated as second-rate because they had a martial monarch in their force. It was the same conversely. Even if a second-rate force had many powerhouses at the peak of the void, it would not be considered as a second-rate force without a martial monarch there. It would be considered as a slightly stronger third-rate force at most. That was the future awaiting Izumo sect. Tongshan, the only martial monarch in Izumo sect, had died. Izumo sect was destined to decline unless another martial monarch emerged in Izumo sect to continue its glory. "Looks like this time I made the right gamble," Duanling Tian muttered and smiled wryly when recalled the event earlier. Feng Tian Wu's hearing was good. When she heard Duanling Tian muttering to himself, she could not suppress her curiosity, so she asked, "Big Brother Duan, what gamble are you talking about?" "That talisman that I used to kill Tongshan earlier." "Tian Wu, do you know that's the last talisman I have?" Duanling Tian sighed when he reached this part of his sentence. He did not keep many secrets from Feng Tian Wu. "What?" Feng Tian Wu was taken aback when she heard Duanling Tian's word. "Big Brother Duan, why did you deliberately scare the three Izumo sect elders?" "Yes," Duanling Tian nodded. He did not deny it. From the very beginning, when he rushed back from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom,
He thought about using the Devil Seal tablet many times. However, he was not confident.
Moreover, he wanted to use the Devil Seal tablet against the group powerhouses at the peak of the void. He did not plan to use it against a certain martial monarch from one of the three great second-rate forces.
He only had one talisman left after all.
Today, he had originally intended to devilify himself using the Devil Seal tablet to kill the remaining three Izumo sect elders after he killed Tong Shan with the talisman.
However, a light bulb came on in his mind, and the method he had used earlier appeared in his mind. He set up the atmosphere and killed Tong Shan using the talisman at the most appropriate time. At that time, the remaining three Izumo sect elders would certainly be scared to death by him and flee. Duan Ling Tian. I'm sure you're familiar with this saying, the oriole lurks behind as the mantis stalks the cicada. Right? A voice that was filled with ridicule suddenly rang out in the sky.
The voice that came out of nowhere caused Duan Ling Tian's expression to change. Even Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face that could entice all men gradually changed.
That voice sounds quite familiar. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the sky where the voice came from. He could not recall where he had heard that voice before.
His face turned somber when he saw three silhouettes appearing out of thin air. One of the two men at the back caught his attention. Zuiyu. At this moment, the young man in the distance seemed to be the only person left in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. That young man had escaped from him previously. He was the most powerful young man in Anika sect, Zuiyu.
He still remembered the time when they entered the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace that Martial Emperor Qingfeng left behind after entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He, Zuiyu, and the most powerful young man in North Nether sect, Su Qing, had passed the test and entered the 4th level central zone. Zuiyu and Su Qing had cooperated in an attempt to kill him.
When he was at the brink of death, he had unintentionally activated the inscription formation on the 4th level. Fortunately, he survived after he had successfully distracted the duo. After that, he consumed the spirit fruit, which was the reward for passing the test on the 4th level without Zuiyu and Su Qing noticing, and achieved a major breakthrough in his cultivation base.
After the breakthrough in his cultivation base, he killed Su Qing, who had attempted to kill him for consuming the spirit fruit in one blow.
When he was about to kill Zuiyu, his origin energy caused a major injury in his body due to the breakthrough and stopped him from chasing after Zuiyu.
Zuiyu, who should have died in his hands, managed to escape and live because of that.
Duan Ling Tian knew Zuiyu would bring disaster to him after he had escaped.
That was because he knew Zuiyu would spread the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Su Qing, and the news of him entering Qingfeng Palace's 5th level and obtaining the profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body.
He's finally here. Duan Ling Tian knew whatever was about to happen would begin when he saw that person standing behind a mysterious old man.
I'm afraid this old man's ability is not inferior to Tong Shan. Tong Shan was the person he had just killed with the last talisman his miserly father left him. He was the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect.
He should be the martial monarch powerhouse in Anika sect.
He must be Zuiyu's master. Duan Ling Tian tried his best to maintain the calm expression on his face, but he could not help the wave of fear that rose from within.
He managed to keep calm when he faced Tong Shan since he had a plan.
It was easy to kill Tong Shan with the talisman his miserly father left him, but it was difficult to create the atmosphere to chase away the three Anika sect elders. After Duan Ling Tian came up with a plan, he was confident when he faced Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse. That was the only reason he managed to keep calm in front of Tong Shan even after discovering his identity.
However, it was a different story now.
I'm afraid they overheard what I said to Tian Wu earlier. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he recalled his conversation with Feng Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian heard Zuiyu's voice right after he told Feng Tian Wu he used the last talisman to kill Tong Shan. It was obvious Zuiyu had overheard the conversation that he did not bother to conceal with Feng Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he realized that. It was natural that he was not afraid of a martial monarch when he had the talisman in his hands. However, the problem was he had used up all the talismans that he had. Without the help of the talisman, the only thing that he could depend on when fighting a martial monarch powerhouse was his own ability. His current ability could be considered good since his strength was equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons with the aid of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, but he was nothing compared to a martial monarch who could unleash the strength of 6,000 to 7,000 ancient horned dragons.
Supreme Elder, this is Duanling Tian.
He's the one who killed Lei Zhong and Su Qing, Suyu said respectfully to the old man standing before him. The expression of the old man dressed in white was cold, and his eyes were devoid of emotion. His eyes gleamed when he heard what Suyu said.
You're Duanling Tian?
The lucky man who obtained 3 profundity fragments from the Martial Emperor's body in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. The old man asked slowly as he stared at Duanling Tian calmly.
Yes, I'm Duanling Tian. It seems a little arbitrary that you would bring up the matter of me obtaining 3 profundity fragments from the Martial Emperor's body in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Duanling Tian replied as he fearlessly looked into the old man's eyes.
Duanling Tian, stop pretending, Zuoyu said mockingly before the old man could reply. Only you, me, and Su Qing managed to successfully go through the bumpy road before arriving at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. I made a move after you killed Su Qing. You were the only one left on Qingfeng Palace's 4th level and had the opportunity to enter the 5th level. Who could have obtained the 3 profundity fragments from the Martial Emperor's body if it's not you? Zuoyu grinned.
He made his move? Duanling Tian's expression became a little odd after he heard Zuoyu's words. He remembered clearly that Zuoyu was afraid he would be killed and had escaped right before his eyes.
Now Zuoyu was saying he made a move first? Zuoyu, I know you're jealous my ability is higher than yours after you saw me kill Lei Zhong. Moreover, you even attempted to take away the profundity fragment I obtained at the outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Duanling Tian said as he looked at Zuoyu calmly. However, you fabricated facts and slandered me for your own selfish desire. Isn't that a little too much? You're saying that I slandered you. Zuoyu turned pale from rage after he heard what Duanling Tian said. He could not stay calm.
Didn't you? When Duanling Tian saw Zuoyu's expression turned uglier and uglier, he did not plan to let him go just yet and proceeded to say with a grin, Did you see me at Qingfeng Palace's 5th level with your own eyes? Did you see me obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body with your own eyes?
Duanling Tian asked again and again. Zuoyu was rendered speechless. He did not know what to say in response to all the questions. What? You no longer have any excuses left. When Duanling Tian saw Zuoyu gaping wordlessly, he continued to say sarcastically, Zuoyu, I have to say you're pretty capable.
Not only did you slander me, but you also used your own master, the martial monarch of Anika sect, as your tool to satisfy your enmity against me. Every single word that Duanling Tian said hit the nail on the head. It caused Zuoyu's expression to turn ugly from rage. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, the old man and the middle-aged man next to Zuoyu instinctively looked at him from the corner of their eyes.
Master, don't listen to Duanling Tian's nonsense. Zuoyu's expression changed drastically when he noticed his master looking at him. He quickly said, Everything I said is true. Judging by the situation at that time, he was the only one with the opportunity to get to the 5th level to search Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body for the 3 profundity fragments. Zuoyu was really scared his master would believe Duanling Tian's words and misunderstand him.
So, what you're saying is everything you've said is pure speculation on your part. Duanling Tian smiled coldly.
Zuoyu was no longer scared when he saw his master nodding at him to show his trust.
He stared at Duanling Tian fearlessly as he said in a deep voice, I admit the last part was my personal speculation. However, there's no way you can deny you were the only one left at Qingfeng Palace's 4th level after you killed Su Qing and I left.
Why would I deny that? Duanling Tian said calmly. Besides, don't you think you're playing it down too much by saying you left? Are you sure you gave up the opportunity to explore Qingfeng Palace's 5th level and left willingly? Zuoyu turned even paler. Duanling Tian did not plan to let him go at all. Instead, he ripped the last fig leaf on his body apart. It's strange because I remember. Somebody ran away in fear? Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. I'm sure you have all 3 profundity fragments from the Martial Emperor's body. Zuoyu said after he took a deep breath to calm his emotion. Are you sure about that? Duanling Tian could feel his goosebumps rising when he looked at the martial monarch from Anika sect and the middle-aged man who was probably an Anika sect elder. However, he tried his best to maintain the calm expression on his face.
Of course, Suiyu answered without thinking twice.
What if I take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath and swear that I didn't take the 3 profundity fragments from the martial emperor's body? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Do you even dare to do that? Suiyu said with disdain and arrogance. However, he was dumbstruck when he saw Duan Ling Tian prick his finger to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath with his blood and swore that he did not take the 3 profundity fragments from the martial emperor's body.
Bang! 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 9 claps of thunder were heard one after another. The sound was deafening, and it was clearly heard by Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and the 3 people from Anika sect. Everyone in the palace heard it too. Everything went back to normal after the 9 claps of thunder sounded. The thunder penalty did not come as Zuoyu had expected. How's this possible? Zuoyu's expression changed. He was unwilling to believe the truth. What's impossible? Duan Ling Tian could not help but smirk when he heard Zuoyu's words. You admitted that everything was just your speculation. If you really managed to guess everything right, you wouldn't be the trash that you are right now. Trash?
Zuoyu's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He really did not know how to respond.
Although he was unwilling, he had to admit he was like a piece of trash compared to Duan Ling Tian.
It could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's lips that he was pleased when he saw Zuoyu's expression. He was willing to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath and risk facing the thunder penalty even if it meant death to deny the fact that he had obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body.
After the 99 heavenly tribulation released 9 claps of thunder that resonated with his oath, the thunder penalty did not come.
Therefore, people thought he could not find Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body even though he went to the Qingfeng Palace's 5th level.
Otherwise, why would he dare to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath?
He would not dare to take the oath if he really did take the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body.
However, nobody knew he dared to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath not because he did not see the Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. On the contrary, not only did he see Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, he even obtained the Emperor Stage profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. He dared to take the 99 heavenly tribulation oath because he knew he did not violate the oath he took.
The oath that he took said he would be killed by the thunder penalty if he took 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. Although he did obtain the profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, he only obtained 1 instead of 3. The one he obtained was coincidentally the Emperor Stage profundity fragment.
Even he had no idea who obtained the other 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments. Due to the fact that he obtained 1 profundity fragment instead of 3, he did not violate the oath he took. Duan Ling Tian was playing a number game with the 3 people from Anika sect while they remained completely oblivious. Moreover, they even believed what he said.
Even if that's the case, you should have at least 1 profundity fragment in your hands. Zuoyu said through clenched teeth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian angrily. Idiot! Duan Ling Tian said. He ignored Zuoyu whose expression was getting uglier and uglier. Zuoyu's body began to tremble from rage when Duan Ling Tian continued to say, Do you think the profundity fragments I obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure belong to me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man standing before Zuoyu as he spoke.
That old man was Bai Yu Hai, the Anika sect's supreme elder. However, another voice sounded from above and interrupted Duan Ling Tian, who was about to speak. Can you swear that you didn't obtain any Emperor Stage profundity fragment at all? The loud voice came from above where 2 silhouettes appeared almost simultaneously. They appeared near Duan Ling Tian. The person at the back stared at Duan Ling Tian ferociously. It seemed as though the voice belonged to that person. It was a middle-aged man who looked around 50 years old with eyes as fierce as a goshawk. However, his appearance did not catch Duan Ling Tian's attention. His attention was focused on the old man standing in the lead. The old man was dressed in gray and exuded a ferocious aura. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the old man's aura and bearing were similar to Tong Shan and Bai Yu Hai. The fact that he could indirectly suppress Duan Ling Tian meant he was not ordinary. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to exude that kind of oppressive aura.
Martial Monarch Powerhouse. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed instantly as his heart jolted.
Could it be he's from the North Nether sect? The North Nether sect was a second-rate force in the northern desert, just like Izumo sect and Anika sect. All three sects had a martial monarch powerhouse in charge. He had heard about this martial monarch from some 5-element sect's disciples when they were traveling to the martial emperor's secret treasure.
He was the strongest powerhouse in North Nether sect. He was the martial monarch powerhouse Feng Tong.
Feng Tong. Duanling Tian heard by Yu Hai, the martial monarch from Anika sect, greeting the gray-clad old man when he appeared. There was a hint of surprise in his voice.
At this moment, Duanling Tian realized his speculation was correct.
The person who had just appeared was Feng Tong, the North Nether sect's pillar of support and guardian angel. 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Duanling Tian smiled bitterly. The Anika sect's martial monarch powerhouse by Yu Hai was already a headache to deal with. Now there was an addition of Feng Tong who was even more difficult to handle. Bai Yu Hai was not as difficult to deal with since he was only persuaded to come here by his direct disciple Zui Yu. His objective was to take the profundity fragment Duanling Tian obtained from Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body. However, Duanling Tian noticed Bai Yu Hai's hostility toward him had lessened after he took the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath.
On the other hand, Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, not the 3 profundity fragments.
Su Qing was the strongest young powerhouse in North Nether sect. He was the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. Su Qing had attacked him mercilessly out of greed for the treasure when they were at Qing Feng Palace's 4th level. However, he was eventually killed by Duanling Tian when his cultivation base suddenly had a major breakthrough.
Duanling Tian and Zui Yu were the only ones who knew about Su Qing's death.
Nobody would know he was the one who killed Su Qing if Zui Yu had died. However, Duanling Tian was injured at a critical moment, and it allowed Zui Yu to escape. Zui Yu's escape was the catalyst for all the events that happened today. Duanling Tian felt exhausted having to deal with one disaster after another. Feng Tong's eyes suddenly turned fierce. He stared unblinkingly at Duanling Tian as he enunciated each word clearly. "You're Duanling Tian?"
Meanwhile, a terrifying aura swept out from his body toward Duanling Tian like a sharp sword.
Although Duanling Tian did not feel any pressure when Tong Shan released his aura at him, he felt a wave of pressure when faced with Feng Tong.
Naturally, Duanling Tian knew it did not mean Feng Tong was stronger than Tong Shan. Feng Tong was just better when it came to this kind of situation. Duanling Tian did not respond to Feng Tong's question. He only glanced at him with a hint of fear hidden in the depth of his eyes.
He could see the killing intent flashing in Feng Tong's eyes. He knew Feng Tong could not wait to kill him so he could end this matter once and for all. Duanling Tian felt worried and uncertain at this moment. Duanling Tian, you should take another oath. Take the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath and swear that you don't have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. I won't trouble you any further if you're still alive after taking the oath. Bai Yu Hai said slowly as he glanced at Duanling Tian. He was influenced by the words of the middle-aged man from North Nether sect. As a result, Duanling Tian was forced into a dead end with no other way out. Duanling Tian's facial expression changed slightly after he heard the words. He knew there was no way for him to escape even if he denied the fact that he had the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Bai Yu Hai was here for the treasure while Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing. Even if Bai Yu Hai did not trouble him, Feng Tong would still kill him. That's right.
I obtained the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment, Duanling Tian directly admitted.
He looked at Feng Tong as soon as he made his confession. He was trying to observe the changes in Feng Tong's eyes.
He felt a wave of relief when he saw the greed flashing in Feng Tong's eyes. This might be a turning point for him. In any case, it was the only turning point he had at the moment.
Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment.
The eyes of the people from Anika sect lit up one after another when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Currently, they were looking at Duanling Tian as though he was some sort of precious treasure.
Seems like my speculation is correct. You're the one who obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Zui Yu scoffed and looked at Duanling Tian as though he had seen through him since the beginning. It seemed like he was trying to show off the fact that he was right all along.
Meanwhile, two terrifyingly cold killing intent swept toward Duanling Tian in unison.
Duanling Tian quickly regained his senses and discovered the killing intent came from the two martial monarchs, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Let alone the two first-level martial monarch martial artists, even a ninth-level martial monarch powerhouse would be interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, none of them attacked him. They remained motionless as they stood there.
In their opinion, they had to possess the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duanling Tian's hands.
They were currently thinking of ways to defeat each other to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They had been rivals for many years, and they knew each other like the back of their hands. That was the reason for their hesitation and lack of movement.
Feng Tong,
aren't you here to avenge Su Qing?
I can give you his life. However, that thing in his possession belongs to me, Bai Yuhai said to Feng Tong with a gleam in his eyes.
Bai Yuhai, if you think his life is more precious than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, then I'll give you his life and take the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for my own, Feng Tong retorted. He revealed his intention through his words. Although it was important to avenge Su Qing, it could not compare to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment.
All of a sudden, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other as though they were on the verge of a fight. The both of them were unwilling to concede since both of them wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment that Duanling Tian possessed. Duanling Tian watched coldly as he stood aside. It was all within his plans for them to fight each other.
However, Duanling Tian's expression changed in the next moment. He saw the two martial monarchs who seemed as though they were about to fight suddenly prick their fingers. 2 drops of blood appeared and ascended into the sky before they vanished into the clouds. I, Bai Yuhai, Anicasek's Supreme Elder, vow with the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath that I'll fight fairly for the ownership of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with Feng Tong after I obtain it from Duanling Tian. If I violate this oath,
I'm willing to be killed by the thunder penalty.
I, Feng Tong, North Nether Sect's Supreme Elder, the two martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, came to a common understanding quickly. They would obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment first before they fight for it.
Obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity would remain as their top priority. Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang! 18 consecutive deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above Crimson Sky Kingdom's sky.
It was the confirmation of the duo's 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath.
The explosive thunders made everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom anxious. Many of them sat weakly on the ground. Took them a while before they could stand up again. Are those thunders?
I think so. Could it be Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses?
It could be. Everyone in the palace had anticipation written on their faces. They were anticipating Duanling Tian to win the fight and come back with glory. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was not only the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was also the kingdom's guardian angel.
Duanling Tian was the only one with the ability to get them out of this predicament. It was apparent how highly they regarded Duanling Tian. It was to the extent that they were almost worshipping him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his status and charm was even higher than the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
However, the people in the palace did not know their commander Duan was facing the biggest crisis of his life. A crisis that could possibly take his life away.
He was a 6th-level void transformation martial artist who was simultaneously targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses.
Perhaps he was the only 6th-level void transformation martial artist in the world who would ever encounter such a situation. Above the palace, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong stared fiercely at Duanling Tian after they came to an agreement. There was greed deep in their eyes. Duanling Tian, hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity. We'll keep your dead body in one piece, Feng Tong said calmly.
Although Bai Yuhai could kill Duanling Tian directly with the back of his hand since he was a martial monarch and take the spatial ring in his hands, he did not dare to do that. After all, he was not sure if Duanling Tian kept the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring he carried wherever he went.
If Duanling Tian did not have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him, that meant only he knew where he hid the fragment away. If they killed him, they would lose the only lead they had on the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They were most unwilling to see that happen. Duan Ling Tian, if you hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll forgive you for deceiving me earlier. Bai Yu, who said as he glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian. Similar to Feng Tong, he was afraid Duan Ling Tian did not have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment on him. He and Feng Tong did not dare to take the risk. They could kill Duan Ling Tian and obtain his spatial ring, but everything would be in vain if the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment was not in the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian could not help but grin when he heard what the two martial monarch powerhouses said. Naturally, he knew what they were thinking. They were worried he did not have the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment with him, and they might not be able to find the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment after if he died. It's my honor to die by two martial monarch powerhouses' hands. Please do it. Duan Ling Tian said suddenly as he closed his eyes. He opened his arms with a smile on his face. The pose clearly indicated he was ready to die. Feng Tong and Bai Yu Hai's expression changed when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The more Duan Ling Tian behaved like that, the more worried they became. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to remain so calm if he had the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. Feng Tong and Bai Yu Hai looked at each other. None of them planned to attack at all. Humph. Since you want to die, there's no need for my master to do it himself. I'll kill you on behalf of my master. A scoff could be heard at this moment. All they could see was a silhouette charging out from behind Bai Yu Hai toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. The silhouette's speed did not concern Bai Yu Hai. He was concerned about the fact that the silhouette had arrived close to Duan Ling Tian and was preparing to attack him. Zuiyu, stop! Bai Yu Hai shouted immediately, and his expression changed when he saw Zuiyu poised to attack. Zuiyu's origin energy ran rampant as his concept trailed behind like a shadow. Everything would be over if Zuiyu killed Duan Ling Tian. They would not be able to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, and it would be all for naught. That was why Bai Yu Hai panicked. Stop! Feng Tong shouted as soon as he regained his senses. His facial expression had changed drastically. He might not be able to use the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment now, but he might be able to witness the birth of a martial emperor if he contacted a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse on Cloud Continent. If that happened, he and the North Nether sect would be allied with the martial emperor. At that time, they would be invincible on Cloud Continent. Which first-rate force or top force would dare to provoke a martial emperor powerhouse? Whoosh! Whoosh! Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong vanished from their spots in the next moment. They were going to stop Zuiyu. Unfortunately, they were too late. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong immediately stopped moving. They were standing near Duan Ling Tian so they could see everything clearly. Feng Tong sighed in relief when he saw what happened. Bai Yu Hai, on the other hand, looked terrible. Zuiyu was charging toward Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to crack his head. However, it was his own head that exploded like a watermelon following the loud explosion. Blood splashed everywhere and rained down like bloody flames. The scene was strangely beautiful. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Zuiyu's headless body fell from the sky and smashed to the ground. His body was nothing more than a pulpy mess of flesh and blood. Zuiyu's body landed less than 10 meters away from Izumo Sect's Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. The way they died was exactly the same. Both of their bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Duan Ling Tian. Bai Yu Hai enunciated each word fiercely in his deep voice. His eyes had turned red. The pause between each word seemed to emphasize the rage he felt. Bang! All of a sudden, a milky origin energy ran rampant on Bai Yu Hai's body. It transformed into a blue energy surrounded by purple bolts of lightning and wisps of green energy. Heaven and energy whirred above the air and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes appeared out of thin air as it descended majestically. He has the same ability as Tong Shan. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before his eyes. However, he remained calm on the surface. It seemed as though he was enjoying the view as he fearlessly observed the 6,000 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes. Not only did he not seem shocked, it seemed like the scene before him did not interest him at all. If I, Duan Ling Tian, have to die, I rather die by a martial monarch's hand Zuiyu is not worthy, Duan Ling Tian calmly said to Bai Yuhai, who was glaring at him in anger. There was a hint of coldness in his voice when he spoke. He had defeated Zuiyu back then, and Zuiyu could only run away when he encountered Duan Ling Tian. Due to that, he had never taken Zuiyu seriously. Zuiyu was only looking for death when he attempted to take advantage of the situation to kill him. Bai Yuhai's expression changed greatly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The energy on his body fluctuated wildly as though he was going to attack at any given time. However, he did not attack in the end. It was only natural for him to be mad since his direct disciple was killed. After all, he had trained his direct disciple for more than 20 years. He had treated him like his biological son. If it was someone else had killed him, that person would have already been killed by Yuhai. However, Duan Ling Tian was the who killed his direct disciple. He was the one who obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, and they still did not know if he had hidden it somewhere. Therefore, he chose to endure for the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. At least for now. Zuiyu, rest in peace. Please wait a moment on the path to death. I'll accompany you after I kill Duan Ling Tian and find out where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is. Bai Yuhai thought to himself with a grave expression on his face. Initially, it did not matter to him if Duan Ling Tian died or not. He was only interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, he was enraged now that his direct disciple Zuiyu was dead. He could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian right away. Feng Tianwu, who had remained silent all this while, had a change of expression. At the same time, her concerned voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Big brother Duan,